A woman accidentally came across a novel and discovered to her surprise that she was the villainous supporting female character. The supporting female character in the novel, like her, was named Jean Gier, and her fiancé was also named G. Most importantly, her fiancé G was infatuated with Jean Genner's nemesis Laji. The two were inseparable, just as the novel described. What Jean Gier found most unbearable was that Laji was actually the novel's heroine. From childhood, Miraji and she had despised each other. They repelled each other like magnets of the same polarity, clashing whenever they met. And now she, Jean Gier, had become the villainous supporting female character. This was unacceptable. Whoever wanted to be this supporting character could have it. She certainly wouldn't. Not only would she refuse the role, but she would also prevent Laji from becoming the heroine. After all, she had the greatest advantage. She knew the novel's plot. The novel's male lead, Isana, hadn't appeared yet. He was still imprisoned in the Holy Temple Tower. Since childhood, the male lead had been able to hear the thoughts of others. Because of this, his father, the king, feared him and locked him away in the Holy Temple Tower. The young male lead was thus abandoned by his own father. He didn't want to steal the thoughts of others, but their thoughts would enter his mind through his eyes. After someone outwardly respectful but inwardly fearful revealed their true feelings in front of him, the male lead stopped struggling and spent his days only with books. Before Jean Gier could finish reading the novel, her mother called for her. Her mother told her that the king had passed away. Jean Gier couldn't help but ask if the Holy Temple Tower would be opened. Her mother nodded, confirming that the prince had already been released. Jean Gier inwardly remarked that this was exactly as the novel described. Her mother told her that she would be taking her to the prince's coronation ball. The following week, Jean Gier instantly became agitated. The part of the novel where she meets the male lead was about to happen. On that day, both she and Laji would fall in love with the prince at first sight. The prince, who could read everyone's thoughts, couldn't read Laji's. At that moment, the prince became intrigued by Laji. Their mutual attraction began there. In the following days, Jean Gier constantly plotted how to become the heroine. Having read the novel, she knew exactly why the prince couldn't read Laji's thoughts. It was because of the red magic necklace around Laji's neck. The necklace was a relic left by Laji's magician grandfather. Even he didn't know how powerful the magic it contained was. It seemed she had to get her hands on Laji's necklace first. Recently, Jean Gier's fiancé, G, had been constantly begging for her forgiveness. Jean Gier was extremely impatient. G still liked Laji, but he was afraid of being scolded by his grandfather if he broke off the engagement, so he put on a pretense of seeking forgiveness. However, he still had some use. Jean Gier said she would forgive him, but on one condition: he had to bring her Laji's red necklace. Unexpectedly the next day, G actually brought her the necklace. Jean Gier was overjoyed as she looked at it. Now Laji wouldn't be able to become the heroine. The day of the ball soon arrived. Jean Gier put on a beautiful dress and tied the necklace around her leg. Tonight she would show Laji how a supporting character could steal the spotlight. Not long after she arrived at the ball, Prince Santa entered. His handsome appearance made Jean Gier's heart pound. No wonder the novel said she fell in love with a male lead at first sight. Who wouldn't be smitten by such handsomeness? Santa made eye contact with everyone. Jean Gier guessed he was observing them since his eyes could steal the thoughts of whomever he looked at. Suddenly, Santa's gaze met Jean Gier. She froze and was about to look away, but then remembered her trump card, the necklace. She immediately calmed down and boldly met his gaze, thinking to herself, "This guy is really handsome." Santa's eyes were instantly filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Whenever the emperor made eye contact with someone, he could read their thoughts. He heard everything the woman before him was thinking. She was inwardly insulting him while simultaneously lusting after him. Meanwhile, Jean Gier continued her brazen inner monologue. How can the emperor be so handsome? Jean Gier knew better than anyone that Emperor Isana could hear people's thoughts, but she deliberately wore the thought-blocking necklace, believing he wouldn't be able to hear hers. At this point, Jean Gier didn't know the necklace was a fake. Seeing the emperor's hesitant look, Jean Gier mistakenly thought he was wavering because of her. Was he flustered because he couldn't read her mind? After all, in a novel, the female lead caught the emperor's attention precisely because she wore a thought-blocking necklace. Didn't this mean she might not have become the heroine yet? The more Jean Gier thought about it, the more excited she became. Confident that the emperor couldn't hear her, she stared at him boldly, secretly anticipating his next move. She waited a long time only to find him looking everywhere but at her. What was going on? Jean Gier wondered if he was intimidated. The novel clearly stated that the male lead, unable to read the female lead's thoughts, kept staring at her. Why was it different with her? Jean Gier even waved to get his attention, but he still didn't look back. Just then, Jean Gier's mother brought her forward to pay their respects. "Your newly appointed majesty." "This is my daughter." Jean Gier quickly curtsied. "Greetings, your majesty. My name is Jean Gier." She couldn't help but sneak a peek up at him. The emperor was just lounging super casually on his throne. Jean Gier thought from this far away, his eyes are totally different from normal people's. The emperor asked, all confused, "Your name is Ginger," before she could even process it. He chuckled and complimented her on having a vibrant name. His smile completely melted Jean Gier's brain. How could anyone be that hot? The emperor called her Ginger again. Jean Gier finally snapped out of it. This emperor really just called her Ginger. She hated being called Ginger more than anything, but she kept a smile plastered on her face and introduced herself again. The emperor acted like he didn't hear a thing. He asked all innocently, "Isn't Ginger the same as your name?" Inside, Jean Gier was fuming. "You jerk, just try calling me that one more time." She forced a laugh. "Your Majesty, you're hilarious." Internally, she was seething. "Call me Ginger again, and I'll smash that pretty face of yours into a pulp." The emperor looked totally shocked by that. Jean Gier immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The emperor said kinda helplessly, "Nothing. I'm just curious what a ginger-like face looks like." Jean Gier instantly remembered this one time in her childhood when she beat up some kids for calling her Ginger. The emperor suddenly let out a nice laugh like something was funny. His gorgeous face sent Jean Gier into another daze. "That ginger story of yours is pretty unforgettable, miss." Jean Gier was totally confused. "Did I say that out loud? Something feels weird." Suddenly there was a big commotion. Lilaji had arrived at the ball. Jean Gier smirked, thinking she wasn't a threat. After all, she had the necklace. Wait, why does Lilaji have a thought-blocking necklace too? Jean Gier finally realized the one she was wearing was a fake, while she was internally cursing the emperor out and crushing on him at the same time. She had no idea Isana could hear her every thought. The realization that her thought-blocking necklace was a fake completely crushed her. The real one was on Lilaji, the novel's heroine. Jean Gier watched in horror as the emperor and Lilaji were about to lock eyes. Panicking, Jean Gier knew she couldn't let that happen. She blurted out, "Isana," the emperor froze, and the whole vibe in the room turned ice cold. Jean Gier, realizing what she'd just done, was terrified. She had just used the emperor's first name. He turned and gave her an icy glare. "What did you just call me?" Jean Gier immediately dropped to her knees and begged, "Your Majesty, I totally lost my cool. Please forgive me." Shaking with fear, she was secretly celebrating inside for stopping the emperor's first meeting with Lilaji. The emperor ordered Jean Gier to look up. She hesitated. She was wearing the fake necklace. If she looked him in the eye, he'd hear her thoughts. He told her again to look up. Jean Gier quickly cleared her head. Looking the emperor in the eye, she forced herself to think, "What great weather is it because I'm so happy today?" But then her thoughts started to drift. She remembered the day she found out her fiancé, Ergi, had fallen for Lilaji. The weather was nice that day too. He'd even planned a picnic with Ergi. She was such an idiot back then, seeing the emperor before her. Jean Gier quickly snapped her thoughts back into line. She couldn't think about that right now. She had to think about something else. The emperor was looking at her with a serious and confused expression. "Miss Ginger." He didn't even finish his sentence before Jean Gier's mother cut in. Dropping to her knees, she begged for her daughter. "Your Majesty, please forgive my daughter's foolishness." A crowd of people had started to gather. The emperor raised a hand telling them to get up. "Today is a happy occasion. I'll let it slide this time." Jean Gier breathed a sigh of relief. But the petty emperor added, "If you ever dare to call me by my name again, I'll make Miss Jean Gier's face as red as ginger." Still in shock, Jean Gier was just glad she got out of there alive. After the emperor left, her mom chewed her out. Jean Gier just hung her head and took the blame. It was all because of that fake necklace Ergi gave her. Then Jean Gier suddenly realized something. If the necklace was fake, that meant the emperor heard every single insult she thought about him. That's why he threatened to make her face turn ginger-colored. Jean Gier was completely mortified. She was more determined than ever to get Lilaji's thought-blocking necklace, but Lilaji was suspicious of her. Her only choice was to find her fiancé, Ergi. She warned him, "Switch the fake necklace with Lilaji's real one in the next 30 minutes. If you don't, I'll tell your father everything and call off the engagement." Ergi had no choice but to go up to Lilaji. Lilaji threw herself into his arms the second she saw him. "I really should have ridden in your carriage with you tonight." He awkwardly asked to see Lilaji's necklace. Lilaji immediately knew something was off. Ergi had been weirdly obsessed with the necklace for days. That, combined with how nervous he was acting, made Lilaji know something wasn't right. Jean Gier, who was watching them from the second floor, saw their conversation turn into a fight. Obviously, Ergi's weird behavior had ticked Lilaji off. Suddenly, Lilaji stopped. She looked like she was drawn to something and glanced over at the emperor. The emperor looked back at her. Jean Gier watched helplessly as the fated first meeting between the novel's hero and heroine happened. She couldn't stop it. This was the beginning of their love story. They would fall head over heels in love, and she, Jean Gier, was the villain standing in the main character's way. The villainous, trashy side character. It wasn't enough that Ergi was already obsessed with her. She was also supposed to make the emperor whom Jean Gier had fallen in love with at first sight become obsessed with her. In the end, Jean Gier, blinded by her obsession, would meet a tragic end. That was the role the novel had assigned her. Jean Gier felt a deep sense of helplessness. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change reality. As the novel's plot progressed, the woman realized she was the villainess. She was trying to separate the novel's hero and heroine to rewrite her own fate as the villainess. Now, the plot had reached the hero and heroine's first encounter. Jean Gier felt she still had time to fix things. After all, she had read the novel. She knew that the male lead could hear people's thoughts just by looking at them. The female lead was the only person whose mind he couldn't read, and she, Jean Gier, was the only one who knew the Emperor's secret, which would surprise the Emperor even more. Laji had already taken action. She, Jean Gier, would absolutely not let the role of the novel's heroine slip away. Jean Gier quickly walked towards the Emperor. As expected, the Emperor looked at her curiously. Jean Gier thought directly, "If you can really read minds, then can you hear my thoughts right now? I know your secret." The Emperor stared at Jean Gier silently. After a moment, he turned his head, his expression unchanged. His gaze was completely calm. Jean Gier lowered her eyes in defeat. She had failed again. It seemed she truly couldn't rewrite the novel's contents. Suddenly, the Emperor stood up and strode forward. Jean Gier froze. According to the novel, he should be walking towards Lilaji, but now the Emperor was walking towards her. He stopped in front of Jean Gier and spoke in a cold voice. Jean Gier, still basking in the glow of her apparent success, suddenly realized something was amiss. The Emperor stared at her, his face like ice. "How'd you know that?" His frigid tone and gaze were completely different from the gentle expression he'd shown the heroine Lilaji in the novel. Jean Gier's heart plummeted. The Emperor pressed her again. "Answer me." Collecting herself, Jean Gier thought, as long as she prevented the Emperor from going to Lilaji, it was a good start. Faking shyness, she said, "Your Majesty, you frighten me with such a fearsome expression. I dare not speak. Please dance with me, and then I will answer your question." The Emperor, left with little choice, began to dance with her in silence. As they danced, Jean Gier frantically searched for a solution. The Emperor's distrustful and weary gaze was intensely pressuring. However, seeing Laji's annoyed expression gave Jean Gier a small measure of satisfaction. The dance ended, and the Emperor immediately demanded to know how she knew. Jean Gier now had a plan. She just needed to deflect the Emperor's suspicion and weariness onto someone else. Putting on another act, she coyly requested to see him smile. The Emperor's lips curled, but his eyes held a murderous glint. "I'm not in the mood for your games. If you dare order me around again, you'll regret it." Jean Gier immediately backed down. "I heard some strange rumors about your Majesty." The Emperor paused, asking, "What rumors?" "That you were locked in the Holy Temple Tower because your eyes can steal people's thoughts." The Emperor's face darkened. "Where did you hear this?" Jean Gier quickly shifted the blame to Lilaji. "She's the one who knows about your ability. She loves to gossip," though still suspicious of Jean Gier. The Emperor realized he couldn't read Lilaji's thoughts. In that red hair, he felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. One day, he realized his world was just a novel, and he was the Villainess. Having read the novel, she was now trying to break up the male and female leads. Jean Gier, a masterful actress, clasped her hands and looked up at Isanta, the male lead standing beside her. "Your Majesty, can you truly read minds?" Since he'd already been found out, the Emperor readily admitted it. Jean Gier, faking curiosity, asked to test his ability. She'd been trying to think of something clever, but the sight of the handsome Emperor distracted her. The Emperor chuckled at her thoughts. His eyes narrowed, and he tapped his chin, a vengeful glint in his eyes. "Why aren't you calling me scumbag this time?" Jean Gier was mortified. He continued, "It's the first time a woman has insulted me upon our first meeting." Jean Gier covered her face in shame, wanting to disappear. "He actually heard my thoughts," she screamed internally. The Emperor held his sculpted chin, looking amused. "Even after you said those things, I didn't intend to punish you. I found it rather entertaining. However, your recent provocation was reckless." "Miss Jean Gier." Jean Gier blushed slightly. Looking at him, she thought, "Yes, I was anxious and made a mistake in my haste." She clasped her hands devoutly over her chest. "But even if I could go back, I would make the same choice every time. Except for the scumbag part, of course." The Emperor turned a smile playing on his lips. "I'll summon you to the palace soon. As for the reason, you'll have to wait and see." With that, he left. Jean Gier stood there, heart pounding. The Emperor had smiled at her. This wasn't how the novel went. Had she actually changed the story? Suddenly, Lilaji stormed over, hands on her hips, demanding to know why Jean Gier had stolen her necklace. Jean Gier wasn't surprised Laji had figured it out. She covered her mouth, letting out a peal of laughter. "I have plenty of necklaces better than that one. Why would I steal yours?" she asked innocently. That sparkling ruby necklace was supposed to prevent the Emperor from hearing her thoughts, but she didn't need it anymore. She'd already lied to him. Lila knew that Jean was aware of the Emperor's secret. Now, the more Lila wore the necklace, the more suspicious the Emperor would get. Lila paused. Then, with an irritated look, she asked, "You think I believe you? What are you really after with the necklace?" Jean lowered her eyes, and spreading her hands, admitted she'd had the urge to steal it, "But I don't want it anymore. You know how fickle I am, don't you?" Realizing she wouldn't get anything more out of Jean, Lila turned to leave since they couldn't communicate. "Let's just not talk. I'll find out what you're up to sooner or later." She tossed over her shoulder. Jean watched her go, amused. This was the first time she'd seen Lila frustrated. It was super satisfying. Just then her fiancé came running up to demand why she hadn't danced with him, her own fiancé, and had instead danced with the emperor. Jean didn't even spare him a glance. She coldly told him to stay away from her, or she would tell his father about him and Lila. He hung his head and stood there silently. Jean felt no pity for him. The moment he betrayed her, he should have been prepared to be treated coldly. During the banquet, she was still clinging to the emperor. Now Jean deeply regretted provoking the emperor. It was all because she was now living out the events of the novel. After getting back from the banquet, Jean finished reading the second half of the novel. The novel actually had a tragic ending. Although she was the villainess, she wasn't as tragic as the heroine. Emperor Isana could read minds. The heroine, Lila, wore a ruby necklace that blocked his ability, totally piquing his interest. But when she wore a different necklace, the emperor could suddenly read her mind. He felt deceived and found it hard to accept. After a while, the emperor realized he could only not read Lila's mind when she wore the ruby necklace, and when he learned the necklace was left to her by her grandfather Jess, it led them both down a tragic path. The name Jess filled the emperor with fear and hatred. It was Jesuit who had cursed him with the ability to hear people's thoughts. The emperor could no longer face Lila normally. When Lila learned what her grandfather had done, she felt she couldn't leave the emperor. The more she gave to him, the more unstable he became. In the end, Lila died at the emperor's hands. The tragic love story ended in heartbreak. Jean was filled with fear. She regretted not finishing the novel before attending the banquet. How did a romance novel turn into horror? Jean's thoughts were a total mess. She even dreamt she'd almost kissed the emperor, only for him to whisper in her ear, "You will die too." Jean woke up with a start sitting up in bed. She couldn't bear to face the emperor for the entire next day. All she could think about was the novel. Although she disliked Lila, she didn't want her to die. Now she was just thankful she had changed the plot. That annoying Lila shouldn't have to die. Right. But then again, Emperor Isana's life was truly tragic. Being locked up in the Holy Temple Tower as a child was bad enough, but even the ending of the novel was so bleak. Although she had regretted provoking the emperor last night, she suddenly didn't anymore. The thought of his charming smile turning crazy spurred Jean to want to create a happy ending for him. She first had her maid take her to the place where the novel was sold to investigate. Seeing the book, the shopkeeper said it had been banned because Emperor Isana had ascended the throne. All copies had been removed from bookstores. Jean could only continue to ask about the author. The shopkeeper said he didn't know. "I buy my books from a middleman. Hammer." The name sounded familiar. Back home. Jean quickly flipped through the novel. She remembered seeing the name in the book. She found it. He was a strange man who had suddenly appeared before Lila, claiming to be her grandfather's apprentice. He had gray hair and wore glasses. In the novel, he was the second male lead. The middleman's name was the same as the second male lead's. Was this just a coincidence? Jean immediately recognized the man who came to escort her to the palace. It was Hammer, the second male lead from the novel. Hammer took Jean's hand and helped her into the carriage. Jean looked at him curiously. In the novel, Hammer and Emperor Isana were love rivals. They both loved Lila. But how had he become the emperor's aide? Hammer suddenly stopped walking and hurriedly pulled Jean up. Jean, caught off guard, was lifted into the air, dangling precariously. Once she got her bearings, she asked Hammer what he was doing. Hammer, sweating and nervously stroking his chin, said that was almost a disaster. Jean, seeing his reaction, grew nervous herself. Looking around, she asked him what was the matter. Hammer, lowering his head slightly and adjusting his glasses, replied, "I almost stepped on an ant." Trembling, he stared at the ground, covering his mouth with his hand. Such a tiny life. How frightened it must have been. Jean, standing beside him, was truly speechless. Hammer, getting even more agitated, bent over, covering his mouth in distress. "I almost took the lives of these small creatures." Jean was utterly dumbfounded. She wondered if Hammer was joking or trying to mess with her, but he didn't seem to be. With a serious expression, Hammer urged Jean to always watch her step. Jean was even more speechless. On the way to the palace, Jean wondered if she had mistaken him for someone else. This person was different from the Hammer in the novel, yet his appearance matched the description. Jean Gier called him into the carriage and asked him directly, "What is your name?" The man replied, "My name is Lair. Everyone calls me Lala." Jean Gier realized she had indeed mistaken him. She must have been too engrossed in the novel. She told Jean Gier to just call him Lala, and she politely said he could call her Jean Gier. Having exchanged names, they felt a bit closer. Soon, Jean Gier felt sleepy. Having not slept well the night before, she decided to lean against the window and take a nap. After Jean Gier fell asleep, Lala seemed to become a different person. He stared at Jean Gier with a complicated expression until they reached the palace. Only then did Lala wake her. Jean Gier curiously leaned out the window. This was her first time at the palace, and she was amazed by the sight. The palace is so beautiful. Lala told her to follow this road to see the emperor. Jean Gier thanked him politely, just as she was about to leave. Lala called out to her again, reminding her to watch out for the ants. Jean Gier made a gesture of acknowledgement, speechless. She didn't know whether to call him foolish or kind. Lifting her skirt, Jean Gier carefully watched the ground as she went to find the emperor for the sake of a supporting character in a tragic novel. She couldn't help but hope for a happy ending for the male lead. "Isana, Seeing Emperor Isana asleep under a tree, Jean Gier blushed, resting her chin on her hand as she crouched before him, quietly observing. He was so handsome up close. Jean Gier's heart skipped a beat. The Emperor's fair skin and thick, dark eyebrows made him look almost otherworldly. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his eyebrows. Suddenly, the Emperor opened his eyes and looked at her. Startled, Jean Gier quickly hid her hand behind her back, blushing as she looked away. Stammering, she asked, "Did I wake you?" The Emperor rubbed his forehead, masking a hint of embarrassment. "No, I was just thinking about something." Thinking, the Emperor turned his head, looking at Jean Gier crouched before him. Jean Gier, 19 years old, only daughter of the Marquis house. Stubborn and willful, prone to tantrums when things don't go her way. In a childhood rivalry with the Marquis' daughter, Laji, who is the same age, hearing these words, Jean Gier felt like her privacy had been completely invaded. Slightly annoyed, she asked the Emperor, "Why did you investigate me?" She deliberately phrased her complaint in a theatrical manner. Even the Emperor shouldn't arbitrarily investigate a kind, ordinary citizen, right? The Emperor casually rested his arm on his knee. "Because I'm curious about you, Jean Gier. You're the one who made me curious." Jean Gier turned her head, her cheeks flushed, her expression clearly showing her displeasure. The Emperor tilted his head slightly, a confused look on his face. "Miss Jean Gier, are you upset because I investigated you without your permission?" Jean Gier huffed. "Who wouldn't be upset about something like that?" The Emperor stroked his chin, looking up in thought. "If you answer my questions truthfully, I'll stop investigating you." Jean Gier frowned slightly, pouting her lips. "What do you want to know?" The Emperor turned his face, a smile appearing. "Everything. I want to know how much you know about me." Jean Gier outwardly agreed to tell the Emperor everything, as long as he didn't read her mind. However, she immediately averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with the Emperor to prevent him from accessing her thoughts. She had no intention of being completely honest. Everything is unfolding according to the novel. He meets such a tragic end in the story. How can he say these things? The Emperor looks troubled. After all, reading someone's thoughts isn't something they can control. Jean Gier smiles and closes her eyes. "I'll just close my eyes," she says. Seeing Jean Gier like this, the Emperor lowers his head, covers his mouth with his hand, and lets out a chuckle. He finds her amusing. He can't predict what Jean Gier will do next. He leans closer to her and asks, "Do you plan to keep your eyes closed like this?" Jean Gier nods firmly. They draw closer still. A mischievous glint flashes in the Emperor's eyes. But like this, he says, "You won't know what I'll do to you." Jean Gier blushes at his words and stammers, asking what he intends to do. In the next second, Jean Gier feels something and opens her eyes. The Emperor has one arm around her waist, pulling her close. Jean Gier's heart races and she can't help but think wildly. What is he doing? Is he going to kiss me? The Emperor immediately releases her, raising his hands innocently, indicating he had no such intention. Jean Gier quickly closes her eyes again, preventing him from reading her mind. He laughs and asks if she's afraid of him. Jean Gier, however, strangely feels that although the Emperor is smiling, he seems sad. Opening her innocent wide eyes, she shakes her head. "I'm not afraid of you," she says, "but I'm curious how you read people's thoughts." The Emperor leans against the tree, tilting his head. "Actually, you can read people's thoughts, too." Emperor Isana can read the thoughts of anyone he interacts with. Jean Gier, the Duke's daughter, whose secrets he knows, asks him not to read her mind so freely. The Emperor explains that it's not something he can fully control. He can only try to restrain it. He tells Jean Gier that even without reading her thoughts, he can guess what she's thinking by observing her. For example, when Jean Gier is nervous, she pinches her lip. Her eyes also blink rapidly. Resting his chin on his hand, the Emperor observes her intently. At the banquet yesterday, "Jean Gier, I've noticed you're a very straightforward person, but you keep avoiding my gaze. What are you hiding?" The Emperor's analysis makes Jean Gier nervously bite her lip again. "You guessed it." The Emperor encourages Jean Gier to try and watch him, to guess his thoughts. If you concentrate, he says, you're bound to notice something. Hearing these words, Jean Gier's eyes widened a little. Oh my God, she thinks, aren't these the lines from the book? The lines Sana, the male lead, said to Laji, the female lead. Now he's saying them to me, Jean Gier. She can't help but feel a rush of excitement. Calming down, she carefully watches the Emperor. His perfectly pressed white shirt is buttoned all the way to the top. He isn't even wearing a ring. Even though he's the king, he's super plain. It shows he's a meticulous but carefree person. But Jean Gier doesn't want to give such a simple answer. She wants to think of something deep to say. Suddenly, Jean Gier remembers Laji's lines from the novel. She decides to just use those. Your Majesty, she says, I see your pain. After saying the line, Jean Gier waits expectantly for the Emperor's reaction. Unexpectedly, he pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Jean Gier blushes embarrassed. Did she use the wrong lines? Afternoon passes. Quickly as they chat, the Emperor asks to escort Jean Gier home. Back in the quiet palace, the Emperor finds himself thinking about his childhood. He had eyes that could see into people's hearts. His father confined him to the sanctuary. It was the first time he saw his father's stern, almost disgusted expression. Santa, his father had said, your ability is a curse. It's not just on you. It will bring misfortune to everyone around you. So don't resent me. Then came the cold final closing of the sanctuary doors. Santa never wanted this curse-like ability. Feeling cursed, he felt abandoned by his parents. Maybe he shouldn't have been born. He wanted to gouge out his cursed eyes, but he was too much of a coward to do it. From then on, he began to study his ability. Whenever he made eye contact with someone, the ability would activate. If he wanted to, he could hear the ugly thoughts hidden in people's hearts. It had never failed him until now, except for that red-haired woman. The Emperor couldn't help but wonder what secret she was hiding. His aide arrives to report that he has safely escorted Miss Jean Gier home. The Emperor turns a smile on his face. "Thank you for your hard work," he says. The aide's bangs obscure his eyes, making it impossible to read his expression. "Your Majesty, did you get the answers you wanted from Miss Jean Gier?" The Emperor sighed softly, his chin resting on his hand. "I was just making some idle chatter with Jean Gier." At the time, he had laughed openly at Jean Gier's words, asking between chuckles how she could say something like that. Jean Gier's face turned bright red, unable to understand what was so funny. "Your Majesty, your laughter is making me super uncomfortable. Could you please stop?" Recalling this, the Emperor couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. It was the first time in his life that he had talked with someone so honestly. Jean Gier's thoughts and feelings were displayed right on her face. He had seen too many two-faced people, so someone as pure as her was rare. Puzzled, the aide called out, "Your Majesty." The Emperor snapped back to attention. Casually resting his chin on his hand, he instructed, "Bring Laji to the palace tomorrow." The Marquis's daughter, Jean Gier, refused to look him in the eye. Without eye contact, he couldn't get into her head. After they parted, the Emperor ordered his aide to bring Miss Laji here. Jean Gier must be hiding a secret that has to do with him. Since Jean Gier had basically thrown Laji under the bus, he planned to start with her. At that moment, Laji was at home looking at the ruby necklace. She couldn't understand why Jean Gier would steal it. She had asked her sister Urgi, but Urgi couldn't explain it either. To be tricked by that little brat Jean Gier, Laji fumed, her hands clenching into fists. But then again, I wonder how His Majesty is doing. She couldn't forget the Emperor's deepy, sparkling eyes at the banquet. She felt like he definitely had something to say to her. If it weren't for Jean Gier's scheming, she would have talked to him. Then the Emperor's aide suddenly appeared. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Allaire, His Majesty's aide." Even though it was the first time she had heard the name, Laji felt a weird sense of familiarity. Allaire adjusted his glasses. "His Majesty wishes to see you." Laji's eyes widened in surprise. Overcome with joy, she instinctively picked up the ruby necklace. Allaire suddenly advised her against bringing the necklace, but Laji ignored him. He only said, "Please do not bring the necklace Lord Suga gave you." Laji froze. This man knew her grandfather. "Who are you, meanwhile?" Back home, Jean Gier was agonizing over her plagiarized lines. She had recited lines from a novel, but the Emperor had just laughed uncontrollably. How embarrassing, she thought. But his laugh is so beautiful, so pure. Jean Gier couldn't help but wonder what the Emperor was doing now. Suddenly, her mother, the Marchioness, came to talk about marriage. The Duke has set a date for the wedding. Jean Gier abruptly stood up. "What? Why? So suddenly?" The Marchioness explained that she had been engaged to Urgi for a while, so the Duke's proposal was totally normal. Jean Gier, having been too comfortable lately, had forgotten about breaking off the engagement. Taking a deep breath, she told her mother she didn't want to marry Urgi, then hung her head. The Marchioness wasn't mad. Gier must have her reasons, and as her mom, she would support her. That Urgi must have done something awful. She hugged her daughter. "This is a huge decision in your life. No matter what you choose, I'll always support you." Gier decided to talk to the Duke herself. At the Duke's residence, she told him about Urgi and Laji's relationship, asking to break off the engagement. The Duke refused. "I thought this was something important. An engagement is an agreement between families. Breaking off your engagement with the Duke's family isn't something you can just do on a whim." He asked Gier to be understanding of Urgi, claiming that once they were married, Urgi would settle down. Gier hadn't expected the Duke to be so shameless. She declared that she was determined to end the engagement. The Duke didn't seem to care. "Unless you can find someone more powerful than me, don't even dream of it." Gier remained silent. The Duke was using his power to threaten her. Then she suddenly thought of someone. "So if I find someone more powerful than you, I can break off the engagement?" The Duke sneered. "That's right." Gier stood up suddenly, warning the Duke not to regret his words. She would make sure he wouldn't be laughing next time. She had connections he couldn't even imagine. Gier realized she needed to find someone powerful to help her break off the engagement. The first person she thought of was Emperor Izana. However, she still needed to figure out how to ask him for help. Lost in thought, Gier ended up at the bookstore she had visited before without even realizing it. Feeling down, she walked right into the bookstore hoping to find some new romance novels to heal her broken heart. She found one with a promising title. As she reached for the book, a slender hand suddenly appeared next to hers, touching it. Annoyed, she glared at the person who dared to snatch the book from her. To her surprise, it was Lair who greeted her with a smile. Gier curiously asked if he also read romance novels. He nodded. Gier was surprised, thinking to herself that with his cool and professional vibe, Lair seemed like the last person who would read those kinds of books. Lair narrowed his eyes. "Miss Gier, Are you thinking that with my cool and professional appearance, I don't seem like someone who reads romance novels? Jir, her thoughts totally exposed, immediately denied it. Embarrassed, she wondered if Lair could read minds. Lair told her, not only do I read romance novels, I've also written quite a few. Maybe you've even read some of them, Miss Jir. Jir was totally shocked. She imagined Lair writing and the image just felt completely wrong. How could a guy like that write cheesy romance novels? As if he could see right through her, Lair asked, are you thinking it's absolutely impossible, Miss Jir? Jir turned her face away embarrassed. Lair quickly explained that he wasn't reading her mind, but that his intuition was just really sharp. Jir thought to herself, his intuition is way too sharp. Lair couldn't help but smile. Seeing Jir's annoyed expression, he adjusted his glasses and explained, sorry for being so blunt, but Miss Jir, you really are pretty interesting. Jir looked away. Recalling Isana's words, Miss Jir is quite interesting. Having been teased way too much lately, she frowned a little, muttering, I'm not interesting. Jir suddenly had an idea. She looked at Lair with pleading eyes, explaining that she also really wanted to read the book, but she was feeling generous and would let him have it. However, I have one request. Let me see Emperor Isana again. Lair agreed. His Majesty is also really looking forward to seeing you, miss. Jir blushed bright red. Isana is acting so cold on the outside, but secretly, he's dying to see me. What a cute guy. Lair, watching Jir lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but point out that the phrase has a lot of meanings. Jir looked at him hopefully. It's a good meaning, right? He stepped back, clutching the book. I guess so, he admitted. He told Jir he would let His Majesty know and get back to her with a response. Jir beamed and thanked him. 2 days later, Jir was at home reading a novel when she heard a knock at the door. It was Urgi who had come to talk to her about breaking off the engagement. Jir was just about to ask the Emperor for help to break off the engagement when her fiancé Urgi showed up, begging her to reconsider. Jir calmly took a sip of tea and suggested Urgi get engaged to Logi instead. Urgi looked all innocent, claiming he and Logi weren't a thing anymore. I only have you now. Jir coldly told him to get lost. She wondered who even let him into her room. Don't come here again without my permission. Urgi tried to speak, but Jir cut him off. The moment I found out you cheated, everything was decided. A maid suddenly came in and told Jir that a letter had arrived. Jir opened it excitedly. It was from Lair, saying he would be there soon to take her to see the Emperor. As she stood up to leave, Jir glared at Urgi. I expect you to be gone when I get back. Urgi was speechless, standing there for an hour waiting for Jir to come back. He had been seriously chewed out by his father, the Duke. If the engagement was broken off, their family's reputation would be ruined. He had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Urgi felt bitter about it. Jir had always chased after him, but now she was going after the Emperor. He angrily ruffled his hair. He shouldn't have messed with that girl. Suddenly, something fell. Urgi picked it up. It was a novel. The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquise's Daughter. Meanwhile, Jir was in a carriage with Lair heading to the palace. Staring out the window, everything started looking super familiar. Jean Jir got all curious and asked Claire, so why is His Majesty always just chilling in the courtyard? Why he's always in the courtyard? I think you know the answer to that, Miss Jean Jir. Jean Jir totally froze, wanting to ask what he meant. But then the carriage pulled to a stop. Claire gestured for her to get out. His Majesty is waiting for you. Jean Jir gathered her dress, her mind racing over what Claire said. As she walked through the courtyard, it suddenly hit her. She remembered reading in the novel that Isana was basically claustrophobic from being locked in that tower for so long and hated being inside, which is why he was always out here. But wait, how did Claire know that she knew that? Was he just guessing, like using his super intuition or something? Now that she was thinking about it, that whole run-in at the bookstore a few days ago was kind of weird too. Before she knew it, she was standing right in front of Emperor Izana. He totally smiled at her. Hey there, Miss Ginger. Jean Jir cringed at the nickname. She bit back a snappy comment and curtsied. Deep breaths. She needed his help today, so she had to keep her cool. The Emperor casually dropped, so I ran into Logi the other day. Jean Jir's anger flared up instantly, her hands balling into fists. He was so talking about that Logi. The Emperor couldn't help but crack up. Jean Jir forced herself to chill out. You met Miss Logi in person, Your Majesty. He nodded, trying to look serious. Yep, I met that girl, that young lady. Jean Jir just sighed, totally exasperated. Are you seriously messing with me right now, Your Majesty? Leaning on his hand, he grinned and admitted, Yeah, I'm totally messing with you. That smile literally made Jean Jir's heart skip a beat. It was pounding like crazy. OMG, how is anyone that good looking? He could literally get by on his face alone. He's so infuriating, I want to punch him. But he's way too hot for that. Shaking it off, Jean Jir got back to business and asked him, So, what did you need to ask Logi about? But the Emperor just said it was a secret. Anxious and annoyed, Jean Jir pouted stingy. He just tilted his head, looking at her. You're the one who's being stingy. Miss Ginger, you're the one keeping me hanging. You won't spill the one thing I'm dying to know. I, Emperor Izana, demand that you tell me every secret you're hiding. Jean Gier looked down. She totally couldn't meet his eyes. If she told him about the novel, he'd find out about his own tragic ending. How could she possibly do that to him? Noticing how conflicted she looked, the Emperor switched gears. Let's drop it for now. You came here to ask me something, right? Jean Gier finally remembered why she was there, and her expression got all serious as she brought up the whole, engagement disaster. Erg's dad basically said, unless I get someone with some major power to order it, the engagement is stuck on. She spilled everything to the Emperor about Erg and Logi. The Emperor kind of joked, wow, just hearing about him makes him sound like a total jerk. I seriously want to punch that guy's face until it's red as a ginger. Jean Gier's face went bright red. Your Majesty, you remembered that. He laughed and said he remembered it perfectly. Jean Gier just let out this super awkward laugh. After he was done teasing her, the Emperor asked, so you want to use my authority to help you call off this engagement? Jean Gier nodded like her life depended on it. But then the Emperor got this complicated look on his face. The thing is, this whole situation involves Logi. He asked her, kind of skeptical, this isn't like some personal vendetta, is it? Jean Gier waved her hand. No way, there's no personal drama. Wow, Your Majesty, it sounds like you've really been digging into my life. He tilted his head and looked right at her. For real, yes. Because I'm super curious about you. Jean Gier's heart did a total backflip, even though she knew he was just curious about her big secret. Why was she getting so flustered? The Emperor told her, I can help you end this engagement. But then he got this little smirk. Let's make a deal. Jean Gier was immediately intrigued. What kind of deal? The Emperor slowly leaned in closer. Tell me the secret you're hiding. Whoa, way too close. Jean Gier's brain went a little fuzzy. She had to stay strong. He was totally using his looks on her. She could not absolutely not fall for it. It was like he read her mind because he admitted it straight up. Yep, I am 100% trying to charm you right now, Miss Ginger. Now spill. How did you know about my powers? His face got closer and closer. Jean Gier felt like she couldn't even breathe. She just blurted out a book and then instantly regretted it. Jean Gier whipped her head away from him, but he just leaned around to face her again. Come on, tell me. How did you know? He gently held her face in his hands. He was so close. She could literally hear her heart thumping like a drum solo. Her cheeks were on fire and her head was spinning again. I read about it. In a book. The Emperor finally let her go. Jean Gier slapped her hands over her burning cheeks. Oh my God, she actually said it out loud. Behind her, the Emperor sounded totally confused. Wait, did you say a book like a book about me? Jean Gier pressed a hand to her forehead. She was literally sweating. What was she supposed to do now? Maybe try to change the subject. No, that was dumb. He'd figure it out sooner or later. Oh, forget it. Might as well just tell him everything. The Emperor watched her totally fascinated, resting his chin on his hand. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's put all our cards on the table, Eithen. And that's when Emperor Isana finally understood that he was basically the main character in a novel, and Jean Gier was the one who just told him. That book, it doesn't just talk about your past, Your Majesty. It talks about your future too. Jean Gier looked super worried. She figured the Emperor, like she knew he'd want to see the book, but she was totally freaking out about showing it to him. How could she let him see his own tragic ending? Jean Gier stalled, asking, so, you actually believe me? The Emperor was like, it sounds completely insane, but I can feel you're telling the truth. Then out of nowhere, he said, Miss Ginger. Jean Gier just looked at him confused. His intense eyes got all soft and hooded. Am I happy in this book? Jean Gier's mouth went dry and she clammed up. Oh, if only she could lie right now. She could just say, he was gorgeous, powerful, and literally had everything. So how could a guy like that not be happy? But one look at Jean Gier's pained expression, and the Emperor totally read the room. Guess not, huh? He didn't seem to dwell on it, though. The Emperor offered to help Jean Gier ditch her engagement to Ergi. But, can you show me that book? He pushed. Someone knows what I'm thinking and wrote a whole novel about it. This could cause, me some major headaches down the line. Jean Gier was still holding back. Then he leaned in, his gaze so soft it was unreal. Show it to me. And just like that, Jean Gier's face was on fire and her heart was doing a drum solo. It felt like he was pulling her soul right out of her body. Without even thinking, she blurted out, I'll show you. Jean Gier was so mad at herself she could cry. There was just no resisting the Emperor when he was like this. He took her hand, and then closing his eyes, he leaned down and kissed her. Come back to the palace tomorrow. I'll be waiting. Jean Gier was blushing like crazy, her lips in a little pout. Your Majesty, are you sure you're not like a total pro at this romance stuff? The Emperor just leaned on his hand, a few strands of hair falling over his eyes, and that killer smile was back. Guess you'll have to find out for yourself, won't you? Jean Gier was literally screaming on the inside. OMG, how is this guy so smooth? When she got home, she was totally wrecked, like he'd siphoned her soul for the day. She dragged herself to the cupboard to find the novel, but it was just gone. She was so sure she'd left it on the coffee table earlier. Then it hit her. Ergi was here. Could he have swiped it? She ran through all the options, and yeah, Urgi was basically suspect number one. This was so not good. If Urgi read that book, he'd totally connect the dots. But if she confronted him, he'd never just give it back. And if he knew how bad she needed it, he'd use it against her for sure. Jean Gier also started stressing that Urgi might show the book to Laji. If Laji saw it, she'd know the real reason Jean Gier wanted that necklace. Laji might even get all sad and protective over Emperor Isana and decide he was her soulmate or something. And Laji, who goes all in for love, probably wouldn't even care about the book's tragic ending. Jean Gier's head was starting to pound. Okay, what was the plan? She had to give the Emperor the book tomorrow, but it was basically impossible to find now. She couldn't even buy a new copy. Then, like a lightning bolt, an idea hit her. That's it. If you can't buy it, write it. Jean Gier decided she'd just write a whole new novel for the Emperor, the main guy, the Emperor, and the leading lady, her, obviously. Jean Gier basically did a find and replace, swapping out all of Laji's parts with herself. In her version, it didn't take long for the Emperor to realize he was majorly falling for Jean Gier. She was totally daydreaming about the scene where the Emperor would finally confess everything. Ginger felt a huge rush of excitement. I mean, she'd read hundreds of romance novels growing up. Making up a story like this, a total piece of cake. Ginger pulled an all-nighter and finally finished the novel. She was so tired, she literally face-planted on her desk. She'd cut all the stuff about Laji, her grandpa. And that hammer dude, the new ending, her and the Emperor living happily ever after. Oh, if only life could be like her fanfic. Ginger called for a maid and told her to get the manuscript bound ASAP. She asked for a pink cover with the title, The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis. Once the maid was gone, an exhausted Ginger basically passed out on her desk. Before she knew it, the maid was waking her up saying the book was ready. Ginger checked out the finished product and a super satisfied smile spread across her face. The maid then reminded her that the carriage from the palace was here. Feeling totally confident, Ginger got ready to head out, and just as she expected, Lala was there to get her. She greeted him with a big smile. But Lala's eyes were glued to the book she was holding. Ginger immediately whipped it behind her back, thinking he wanted a peek. Lala, though, just seemed super amused by the whole thing. He covered his mouth with both hands, his face turning bright red. Realizing he was being rude, Ginger snapped, "Are you seriously laughing at me?" After getting it together, Lala took off his glasses and wiped away tears. He apologized for cracking up. Ginger, who had a total soft spot for cute guys, was kinda stunned for a second. She never realized Lala had such a killer smile, shaking her head to snap out of it. She lightly tapped her head. This was not the time for a new crush. Ginger turned to get in the carriage, but Lala called out, "Wait, are you for real going to give that book to His Majesty?" Ginger spun around, totally confused. How did Lala know about the book? Did the Emperor spill? Then Lala lifted his hand and did some kind of magic. Suddenly, Ginger was zapped into a vision looking all around her. It looked like the palace courtyard. She saw herself and the Emperor chilling in a pavilion. As she drifted closer, she saw the Emperor was reading the actual novel she had written. And then, all of a sudden, the Emperor totally scoffed and was like, "You told me you heard about my powers from Lagina, but there's nothing about that in this book." Then he was giving her this ice-cold death stare in the vision. This whole book is just about the cringy love story between Ginga and Isana. You really thought you could play me with some fake story. The Emperor totally lost it and ripped the book to pieces, his face like ice, as he ordered Ginger's execution. Ginger snapped awake from the vision. Totally freaked out and still shaking, she wrapped her arms around herself and asked Lala, "What the heck was that just now?" Lala explained he'd used magic to show her a sneak peek of the near future. "It's basically a prophecy." Ginger gave Lala this super confused look. "Okay, for real, who are you?" Lala decided it was time to drop the act. "My real name is Hammer." And then it all clicked for Ginga. He was the other main guy from the novel Lena's Grandfather's Apprentice, the Emperor's right-hand man, Lala. Ginger was like, "OMG, you're the asterisk Hammer from my book." She started remembering the plot. In the novel, Hammer had this major secret crush on Lagina, but he eventually figured out she was all about the Emperor. Hammer was the type of character who just quietly had Lalena's back from the shadows. Ginger wondered why Lala was now the Emperor's aide and why he was being so secretive. She demanded he start talking, but Lala just pushed her to go see the Emperor first. "Your Majesty is waiting. I'll explain everything later." He snapped his fingers and poof, a pink book fell out of the sky. It was The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis. Lala told Ginga to give this book to the Emperor instead. "If you give him the book you wrote, then just like in that freaky vision you saw, things are going to get real bad." Even though she was so over it, Ginga knew she didn't have a choice but to take it. Lala told Ginger that all the stuff about him, the second male lead, had been completely wiped from this version. After all, His Majesty has no clue I'm Hammer yet. Ginger, holding the new book, asked Lala if he was the one who wrote the last forbidden book too. Lala just nodded like, "Yep, that was me." Ginger had a million more questions, but then the carriage pulled up out of nowhere. Lala swore he'd spill all the tea later. After she hopped out of the carriage, Ginger had to give her novel to Lala to hold, since she couldn't take it in with her. She warned him, "Don't you dare peek." And a super nervous Lala swore he wouldn't. Just as Ginger was about to walk off, Lala did some magic on her right hand and this super pretty bracelet appeared. "Wear this, and you literally won't be able to say the name Hammer in front of His Majesty." He apologized to Ginger, explaining that he couldn't blow his cover just yet. Ginger had no choice but to head out. As she walked away, she grumbled to herself, wondering if her novel was actually that terrible. Seeing her act like this, Lala couldn't stop himself from cracking a smile. Ginger got to the courtyard and handed the book to the Emperor. He was sitting in his chair holding the pink book and leafing through The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquise. "So, the Imprisoned Prince is me, huh? Wow, what a name." Still kind of traumatized from that vision, Ginga carefully asked what he wanted her to do now. In this really gentle voice, the Emperor told her she could either take off or just hang out and wait for him. So relieved, Ginga happily said, "I'll totally wait." The Emperor thoughtfully suggested she could take a walk in the gardens if she got bored. Staring at the Emperor's ridiculously handsome face, Ginger couldn't help but wonder what was going through his head after reading the book. Like, would he start crushing on Locky Lost? In her thoughts, Ginga suddenly felt super sleepy. She must have pulled an all-nighter last night. She told herself she couldn't just pass out here, but her eyelids had other plans. When she woke up, it was pitch black all around her. Whoa, did it get dark that fast? The Emperor's voice came from somewhere nearby. "So, you're finally awake." Ginger realized she was in like an actual room. The Emperor explained that she was totally knocked out, and he didn't have the heart to wake her. The first thing Ginger blurted out was, "Oh my God, did I snore?" The Emperor chuckled and said, "Well, I can't lie to you." Ginger turned beet red, covering her mouth in total embarrassment. Looking around, it hit her that she was in the Emperor's actual bedroom. Wait, did he carry her here while she was asleep? The thought made her heart do a little backflip. The room was super dark. Ginger asked if they could maybe light a lamp. The Emperor said no. "It has to be dark. That way, I can't see your eyes. And if I can't see them, I can't read your thoughts." The Emperor could only block out people's thoughts in a dark room. He really didn't want to turn on the light. Ginger's face fell a little. She remembered from the novel that the Emperor either hung out in the gardens or in super dark rooms. It was the only way he could get a break from hearing everyone's thoughts. Darkness was his only real peace. The Emperor said with this sad, sarcastic laugh, "Yep, just like in a novel. Darkness is my only solace. I don't know who wrote that thing, but they weren't wrong." Ginger's eyes got all soft with sympathy. Even though she couldn't see his face, she could totally hear how lonely and hurt he sounded. Ginger got out of bed and reached out to grab the Emperor's hand. He suddenly snatched her hand, his face getting all red. "What do you think you're doing?" Ginger covered her face, totally mortified. "Wait, wasn't that your hand?" The Emperor, embarrassed and blushing, told her, No, that was my leg." Ginger immediately started apologizing, saying she so didn't mean to. "I just wanted to hold your Majesty's hand to make you feel better." The Emperor buried his super red face in his hands. "You little troublemaker. Seriously, what am I going to do with you?" Ginger leaned in, a little looking worried. "Your Majesty, you're not going to punish me or anything, are you?" The Emperor, his face still flushed, shot her a look. "If you actually did that on purpose, then I would have to." Ginger went completely red. "No way," she blurted out, even though on the inside, she was kind of thinking she wouldn't mind a repeat. She just stammered, insisting it was a total accident. The Emperor stroked his chin. His eyes narrowed playfully. He leaned closer to Ginger. "You seem a little strange. I really want to turn on the light and read your mind." "Miss Ginger?" Ginger's expression turned to panic. "Don't," she pleaded, insisting she was telling the truth. The Emperor's lips curved into a smile. He held out his hand. Ginger looked at him, quizzically. "What do you want?" The Emperor said lazily, "Didn't you want to hold my hand?" Ginger reached out and clasped the Emperor's hand. Warmth spread through her hand. "Your Majesty's hand is so warm." Jean-Gere couldn't help but say, even though she hadn't spent much time with the Emperor from the first moment she saw him, until now she felt herself becoming more and more fascinated by him, the Emperor. His face slightly flushed, buried it in his hand, and looked away. "It's a little hot in here," he explained. Jean-Gere's heart inexplicably raced. If this continued, she felt she might like the Jean-Gere in the novel. Fall in love with the Emperor. Liking someone didn't require any particular reason. Jean-Gere's hand shifted in the Emperor's. The Emperor asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Jean-Gere's eyes shone. "I want to cherish this opportunity your Majesty has given me." She intertwined their fingers, forming a crescent shape. The Emperor blushed, put a hand to his forehead, and sighed. "I'm really at your mercy. You keep leading me astray today." Jean-Gere, however, declared happily, "I'm glad I can lead your Majesty astray." Inwardly, she couldn't help but wonder. The Emperor in the novel loved Reaga. Who would he fall in love with in reality? If only things would unfold like in her novel. First, S.A. told Jean-Gere that he had finished reading her romance novel where she was the main character. She found it unbelievable. What happened in the past is exactly the same as what's written in the novel. However, the Emperor stroked his chin and slowly said, "Miss Ginger, you seem to have lied to me about something." That Rialena knew about my ability is false, isn't it, Yinza? She explained. It's because when we first met, I couldn't mention the book, and even if I had, you wouldn't have believed me. After explaining, she sincerely apologized to the Emperor. The Emperor expressed his understanding. After all, the first time you saw this book, you must have been confused. I'll let you off the hook this time. Jean Gier breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Emperor's eyes suddenly turned icy. Next time you lie to me, I'll really turn you into ginger. Jean Gier, frightened, shrank back. She had never found the word ginger so terrifying. The Emperor picked up the book and asked Jean Gier, "Who is the author of this book? How could they know so much about my ability?" Jean Gier raised her eyes, recalling, "I was curious too, so I found this bookstore. Then what did the bookstore owner say?" She looked at the Emperor and said, "The bookstore owner didn't know who the author was, so I didn't continue searching." Genie Elite, she remembered the owner mentioning the author's name, but she inexplicably couldn't recall it. The Emperor told Jean Gier he had a suspect in mind. Jean Gier asked, puzzled, "Who?" Gisette, I remember meeting him when I was young, just like it says in the book. If it really was him who cursed me, then he must have written this book as well, although I don't know his intentions. Jean Gier felt it wasn't him. After all, Gisette was deceased. The Emperor said he hadn't seen him die with his own eyes. Perhaps Gisette was still alive. Jean Gier found it slickly. She felt like she was forgetting something. She didn't think it could be Gisette, but rather someone she knew. Suddenly, she noticed a bracelet on her right wrist. Strange, when did she put that on? The Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, the Jean Gier in the book is exactly like you, Toltoy. Jean Gier immediately dropped the bracelet matter and asked expectantly, "How am I like her?" The Emperor said, "Seriously, just the way you look at me with infatuation lost in your daydreams." Jean Gier turned around embarrassed and said she didn't understand what he was saying. The Emperor, however, wouldn't let her off the hook. "Do you need me to refresh your memory?" he asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Jean Gier frantically interrupted him with a single word, her face flushed and tears welling up, begging him to stop. The Emperor, however, lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand, and said with a smirk, "My, how embarrassing that must have been for me." Jean Gier inwardly complained that she was the one who was the most embarrassed and mortified. The Emperor said there was one difference from the book. The Jean Gier in the book was just a foolish villain. He looked tenderly at Jean Gier. "You're different in reality. Sometimes you're foolish with a touch of innocence." Jean Gier was speechless. Was he complimenting her or insulting her? The Emperor said, "I don't believe the future will unfold according to the novel. For example, I haven't fallen for Rialena. It's true. As the novel says, I can't read your thoughts, but I'm a little curious about you." Jean Gier was incredibly grateful that she hadn't stolen that ruby necklace. If she had worn it, perhaps tragedy would have befallen her. After turning on the light, the Emperor read Jean Gier's thoughts. Her mind was completely preoccupied with his body before turning on the lights. The two were still smiling as they discussed the novel's contents. The Emperor told Jean Gier in reality, "I felt Miss Ginger's charm." Hearing this, Jean Gier's eyes seemed to sparkle. With an expectant look, she asked him, "What kind of charm?" The Emperor's expression turned slightly pained. Like, how do I even say this? It's a kind of clueless but cute charm. Jean Gier was literally speechless. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The Emperor just smirked at her. "For real, I've never met anyone like you. It's actually interesting." Jean Gier's face fell, but she tried to tell herself, "Hey, at least he thinks I'm charming." Then the Emperor suddenly got up. He'd been feeling kind of warm for a minute now. With his back to her, he shrugged off his jacket. Jean Gier totally gulped. She could just catch a glimpse of his collar all loose and... Wow. Jean Gier's mind went completely fuzzy. Only one thought was screaming in her head. OMG, his skin looks so smooth and perfect. Just then, the Emperor flipped on the light. Their eyes locked. For a sec, they just stared at each other, not saying a word. Jean Gier was freaking out, wondering if he'd just heard her internal fangirling. She awkwardly asked why he turned on the light. The Emperor, looking a little out of it himself, was like, "Oh, no reason. It was just super dark." So Jean Gier, bracing herself, asked, "Did you just read my mind?" Inside, she was screaming, "Please say no, please say no." The Emperor's lips tightened, his hand clenching the collar of his white shirt. "Okay, I take it back. You're not clueless." Jean Gier felt like she'd been zapped by lightning. She grabbed her head, totally mortified. The Emperor covered his chest, looking totally exhausted by her. "Maybe I should just turn the lights off again." Jean Gier's face was beet red. She squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "Don't bother. I promise no more thirsty thoughts. Why'd you have to turn the light on right then? And why did we have to make eye contact?" The Emperor actually seemed to think about it for a second. He told Jean Gier, "I don't remember giving you permission, Miss Jean Gier, to think about me like that." Jean Gier's eyes totally lit up. Looking super hopeful, she shot back, "So if you do give me permission." "Can I think those things about you?" The Emperor subtly scooted back. "I'm gonna have to think about that." Jean Gier watched him back away, completely stunned, and she just couldn't take it anymore. She was like, "I have standards, you know. I'm not gonna jump you just 'cause you get a little closer." The Emperor told her she should probably go home. Glancing at the clock, he said, "A girl with standards. Yay. Probably shouldn't be in a guy's room this late, right?" Jean Jie finally noticed how late it actually was. She gave him this pouty look, not even trying to get off the bed. It's such a waste to leave now. What are you thinking? Do you feel this vibe too?" "I wish I could read your mind for once." The Emperor looked at her confused. "What's up?" Jean Jie asked a little shy, "Can I maybe not go home?" The Emperor started sweating. That is a seriously risky thing to say. Jean Jie figured whatever might as well go all in. "Since you already know what I'm like, why not just see for yourself? It wouldn't be the worst thing." The Emperor told her to stop playing, but Jean Jie gave him a dead serious look. Inside, she was like, "I am 100% not kidding. I'm serious." The Emperor put a hand to his forehead and sighed. "This is literally the first time I've ever been scared to read someone's mind." Miss Jean Jie was trying to crash at the Emperor's place and was not taking no for an answer. The Emperor insisted she had to leave tonight. He had a super early meeting with Duke Mickelson tomorrow. Duke Mickelson BTW is Urgie's dad. Jean Jie just like automatically tuned out the whole "you have to leave" part and asked excitedly, "Is it to call off his engagement?" The Emperor nodded, "But I still haven't figured out the right angle. I mean, it's the Duke's family we're talking about. I need a reason so solid he has no choice but to end it." Jean Jie thought for a sec. Then an idea hit her that made her grin. Still lounging on the bed, she looked up with his big, innocent puppy dog eyes and pouted. "I'm still not leaving tonight." The Emperor was shook his face, getting a little pink. Jean Jie cupped her face and explained all serious, "Let the Duke Mickelson get the wrong idea about us. That way he'll know I'm your girl. And then boom, the engagement is history. Makes sense, right?" She looked down, blushing, and started drawing little circles with her finger. "Obviously, nothing has to happen between us tonight, but I mean, if you wanted to..." "Jean." The Emperor, breaking out in a cold sweat, totally cut her off. He covered his mouth and coughed a couple times, saying it would be bad for his rep. Jean Jie looked all touched. "Are you worried about *me*?" The Emperor's cheeks got a little red, and he got all proud, trying to play it off like he wasn't worried and it was just a what-if situation. Jean Jie could totally tell he was concerned and smiled. "Whatever, you basically just agreed to let me stay the night, right?" The Emperor had no choice but to give in. He let Jean Jie have his room and went to his study, but it wasn't long before he slammed his book shut annoyed. He couldn't focus at all. His brain was 100% full of Jean Jie. A random thought made him smile. Jean Jie wasn't scared of him in the slightest. She was probably totally passed out by now. The Emperor walked over to her door and knocked super softly. Hearing nothing, he cracked the door open. Jean Jie was dead asleep. He walked over to the bed and leaned over a little, just watching her. He thought, "Is this for real? The same girl who swore she'd be too hyped to even sleep in my room." He reached out and gently brushed a piece of hair off her forehead, whispering, "Miss Jean Jie, what am I supposed to do with you?" In her sleep, Jean Jie moved a little, her cheek brushing right against his hand. The Emperor totally froze. "What am I doing?" He yanked his hand back fast. Maybe reading that book tonight totally messed with his chill. That book didn't just describe his imprisonment in the tower, but also painted a terrifying picture of the future. If it weren't for Miss Jean Jie by his side, he would probably be even more hopeless. The Emperor walked to the door and looked back at her. "Thank you, Miss Jean Jie." He closed the door. Waking up the next morning, Jean Jie felt she had slept really well. She had thought she would be too excited to sleep, but she had fallen asleep instantly, as if she were in her own home. She had even had a great dream. Soon, a maid told her that Duke Mickelson had just arrived at the palace. Jean Jie quickly messed up her appearance, making her hair messy and her clothes a mess, looking like she had just woken up. This was perfect for tricking the Duke. The Emperor was about to bring up breaking off the engagement with the Duke when Jean Jie walked out pretending to have just woken up. "Your Majesty, I've come to pay my respects." She acted like she had just noticed the Duke, feigning surprise and covering her mouth with her hand. "Oh my, Duke Mickelson." As expected, the Duke looked shocked and speechless. Jean Jie demurely tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I came to see His Majesty last night, so naturally I had to pay my respects this morning." She smirked to herself. The Duke probably never dreamed that someone so high-ranking would be involved with me. The Duke, pulling himself together, scowled at Jean Jie. "It seems the rumors about you are true after all. You're even worse than the rumors say." Jean Jie glared at him. "You turn a blind eye to Urgie's wrongdoings, but when it comes to me..." Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. "Enough," the Emperor said. The Duke, assuming the Emperor was on his side, continued to badmouth Jean Jie, smugly addressing the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you must be aware of the many nasty rumors surrounding Jean Jie." The Emperor rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowed calmly. "Since you're so unhappy with her, let's call off the engagement." The Duke was stunned. A charming smile played on the Emperor's lips as he looked at the Duke with amusement. "I've taken an interest in Miss Jean Jie, who the Duke dislikes so much." He then put on a serious face. "Why don't we settle this matter right now, Duke? The engagement is cancelled." The Duke was flustered. Jean Jie blushed slightly, focusing on the key phrase, "taking an interest." "Surely I didn't mishear that." The emperor pushed the duke to make a decision quickly, saying that silence would be taken as agreement. The duke stammered, unable to speak. Noticing Jean Gier staring at him, the emperor winked at her. Her eyes widened and her heart skipped a beat. She covered her flushed cheeks, screaming internally, "The emperor just winked at me." Still unwilling to give up, the duke asked the emperor why he was interested in Jean Gier. Canceling the engagement would definitely impact his family. He had planned to seize Jean Gier's family assets, and now his plans were ruined. The emperor's face grew cold as he stared at the duke, who couldn't help but tremble. The emperor stated indifferently that it was his right to be interested in whoever he chose. Under all that pressure, the duke finally agreed to call off the engagement. The two formally ended the engagement in the emperor's presence. After the duke left, Jean Gier beamed. "Your Majesty, you are amazing. You really put the duke in his place." The emperor calmly sipped his tea, saying he had just spoken his mind. Hearing this, Jean Gier blushed slightly, clasping her hands together. She looked at the emperor expectantly. "Your Majesty, what did you mean when you said you were interested in me?" The emperor froze for a second, then turned his head to the side. Blushing, he looked away, avoiding her gaze. "Could it be you're expecting something?" He suddenly flicked Jean Gier's forehead. "Like I said yesterday, you're the most unique person I've met since leaving the tower. That's why I'm interested." She had been reading too much into it, but she quickly perked up. Interested was still interested. Since ancient times, interest has always led to affection. Jean Gier stared intensely at the emperor, thinking to herself, "Isana, you'll definitely fall for me eventually?" The emperor asked Jean Gier with an awkward expression. "Is the feeling you expect from me the same as the feeling you had for Ergi?" Seeing Jean Gier's confused look, the emperor explained, "Although you and Ergi are no longer engaged." It certainly wasn't like this when the engagement was decided. Jean Gier lowered her head, a slightly sad look on her face. "Yes, I used to care about Ergi that way, but not anymore. I really liked him once. He said he liked long, flowing hair, so I wore my hair down every day. No matter how much of a pain it was, I wanted to keep it that way for him. That's how I felt about Ergi in the past." Jean Gier looked up at the emperor, thinking to herself, "Now, what I expect from Isana is..." The emperor froze for a moment, then chuckled. "It seems Miss Gier is more sentimental than I thought." Jean Gier blushed and looked down. She had almost forgotten the emperor could read her mind. A wave of sadness and disappointment washed over her. Just a few months ago, she had been in love with Ergi. She hadn't expected to fall for someone else so quickly. Will His Majesty's interest in me disappear just as quickly? The emperor suddenly patted her head, gently telling her not to look so glum. Jean Gier felt a little touched. Then the emperor added, "You're cuter when you're being silly." Jean Gier thought to herself that the emperor really knew how to kill the mood. He gently patted her head and leaned in, telling her she should probably head home. Jean Gier begged to stay just a little bit longer, but the emperor told her to be good. "I've got a ton of stuff to do today, and your mom's got to be worried." Jean Gier finally, super reluctantly agreed to go. Oh, my mom would totally stay and bug him forever, she thought. She gave a half-hearted curtsy and mumbled goodbye. She dragged her feet to the door, feeling totally bummed. How can I come up with an excuse to see him again, she wondered. Right as her hand touched the doorknob, a voice called out, "Wait!" The emperor had grabbed her hand from behind. Jean Gier's head shot up full of hope. He draped his coat over her shoulders. "Don't get the wrong idea," he said, his face turning a little pink. "I just don't want you to get sick." Jean Gier stared at him, her eyes practically sparkling, thinking, "That's literally all I want to do." The emperor pushed her to go, saying, "Lala's waiting outside. He'll see you home." He stood by the window, watching Jean Gier walk away. A super soft look came over his face. At first, she'd only caught his attention because she knew about his power. But then, he started finding her whole direct and innocent vibe kind of fascinating. He remembered how she'd boldly declared she was going to make him fall for her. The emperor couldn't stop a smile from spreading across his face. Jean Gier got to the carriage and gave Lala a friendly, "Hey." But once she was inside, she got this weird feeling that something was off, like there was something super important she had to ask Lala. But her mind was a total blank. Lala asked all innocently, "Is there something on my face?" Jean Gier was like, "I feel like I had something to tell you, but I seriously can't remember." Lala snapped his fingers. The bracelet on Jean Gier's right wrist just poof, disappeared, and then it all came flooding back. Lala wrote the book, and he was also Nanner Hamer from the story. Lala smirked and asked, "Remember now?" Jean Gier had totally thought she was living in some made-up world, but now she realized it was a prophecy book. She asked Lala, "You wrote that novel for real?" Lala nodded. "I made sure you were the one to read that book." He ducked his head a little and started to explain. "But first let me tell you a bit about me." He really truly is the Nanner Hamer from the book. He's also Laji's grandpa and was Gisette's apprentice. Plus, get this, he's one of the last magicians left in the entire world. Every magician has their own unique kind of magic power, and his power is seeing the future from the past. But he can't see, like everything, just these major scenes that flash in his head. It was all starting to click for Jean Gier. So you could see Laji's future. That's why you used me. You made sure I bought and read that book, so that after I read it, if I tried to win the Emperor's heart before Laji did, then Laji wouldn't die. Lala looked down like he was really sorry, trying to show he didn't mean to use her. It was at Jaset's funeral that he saw Laji's future. That was the first time he'd ever seen that far ahead. He saw Laji dancing with the Emperor at the party, and you, Zhang watching from the side. I saw the whole tragic ending for the Emperor and Laji and how you suffered so much because you couldn't find love either. It was all so heartbreaking. I knew I had to change that ending. Zhang thought about that for a second. Then she told Lala she'd also noticed someone was missing. Lala, totally confused, asked who. Zhang replied, "You Nanner Hamer. The guy who was crushing on Laji in the novel." Lala's face got all serious like a light bulb just went off. He put a hand to his head and just burst out laughing. "Wow, I totally gave myself away." Zhang looked at this dorky guy, Lala, and couldn't help but think he was a little clueless. Lala just smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "However, Miss Zhang, you're always so unpredictable. Spilling the tea happened way sooner than I planned." He stroked his chin, thinking, "I seriously didn't expect you to go and write a book yourself." Zhang looked away, totally embarrassed, and told him not to bring it up. After a minute, Zhang told Lala she still wasn't 100% sure she could trust him. I mean, seeing the past and future, it was just too wild to believe. Lala tapped his forehead, saying he'd prove it by telling her something that just happened. "I saw a vision of you yesterday, Miss Zhang, in a dark room. You, seemed to be with His Majesty, and then you guys accidentally touched." Zhang totally cut him off before he could say more. Lala just grinned and asked if she believed him now. Zhang sighed, giving in. Okay, I believe you." Lala asked if she had any more questions. Zhang asked how he hid his thoughts from Isana since he could read minds. He just reached up and adjusted his glasses. "It's all thanks to these glasses. They totally block His Majesty's ability. When I'm wearing them, he can only read the thoughts I project for him to see. Like, OMG, Your Majesty is so amazing. It's a total honor to work for such a great emperor. It's basically an illusion." Zhang was floored, thinking to herself that Isana fell for flattery way too easily. Was that why he kept Lala around? Because he was constantly sucking up to him. Zhang asked Lala one final question. "What if we try our absolute hardest and still can't change the future?" Lala told Zhang the future was already changing. "The future is always shifting," he said. "The future I see is just one possibility before things change. It's never set in stone. Heck, even me meeting with you today could be changing the future." Zhang started to get a little worried. That meant there was still a chance for the Emperor, Isana, and Laji to fall in love, just like in the prophecy book. Zhang had already totally messed with the future. She'd swooped in, taken the main character's spot, and even snagged the first dance with the Emperor, but she still couldn't shake this awful feeling about the tragic ending waiting for Lilaji and him. She absolutely had to find a way to get Laji to move on from the Emperor. Then, like a total lightbulb moment, it hit her. Her eyes landed on Nerla Hammer from the novel The One and Only Lola Yarquist Shiningly. "This time, I'm rewriting your future." Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Urji was totally fuming. His engagement to Zhang was officially over, and his dad, the Duke, completely lost it after coming back from the palace. Was there actually something going on between the Emperor and Zhang? Urji just couldn't shake the feeling that something was super off. Wait, there's that novel I swiped from Zhang's house. The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter. Even though it was just a book, the beginning of the plot was hitting way too close to home. Zhang must have wanted to replace Laji after reading it. That had to be why she made him steal Lilaji's necklace. The thought made his blood boil. Zhang had totally played him, but it was even more than that. Urji slammed the book down on the table. "I'm supposed to be the main guy in a romance story like this, me, Urji." But there was only like one page that even mentioned him. Check out his killer looks, rich with a broody sad boy vibe. He literally had everything, but the main character isn't me. Who the heck is this Santa guy? Urji was stewing over it when a servant announced he had a visitor. He figured it had to be Zhang, but to his total shock, it was Lilaji. He jumped up to greet her, his heart totally doing a backflip. Laji was here. Did she want to make up? She politely asked him how he'd been holding up. Urji dropped his head and was all not good. He put a hand over his mouth, acting totally heartbroken, and even squeezed out a few tears. He apologized for jacking the necklace. "How could I possibly be okay after what I did to you? Miss Lilaji, I don't deserve to be okay. I should be beating myself up over it 24/7. But inside, he was screaming, "Just fall for me already, Lilaji." This is the look I've practiced for ages. It's guaranteed to make any girl's heart flutter. Lilaji just played along, sipping her tea with this helpless little smile. "If that whole thing never happened, we'd probably still be on good terms. Right?" she said casually. "I really don't see you as the type of guy who would steal something. You must have just been doing what Zhang told you to." Urji immediately jumped on the chance to complain about Zhang. Finally, he tried to subtly hint that he wanted another chance with her, but Laji shot him down hard. She pulled out an emerald green necklace and set it on the table between them. I came to give this back to you. It's the gift you gave me. Laji told him dead serious that they were done seeing each other. Urgi bit his lip, totally speechless. He was really hoping they could make up, but Laji was here to break things off for good. Was he really about to lose both Jean-Jir and Laji? Then suddenly an idea sparked for Urgi. He begged Laji to give him one more chance. I'll find a way to show you what's really going on. Laji frowned a little, wondering what he was even talking about. Urgi handed the novel to her. This, he said, will explain everything about why Jean-Jir stole your necklace. You'll get what I'm saying once you read it. Speaking of making a main character fall in love, Jean-Jir was working super hard on that exact problem. Right now, she was trying to coach Lala on how to strike a hot pose. Lala was as stiff as a board, and it took him forever to finally pull off a pose that he thought was kinda decent. Jean-Jir, though, just looked grossed out and said the whole vibe was off. But when she remembered the totally dorky poses Lala was doing on day one, this was a huge improvement. She already had a master plan to make Laji fall for Lala. See, ever since they were kids, she and Laji always had a thing for the same type of guy, and Laji always came out on top. Even her crushes fell for Laji instead, and even though Jean-Jir always lost it, meant she knew Laji's type like the back of her hand. With that in mind, she pushed Lala to keep practicing. Hit him with that broody sad boy look. Laji and I are suckers for that. Lala hesitated, saying, but I'm not even sure I love Miss Laji. Even though Hammer in the book was totally in love with her, Jean-Jir propped her chin on her hand and asked him, so what do you actually think of Laji right now? Lala thought about it for a second. Well, now, when I think about Miss Laji sometimes, I get this little flutter of excitement. And also a little bit of regret, hearing that Jean-Jir clapped Lala on the shoulder and announced, dude, that's totally a sign you're catching feelings. Even if you don't see it yet, you're gonna fall for her eventually. It's that feeling, you know, when you think about someone and your brain just short circuits and your heart starts racing. Jean-Jir's mind immediately flashed to Emperor Isana. Lala stroked his chin and asked how she was so sure about all this stuff. Jean-Jir just gave him a super confident smirk. I'm basically a love expert. Just watch. I'll 100% make Laji fall for you. Lala couldn't help but be amused by how into it she was. A love expert, huh, Miss Jean-Jir? You definitely talk the talk. The way he smiled right then made Jean-Jir's heart do a little flip. Yes, that's it. That's the vibe. Practice that exact smile, Lala. Just then, a servant announced they had a visitor. Jean-Jir snapped, who is it? This was like the worst possible timing. When she heard it was Laji, Jean-Jir completely froze. Snapping out of it, she whisper shouted at Lala, can you use magic? Like, can you turn into an animal or something? Lala just frowned as Jean-Jir frantically scanned the room for a hiding spot. There was no way Laji could see them together. The wardrobe in the corner was the perfect spot. Jean-Jir shoved Lala towards it, telling him to hurry up and get inside. Lala, however, looked like he was so not into the idea. Jean-Jir told him to just suck it up for a few minutes. Staring into the pitch-black wardrobe, Lala's face instantly turned pale. He told Jean-Jir that he had claustrophobia. Jean-Jir was a little surprised to see Lala's resistance. She tried to find another hiding place. However, Lala took the initiative to hide in the wardrobe, saying he would try his best to endure it. Jean-Jir asked cautiously if he could manage. Lala reassured her that it should be fine for a little while. With the wardrobe door still slightly ajar, Jean-Jir promised Lala that she would get Laji to leave as soon as possible. The wardrobe door slammed shut. Laji walked into the room, novel in hand. She smiled and greeted Jean-Jir, asking how she had been. Laji had learned that she was the female lead in the novel. Jean-Jir panicked for a moment. Laji, holding the book, asked Jean-Jir if she remembered it. Jean-Jir feigned composure and chuckled lightly. Of course that's my book. She propped her chin in her hand and looked at Laji with feigned interest. So, it was you who stole my book. Inwardly, she cursed her luck. How did this book end up in Laji's hands? She must have read it. This is getting more and more complicated, Laji calmly explained. Your lover Ergi stole this novel. He gave it to me. Ginya was exasperated. That idiot begging for my forgiveness on one hand and currying favor with Laji on the other. She forced herself to calm down and looked at Laji innocently. You don't know yet, do you? Ergi is no longer my fiancé. Someone of very high status personally dissolved our engagement, Laji asked doubtfully. Could it be His Majesty the Emperor? Ginya nodded. Smugly, that's right. His Majesty is so thoughtful. Seeing Laji's face darken, Jean-Jir's expression became even more pleased. She told Laji that she was going to see His Majesty again tomorrow, and that she would generously share the details with her. Finally, Jean-Jir said coyly, no matter what I say, His Majesty takes it to heart. That's how much he likes me. Laji's eyes sharpened. She was no longer going to beat around the bush with Jean-Jir. I finished reading this novel. I know you stole my necklace to get His Majesty's attention. Jean-Jir pretended not to understand, asking Laji in an exaggerated tone, you wouldn't believe what's in a novel, would you? Laji smiled faintly. She placed her hand on her chin and looked at Jean-Jir with a smirk. Much of what's in this book I already knew. My ruby necklace, His Majesty's abilities, they're all in the novel. She smiled and asked Jean Gier if she really thought she didn't know about His Majesty's abilities. Jean Gier instantly flustered. Laji chuckled and asked if she was panicking. Jean Gier pouted and asked how she knew these things. Laji didn't hide anything. She told Jean Gier that someone she didn't know had warned her to be careful of His Majesty's abilities. Ginya, besides herself, thought only Lala knew about this. Could it be Lala? Jean Gier asked Laji what she was really trying to say. Laji casually brushed her hair back with her hand. She slowly began, "I'm here to warn you. I like His Majesty, Isana. I know you like him too. I'm going to take back everything you've taken from me." Hearing these words, Jean Gier burst into laughter. She declared that her relationship with His Majesty was quite special. Now it was Laji's turn to be flustered. She clenched her fists, believing Jean Gier must be lying. Jean Gier covered her face with her hands, closed her eyes, and said with a blissful expression, "I've held His Majesty's hands so many times." Laji frowned. Jean Gier smiled faintly and asked if that was all it took to upset her. She had something even more shocking. Laji abruptly stood up. She demanded to know what it was. Jean Gier leaned forward and held up a finger, telling her to prepare herself. Nervously, Jean Gier propped her chin on her hand and slowly said, "His Majesty held me in his arms," though the truth was that she had only grabbed her hand from behind. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention. Lala, unable to bear it any longer, had opened the wardrobe door. Seeing that Laji was about to see the second male lead from the novel, Jean Gier rushed to Lala's side and asked how he was feeling. She cupped Lala's face in her hands. He was covered in sweat and pale. Jean Gier felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have made him hide in the wardrobe. Lala, however, was in tears. He felt he had ruined everything. He hung his head dejectedly. He had completely ruined Laji's first impression of him. He hadn't managed to portray the melancholic character. Laji looked at Lala, speechless. She stepped forward and hugged Lala, patting his back and comforting him, saying they would try again next time to salvage his image. Lala leaned on Jean Gier's shoulder, looking utterly miserable. Jean Gier felt a surge of concern. A grown man crying like this from fear. He must be terrified of enclosed spaces. How pitiful. Laji, who had been watching from the side for a while, spoke up. She asked Jean Gier who this person was. Jean Gier suddenly realized she had almost forgotten about Laji. However, judging by Laji's reaction, she didn't seem to recognize Lala. Jean Gier instantly felt there was still hope for Lala. She first instructed Lala to hide behind her. Then she abruptly stood up straight and dismissed Laji. "Let's end our conversation here today." Laji snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Jean Gier explained that a guest had arrived earlier and it wasn't convenient to receive her now. Laji felt like Jean Gier was treating her like a fool, a guest. "You think I'll believe that?" Jean Gier could only forcefully tell her to leave. "Whether you believe it or not, you're the one who came without even a greeting. I'm asking you to leave my room now." Laji frowned and stayed quiet. Suddenly she seemed to notice something. The person behind Jean Gier had silver hair. Laji felt like she was close to figuring out who he was. Jean Gier suddenly glared at Laji and with a swish lifted her skirt with both hands to block her view. She loudly told Laji not to look at her guest without permission. Laji raised her hand to her forehead, speechless. She truly could never keep up with Jean Gier's train of thought. Jean Gier continued to flutter her skirt. Laji turned to leave, since she wasn't allowed to look. She wouldn't impose by staying any longer. Reaching the door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and dropped the line. "It seems you're quite close with Hammer. It wouldn't be bad for the three of us to meet up next time." After the door closed, she collapsed, covering her face. He was hidden so well. How did Laji still recognize him? Lala sat to the side and sighed. Lowering his head, he felt like he had finally recovered. Ying looked at Lala. She apologized for hiding him in the wardrobe. Lala wiped away his tears and comforted Jean Gier, telling her not to worry. She secretly guessed that this was probably another one of Jean Gier's tricks. She must be trying to use Hammer to drive a wedge between her and His Majesty, but Jean Gier's efforts were all in vain. In the end, His Majesty would be hers. Thinking of this, Laji sneered. Jean Gier thought that by reading the novel she could be one step ahead, but she had a secret weapon that Jean Gier didn't. The novel's main character, Lala, curiously asked Jean Gier why she had hidden him. Jean Gier turned her head, frowning in thought. The moment she heard that the female lead Illa had arrived in the novel, she panicked. Her first reaction was that if Nanir Lala was seen with another girl by the female lead he liked, it would be troublesome. But at the time, she hadn't considered how uncomfortable it would be for Lala to hide in the wardrobe. Jean Gier lowered her head and apologized to Lala again. The next second, she told Lala seriously not to worry. Even though Laji had recognized him, she still had a plan B. Lala curiously asked what plan B was. Jean Gier chuckled. "Actually, I plan to think of one with you right now." Lala felt a deep sense of helplessness, but then he seemed to remember something, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards. He told Jean Gier that he had been quite touched just now. Jean Gier was stunned, not understanding what she had done to move him. Lala recalled, "Seriously, when you were fluttering your skirt to protect me, it was quite touching." Thinking of this, Lala couldn't help but smile again. "Miss Ginger is very cute," he secretly added in his heart, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Jean Gier blushed immediately. Lala had actually called her cute. Then she looked intoxicated and declared that she was indeed very cute. Lala was once again amused by Jean Gier. He was truly no match for Miss Jean Gier. He stated that he had never met someone so unconventional. Jean Gier took this as a compliment, covering her face with delight. After their playful banter, they got down to business. Jean Gier informed Lala that the novel had fallen into Laji's hands. Laji had read the novel. Even though she knew her ending would be tragic, she still wanted Emperor Isana. Jean Gier found this strange. It was as if Laji firmly believed in something. Lala also fell into deep thought. Suddenly he thought of something. He told Jean Gier, "It's very possible that Miss Laji knows something important that can break Emperor Isana's curse. Generally speaking, curses aren't unbreakable as long as a curse can be cast. There must be a way to break it." Jean Gier asked Lala doubtfully, "So Laji knows how to break the curse. That's why she's so confident." Lala replied that this was just speculation and couldn't be completely confirmed. Jean Gier felt a vague sense of unease. If Isana could break the curse that had tormented him his whole life, he would definitely develop feelings for Laji. But Laji is the granddaughter of Jess, the one who cursed him. Would he fall in love with the descendant of the person who harmed him? Jean Gier asked Lala if he knew how to break the curse, since he was Jess's disciple. Lala lowered his head slightly and opened his mouth a way to break the curse. Jean Gier held her breath, nervously awaiting his answer. Lala looked serious, his brow furrowed. "I don't know." Her eyes glazed over. She was exasperated with Lala. "You don't know yet. You put on such a serious expression." Lala explained that it was precisely because he didn't know that he answered so cautiously and seriously. "Besides, if I knew, I would have already helped His Majesty break it." Jean Gier had a point. But what exactly was the way to break the curse? Jean Gier fell into deep thought. Jean Gier wanted to find a way to break Emperor Isana's curse. She had been looking through related books in the library for the past 2 days. However, she hadn't seen Isana for a week and felt lovesick. Jean Gier couldn't help but wonder if Laji had already found a way to break the curse for His Majesty. Otherwise, why hadn't the Emperor sought her out? Perhaps there was no reason to see her again. Thinking of this, Jean Gier sighed. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. Turning around, she saw Lala. Lala said that His Majesty the Emperor had sent him to fetch her. Jean Gier clasped her hands together, overjoyed. She had never been happier to see Lala. Lala smiled teasingly. "Do you like His Majesty Isana that much?" Miss Jean Gier, her thoughts exposed, blushed instantly and flusteredly explained that she just wanted to see the palace. Lal simply smiled without saying anything. They boarded the carriage heading for the palace. The two talked about the curse. Lala told Jean Gier that usually only the person who cast the curse knew how to break it. He had checked all of Jess's notes, but there was nothing related to this. He had discovered something else. However, Jean Gier asked curiously what it was. Lala told her that His Majesty would tell her personally later. After finishing their business, Lala asked if Jean Gier had come up with a plan B. Jean Gier coughed awkwardly. Clearly, Emperor Santa had been the only thing on her mind these past few days. She hadn't had time to think about any plan, but Jean Gier put on a mysterious expression and said she would tell him in a few days after she had finalized her plan. Lala looked at Jean Gier with admiration and gratitude. "Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Jean Gier." Jean Gier, having completely forgotten about the matter, turned her face away awkwardly. It seemed she needed to think of other ways to win over Lilaji. Soon the two arrived at the imperial palace. Before meeting the emperor, Lala put a magic bracelet on Jean Gier. After all, he couldn't reveal his identity in front of the emperor. Jean Gier looked at Lala in momentary confusion, wondering how he could be in front of her like this. Lala smiled but didn't explain. He just told Jean Gier to wait a moment while he went to inform His Majesty. Lala knocked on the door for a while, but there was no response. Jean Gier was still confused as to why she was at the palace. Lala turned around and scratched his head helplessly, telling Jean Gier that His Majesty didn't seem to be there. He asked her to wait while he went to look elsewhere. After Lala left, Jean Gier looked around the temple out of boredom. Suddenly, she saw a room and walked straight towards the door. This was the room where she had held hands with the emperor in the darkness. Could His Majesty be here? Jean Gier slowly opened the door. Emperor Isana was indeed resting there. Jean Gier looked at him with adoration. The sleeping emperor looked like an angel. Jean Gier felt her soul purified just by looking at him. She couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. The emperor suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her hand fiercely. After a moment, he realized it was Jean Gier. He withdrew his hand and asked with a smile what she was doing, saying she had startled him. Jean Girard was about to apologize when she became mesmerized, having not seen Emperor Isana for so long. She couldn't control her thoughts, which began to wander. The Emperor, reading her thoughts, unconsciously hugged himself. He had a strange feeling that Jean Girard might devour him whole. Suddenly a knock came from the door. A servant announced from outside that Marquis Atlanta had arrived. Jean Girard looked towards the door, puzzled. Marc was Laji's father. Why would he come here? The Emperor quickly told Jean Girard to hide under the covers, lest she be discovered by Marquis Atlanta. Blushing, Guignard said. Only after she was hidden did the Emperor call for the Marquis to enter. The Marquis bowed respectfully and was about to speak. The Emperor, however, interrupted him, making up an excuse to send him away. The Marquis looked up puzzled, noticing a flash of color, his face pale. The Marquis retreated. After he left, the Emperor got up and lifted the covers, allowing Jean Girard to come out. Finally, so close to the Emperor, Jean Girard blinked and inwardly asked if she could stay like this for a while. The Emperor curled his lips and looked at her sideways. From this angle, he looked even more handsome. Jean Girard's mind wandered again. His eyelashes were so long it seemed like you could balance a pen on them. Looking at him so closely, Jean Girard felt like she was going to be blinded by his beauty. His Majesty was even more beautiful than she was. Jean Girard couldn't help but lament inwardly, "What's the point of living?" Seeing the Emperor smile faintly again, Jean Girard excitedly covered her face and screamed internally. The Emperor rested his head on his hand and said, "Then don't live." Jean Jenner's eyes widened in shock. She had forgotten again that the Emperor could read minds. The Emperor chuckled. "Miss Ginger has finished admiring my face. Now I want to take a good look at yours." The Emperor stared intently at Jean Girard, saying he wanted to see if she truly had any reason to live. Jean Girard shyly covered her face with both hands. The Emperor flicked Jean Jenner's forehead in exasperation. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Ginger, you are very beautiful. You should have confidence in yourself." Jean Girard touched her forehead where he had flicked her, stunned. Was that I Santa's true feeling, suddenly? The door opened and Lala walked in. He respectfully explained that he had knocked several times with no response before entering. Then he mentioned that he had just encountered Marquis Atlanta in the hallway. The Marquis's face was very pale. Lala asked the Emperor if the Marquis had come to propose a marriage. The Emperor nodded. Perhaps he's been very persistent lately. Jean Jenner's heart sank. Did the Marquis want Laji to become Empress? The Emperor rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. He said he didn't want to choose a consort based on other people's arrangements. "I only want to spend my life with someone I truly love." Hearing this, Jean Jenner's eyes lit up. A flicker of hope appeared on her face. The person he truly loved. If only that person were her. Jean Girard stared at the Emperor. I fantasized inwardly. If I could win Isanna's true love, I would pay any price. A drop of sweat trickled down the Emperor's face. He asked Jean Girard helplessly what she wanted. He totally knew what I was thinking, but he still asked. I just rested my head on his shoulder, batting my eyelashes at him. In my head, I was like, "Your Majesty, the person you're supposed to spend forever with, they might be right in front of you." Nope. He immediately changed the subject and started talking to Lala about something else. I gave him a total side-eye. "Your Majesty, are you seriously ignoring me right now?" He played all innocent and asked Lala, "Did you hear Jean Girard say something?" Lala was like, "Nah." I was so mad. I mean, I said it in my head, so Lala couldn't hear it. I sighed so over it and asked the Emperor why he even wanted to see me. That's when his whole vibe shifted and got super serious. "It's about Jess and the curse. I found it." Jess and the curse. Those words sounded so familiar, like someone had mentioned them to me before. I got this weird, uneasy feeling. I leaned in closer to the Emperor and whispered, "Isn't it kind of sketchy to talk about this in front of Lala?" He just tilted his head and laughed, telling me to chill. He said not to worry, because Lala was already clued in about his ability. The only ones who know are you and Lala. I had to confess, actually, Laji and my older sister know too. The Emperor kept going on about the curse just like it was written in the book. I'm sure Jess is the one behind my curse. It all started right after Jess disappeared. After I got out of the tower, I searched literally everywhere for a way to break it, but I came up with nothing. The Emperor figured it was a curse spell. That kind of magic requires sacrificing your own life just to curse someone else. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Jess sounded terrifying. Like, what kind of beef did Jess have with His Majesty Asana to go that far? The Emperor just hung his head. I was really young then. I couldn't figure out why Jess would do something like that. I looked down, my heart hurting for him. What could a little kid have possibly done to deserve that? There had to be a reason. Then it hit me. I remembered Laji's super dramatic words. "I will take back everything you stole from me." Could Laji actually know something? The Emperor thought for a second. There's something else I'm curious about. Laji's ruby necklace. Why would Jess leave that to his granddaughter? Was it really just to protect Laji? I stayed quiet. All signs were definitely pointing to Laji. The Emperor suddenly announced, "I've decided I'm going to meet with Laji soon and ask her about the necklace myself." I totally froze stunned. Then he told Lala, "Dig up everything you can on Laji." Lala respectfully agreed. I felt this pit of dread in my stomach. This was playing out way too much like a novel. The Emperor's thing for Laji's necklace was what was connecting their destinies, just like in the story. I really didn't want the Emperor to meet Laji, the main character of the whole novel, but Laji might have info we needed. I had no right to get in the way. But if this kept up, what if Emperor Isana gets a crush on Laji, just like in the book? All my work to change the story would be for nothing. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling tears start to form. What did that Laji have against me from a past life to keep messing with my plans like this? Lala looked at me with concern as we rode back to the city, but I just stared out the window, completely zoned out. Lala asked if I was worried about Laji. I'm also curious about what secrets she's hiding. I looked at him confused. How did he know? A flash of a memory popped into my head, like someone had told me something before. Lala snapped his fingers and my bracelet vanished from my wrist. Suddenly, I remembered everything. Lala smiled. That bracelet was causing you trouble. I sighed, so done with it all. How much longer do I have to wear it? Lala apologized, explaining he'd reveal his true identity to the Emperor as soon as they found a clue about the curse. I reluctantly went along with it. I asked Lala if curse magic was for real. By the time I started my training, curse magic was already forbidden. Information about it is crazy rare. The materials His Majesty is looking for aren't written down anywhere. I only found some related notes by pure luck in some old chests in the palace library. The King of Basilios, was actually experimenting with that kind of magic. Lala explained that the first emperor had mages research it to conquer other empires, but every single one of the mages died. That's why this extreme life-for-a-life curse magic never became a big thing. Lala's expression got super serious. So, as the kingdom's grand mage, my master had to have known about it. He told me, "That's all the info we have right now." I couldn't stop myself from complaining. How did my life go from a romance novel to a murder mystery? Lala just chuckled at that. Still, it seems His Majesty trusts you a whole lot, miss. I gave him a questioning look. Lala explained gently, even knowing you're aware of his secret, he still tells you everything. He must trust you completely, miss. When I heard that, I had to turn away to hide my smile. But then the thought of the Emperor meeting Laji totally killed my good mood. Isana only trusted me because I was one of the few people who knew his secret. My whole plan was to keep helping him break the curse and slowly make him fall for me. But now he was going to meet Laji. The thought was so frustrating. I couldn't just sit around and watch Laji steal the spotlight. I had to do something. And then an idea sparked. He hit up Lala, asking if he could whip up a necklace that was a dead ringer for Lila's. Lala was like, "Yeah, I can probably make that happen." Jean Jare's eyes went wide, and she just stared at him, totally hyped. Lala, feeling the intense vibe, kind of shrank back. Jean Jare totally made it official. "Okay, I've decided. I'm getting Laji's necklace." She pointed a finger at Lala. "And you're coming with me." Lala started to protest, but Jean Jare just shut him down. "I'm refusing your refusal." So to snag the necklace from Laji, the story's main girl, Jean Jare, and Lala went undercover as a maid and a servant. Lala, looking super nervous, asked Jean Jare, "You sure this is gonna work?" Jean Jare was like totally telling him she'd planted a spy at Laji's place ages ago, and today was the absolute perfect time to call in a favor. Jean Jare ran him through the game plan one more time. After Laji bounced, they'd find the maid, snatch the necklace, and dip, since this was his first time doing anything like this. Lala was a nervous wreck, but Jean Jare was totally living for the thrill. She felt like she was in a spy movie. Jean Jare suddenly remembered something and leaned in, asking Lala, like a total conspirator, if he brought the thing she asked for. Lala pulled out a necklace that was an exact copy of Laji's. Jean Jare looked it over and seriously gassed him up for his skills. "OMG, this is absolutely perfect." She held the necklace, a super smug smile plastered on her face. "Laji is so not gonna know we swapped them." Lala just watched her. Seeing that grin totally threw him for a loop. He couldn't stop himself from saying, "That's a straight-up villain smile." Jean Jare looked so offended, she turned and shot Lala a look. Villainous. After she completely ignored my feelings and stole Iana, what else am I supposed to do? You don't want Laji and His Highness to end up together, right? Lala hesitated. "Yeah, but I don't know if this is okay. I mean, we're jacking someone's stuff. Especially Miss Laji's." Jean Jare cut him off. "Are you so worried about that you'd rather the whole story have a tragic ending? I need this necklace. It's the only way the prince will stop seeing Laji." She told Lala to quit with the lecture and let's go already. They got to Laji's place, and just like she said, their spy maid was waiting. The maid quietly let them know that Laji had just left and wouldn't be home until dinner. They let out a huge sigh of relief and slipped into Laji's room. The maid stayed by the door to be their lookout. Lala, having never done this kind of thing before, was sweating bullets. Jean Jare tried to joke with him. "Hey, you'll get used to it after a few times." This just made Lala sweat even more as he squeaked, "A few more times." Jean Jare mentally rolled her eyes at how he couldn't take a joke. They were messing around when Jean Jare laughed and pushed Lala to hurry up and find the necklace. All of a sudden, they heard the maid shriek from the doorway, "Miss Laji!" Both of them froze on the spot. Laji had taken off in a carriage less than 15 minutes ago. How could she be back so soon? The maid outside tried to stall her voice shaking as she asked, "Didn't you just leave, Miss Laji?" Laji marched toward her room saying she'd forgotten something. Then she stopped, turned back, and asked the maid, "What are you doing here anyway?" The maid bowed, trying to come up with an excuse. "I just finished tidying your room, miss." Then, in a way too loud voice, she asked, "What did you forget?" Jean-Gere and Lala heard her loud and clear. Jean-Gere's eyes darted around the room. The only place to hide was the wardrobe. She clasped her hands together, giving Lala the ultimate puppy dog eyes. Lala, breaking out in a cold sweat, was like, "You're kidding, right? You don't actually expect me to hide in a wardrobe?" Seeing the total no-way look on his face, Jean-Gere started searching for another spot. But Lala, even though he hated it, knew they were out of time. He climbed into the wardrobe and hissed for Jean-Gere to get in like now. The wardrobe door clicked shut. A second later, the bedroom door opened. Laji came in, holding up her skirt and already laying into the maid. "Why were you shouting so loud? Now in the book?" This is the exact moment Lala realizes he has feelings for Jean-Gere. Right then, squished together in Laji's wardrobe, a claustrophobic Lala was pale and sweating buckets. Jean-Gere watched him worried. At this rate, Lala was not going to last much longer. She leaned in closer and whispered for him to just hang on. But then Lala suddenly turned and pulled Jean-Gere into a hug. It took her a second to catch up. Her cheeks went red and she tried to push away from him. It was way too close, but Lala just held her even tighter. Now Jean-Gere was totally trapped. Her heart was beating like a drum solo. Jean-Gere squeezed her eyes shut, completely embarrassed. She felt like she was going to lose it. Out in the room, Laji was sorting through stuff. Suddenly, she spotted a piece of cloth sticking out of the wardrobe. Her whole expression went dark. Inside, Lala held Jean-Gere tight with his eyes shut. Jean-Gere felt like her heart was literally about to explode out of her chest. Laji's footsteps echoed as she got closer. All Jean-Gere could do was pray Laji would just leave already. Laji's footsteps got quicker and quicker. The two of them in the wardrobe stared at the door, barely breathing. Laji angrily threw open a door. But it was the main door to the room. Laji was furiously yelling at the maid about her cleaning skills. She pointed right at the wardrobe and complained that clothes were even sticking out of it. "Can't you be more careful?" The maid quickly bowed and kept apologizing. Laji stormed out in a huff. After she was gone, the maid crept into the room and opened the wardrobe. Jean-Gere immediately jumped out of Lala's arms. The maid told them Miss Laji was gone. As Jean-Gere got out of the wardrobe, she told the maid to keep an eye on the door. Lala, however, was totally silent. Inside the wardrobe, looking like he was in another world, Jean-Gere looked at him confused and asked, "You planning on staying in there?" Lala finally snapped out of it. He stammered that he was getting out right now. He stumbled out of the wardrobe. Jean-Gere asked him worriedly if he was okay. Lala avoided Gina Esgaza. He mumbled, "How could he be okay?" Jean-Gere quickly apologized for making him hide in the wardrobe. Lala adjusted his glasses and told her not to worry about it. Thanks to her, he was able to hang on a little longer. Jean-Gere smiled, saying she was glad she could help. Lala turned his face away from Jean-Gere. Jean-Gere stood there awkwardly, wondering if she had done something wrong. She pushed aside her confused thoughts. The most important thing now was to find the necklace. Finally, she found it in a box. Jean-Gere frantically pulled out the fake necklace, preparing to make the switch, but she accidentally knocked the box over. The two necklaces got mixed up. Jean-Gere was on the verge of tears. What was she going to do now? Which one was the real one? The maid poked her head in from the doorway, urging her to hurry. She still had to prepare dinner for Lily. Jean-Gere could only scoop up both necklaces and quickly choose the one that sparkled more. She firmly believed the real necklace would definitely be more dazzling. The two successfully left Laji's house. Yingya apologized to Lala. Lala replied indifferently that it was fine. He turned and asked Jean-Gere if she could go home by herself. He couldn't escort her today. Jean-Gere smiled and said, "Of course I can. I'm not a child." Lala immediately averted his gaze, blushing and looking away. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Jean-Gere. "Then let's part ways here. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to." Jean-Gere looked at the suddenly distant Lala, bewildered. Even that evening, Jean-Gere was still thinking about Lala. She felt something was off about him. She figured Lala must be upset about having to hide in the wardrobe. Jean-Gere sighed, wondering how someone so fragile could survive in such a dangerous world. Looking at the necklace on the table, Jean Jenna's face lit up with excitement. She had finally managed to switch the necklaces. She wondered what Santa's expression would be like when she gave it to him tomorrow. Jean-Gere was filled with anticipation holding the necklace. Jean-Gere happily prepared to meet Emperor Izana arriving at the carriage sent to pick her up. She was a bit puzzled. The person there wasn't Lala. Jean-Gere curiously asked where Lala was. The attendant told her Lala was on vacation. He was temporarily taking over Lala's duties. Jean-Gere frowned, sensing something was wrong. Why would Lala suddenly go on vacation? He hadn't mentioned anything about it yesterday. What could be so urgent? Jean Gier suddenly realized something, her expression turning to panic. If Lala wasn't there, she wouldn't have the bracelet when she met Emperor Isana. What if she accidentally exposed Lala's true identity in front of Santa? Soon, Jean Gier arrived at the palace. Emperor Isana was, as always, sitting under the tree in the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the willow branches and leaves falling upon him. The emperor smiled, gently stroking a cat. Jean Gier's heart was struck again by this breathtakingly handsome face. She couldn't help but close her eyes, imagining herself as that cat. Lost in her fantasy of being petted by the emperor, she imagined him slowly leaning closer, shy. Her fantasy, however, was interrupted by a voice. Miss Jean Gier. She opened her eyes. She saw Emperor Isana standing before her with a smile on his face. Seeing the drool at the corner of Jean Gier's mouth and her dazed expression, the emperor couldn't help but ask, "What were you thinking about just now?" Jean Gier turned her face away, embarrassed, wiping the drool, and claiming she wasn't thinking about anything. Suddenly remembering something, she looked up and asked the emperor, "Why is Lala on vacation? He didn't mention anything about taking a vacation yesterday. It's so strange." The emperor frowned. "You saw Lala yesterday." He moved closer to Jean Gier, questioning her. "It wasn't the celebration day. Why did you see Lala? Was it for personal matters?" Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling at a loss, she couldn't let Santa know about Lala being hammered. Avoiding the emperor's gaze, she stammered, "I had something I needed his help with yesterday." Seeing Jean Gier like this made the emperor even more suspicious. "Help!" Jean Gier turned her face away again. Resignedly, she said, "I'll tell you slowly later." The emperor frowned in displeasure. "You become close with Lala so quickly. Why am I not happy about this?" Jean Jenner's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement. Could His Majesty Santa be jealous? The emperor stroked his chin, thinking seriously. This feeling that it's like something that belonged to me suddenly belongs to someone else. He looked at Jean Gier with a playful smile, but his tone was serious. "So I'm going to take back what's mine." He stepped forward and took Jean Gier's hand firmly. He strode forward, Jean Gier clutching her skirt and following behind. She asked with some confusion, "Where are we going?" The emperor's face was full of mystery. "Come with me. I have something to show you." In the next second, Jean Jenner's eyes widened. The emperor led her to a lush flower garden. Petals occasionally drifted through the air, and the breeze carried a waft of floral fragrance. "I didn't know there was such a beautiful place behind the courtyard." Jean Gier suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She called out, "Your Majesty." The emperor turned to look at her. Jean Gier had tucked a pink flower in her hair and asked shyly, "Do I look beautiful?" in her heart. She was shouting at the emperor, "Hurry up and say, 'I'm beautiful.'" "This isn't a question. It's a statement." The emperor chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "Tolerable, I guess." Emperor Isana's smile made Jean Gier's heart flutter. She couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the emperor felt the same way about her? She looked at the emperor expectantly, asking in her heart, "Your Majesty, were your jealous expression just now, and your smile now, just heartless jokes? Are they all just my own wishful thinking?" Hearing Jean Gier's inner voice, the emperor looked at her silently without speaking. After a moment, he turned his head away, avoiding Jean Gier's gaze. He replied, "Whether you're mistaken or not is your prerogative, Miss Jean Gier." Jean Gier closed her eyes and sighed resignedly. "Forget it. I should think about something more realistic." The emperor asked nervously, "Are you angry?" Her face flushed. Which girl wouldn't be upset to hear something like that from the guy she likes? Having said that, Jean Gier covered her mouth, her face completely red. She had accidentally confessed again. The emperor froze at her words. He touched his head awkwardly, turning his face to the side uncomfortably. He said somewhat apologetically, "I didn't mean to upset you with what I said. I don't know how to speak tactfully." Jean Gier pouted, looking away unhappily. She was already used to the emperor being like this. The emperor looked down, explaining that he was insensitive to emotional pain. "I can read the malice others have towards me in their hearts. That malice is enough to wound me deeply. I have to make myself insensitive to cope with it." He finished his explanation and apologized to Jean Gier. "I didn't know my words would hurt you. I'm sorry." Jean Gier's eyes were filled with distress. The Asana in the novel suffered greatly because of the curse of mind reading, but reality must be far crueler than those few lines in the novel. Jean Gier suddenly reached out and touched the emperor's face. The emperor looked down at her in confusion. Jean Gier's expression was serious as she said in her heart, "I want to tell you sincerely that pain is not yours." Before she could finish, the emperor suddenly turned around, covering his mouth, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Jean Gier frowned, looking at him with concern. The emperor struggled to suppress his laughter, trying to appear serious. He remembered Jean Gier telling him about a painful experience, her words so dramatic that he'd laughed uncontrollably at the time. The memory made it hard to contain himself. Now, Jean Gier's face flushed as she accused him of always ruining the mood. The emperor coughed twice, trying to compose himself, and asked Jean Gier what pain she had seen. Jean Gier pleaded with him to stop laughing. She looked up at the emperor with concern. "Even if you're blind to the pain, it will still remain in your heart," she said earnestly. Jean Gier spoke solemnly. "If that pain is a curse, I will do everything in my power to lift it for your Majesty." The emperor stood frozen speechless for a long moment. Amidst the flourishing flowers, the two gazed at each other. Jean Gier spoke softly. "My only wish is that you will no longer be hurt." From the nearby bushes, the rustling of footsteps could be heard. A dark figure silently watched the two. It was Lala. He stood there, his expression downcast. As the female supporting character in the story, Jean Gier wished more than anyone for the male lead Isana to find happiness. Unconsciously, the two arrived at the Holy Temple Tower, the place where Emperor Isana had once been imprisoned. A flock of crows circled the tower, making the scene even more eerie. He lowered his eyes with a hint of melancholy. "Everyone is curious about the tower I stayed in, aren't they?" He told Jean Gier there's nothing special inside, just endless loneliness, unable to take a single step outside. "The only people I saw were servants and maids." Sometimes he would fantasize about whether he would have been happier living an ordinary life with his father without his special abilities. Hearing this, Jean Gier stopped walking, tears welling in her eyes. She called out to the emperor's back, "That's not necessarily true." The emperor was startled by her voice. He turned to see Jean Gier's tear-filled eyes. She choked back a sob. "Living with your father might not have been a good thing. As long as you can be happy in the future, that's all that matters." The emperor sighed softly and gently stroked her head, comforting her. "Anyway, compared to life in the tower, I'm much happier now." Jean Gier sadly wiped away her tears. To her, the curse was the source of Isana's tragedy. But the tower that had imprisoned him for so many years had also inflicted indelible wounds. Even if the curse disappeared, the shadows in his heart would likely remain. Jean Gier suddenly thought of something. She asked the emperor, "Can I go inside that tower?" Seeing the emperor's puzzled look, Jean Gier explained with a smile, "I really want to see what the tower where your majesty stayed for so long looks like." She had an idea. Since she couldn't make the tower disappear, she would try to slowly change it. If she and Emperor Isana spent happy times in that tower, perhaps it would diminish the memories of the terrible past. The emperor didn't answer for a long time. Jean Gier turned her head and pouted, saying it was okay if she couldn't go, but she would be a little sad. The emperor relented. "All right, there's no reason why you can't go in." Jean Gier instantly jerked. The next second, she started seriously thinking about what kind of lunch to make for the emperor tomorrow. The emperor touched his chin, confused. "It's just a trip to the tower. Why are you acting like it's a picnic? Speaking of lunch?" The emperor looked at Jean Gier a little skeptical. "Miss Ginger, are you a good cook?" Jean Gier smiled and said that as long as His Majesty liked it, she would try her best. Then, remembering something, she looked bummed out. "But I can't guarantee how it'll taste. The food I make, even without ginger, somehow always tastes like it." The emperor was a little taken aback by this. Jean Gier said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to learn. No matter what I make, it always has a ginger taste. I'm at my wit's end. I even wonder if I'm cursed with ginger because of my name." The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm actually a little curious about ginger-flavored food." Jean Gier was a little speechless that he had this weird interest. The emperor chuckled. "Miss Ginger plus ginger-flavored food. Suddenly staying in the tower sounds pretty nice." Jean Gier's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Isana was flipping through a book, researching what kind of affection Jean Gier had for him. The book said, "The first type is having a good impression of something. He wasn't an object, so that one was out. The second type is really liking a certain food." But Jean Gier drooled every time she saw him. The emperor thought to himself, "Does Jean Gier actually want to eat me?" The third type is cherishing someone deeply and being super close to them. The emperor remembered Jean Gier saying how heartbroken she would be if the guy she liked said stuff like that to her. It was probably the third type then. Emperor Isana closed the book speechless. What was he doing? He was actually researching this stuff. He closed his eyes, put a hand to his forehead, and sighed. Tomorrow, he actually had to go back to that tower he hated. Thinking of Jean Gier's cheerful smile, a faint blush crept onto his face. But going with her changed his feelings about the hated place into excitement. Suddenly, Isana noticed Jean Gier's forgotten bag on a nearby chair. For some reason, he remembered Jean Gier saying that everything she cooked tasted of ginger. Could her bag smell like ginger too? He'd been picking up a lot of Jean Gier's weird thoughts lately. He picked up the bag, planning to tell her he'd found it. The zipper was open and the contents spilled out among the scattered makeup. Isana saw a ruby necklace. He recognized it instantly as Laji's. Isana frowned. Laji would never willingly give up the necklace. Could Jean Gier have stolen it for him? A smile touched his lips. Was that why she met with Laji yesterday? But why would Gisette leave this necklace to his granddaughter? Isana couldn't figure it out. What secret did the necklace hold? He noticed 2 small letters engraved on it, HB. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, a knight arrived with an urgent report about Gisette. The knights had investigated the place of exile and discovered that Gisette had taken on a disciple after his banishment. However, the disciple had left 5 or 6 years ago. The disciple's name was Hamaru. The next morning, Jean Gier sat on her bed with heavy dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept a wink all night. She'd only remembered after getting into bed that she'd left her bag at the palace. She'd worried all night about what would happen if the emperor opened it. Even though she planned to give him the necklace, if he saw it like that, he would totally think she was a thief. She would just have to explain everything to him at the palace. Right now, the most important thing was getting ready for their outing. Jean-Gier jumped out of bed excitedly and went to the kitchen to make lunch. The maids reacted like they were facing their worst enemy and fled the kitchen. Jean-Gier stared at the empty kitchen dumbfounded. Was her cooking that terrifying? Today she would show them what she could do? Soon she had finished making sandwiches. Jean-Gier felt pretty pleased with herself and looked forward to Isana's reaction. The Marchioness, hearing that her daughter had actually cooked something herself, came to ask where she was going. Jean-Gier happily told her mother that she was going on a picnic with His Majesty. His Majesty said he wanted to try my cooking. Hearing this bombshell, the Marchioness stared at Jean-Gier excitedly. How's it going with His Majesty? Jean-Gier blushed crimson shyly, covering her face and asking her mother not to bring it up. Don't be coy, her mother said. Your feelings for His Majesty are written all over your face. With your personality, you should have confessed already. Jean-Gier grimaced. Her mother truly knew her best. Jean-Gier confessed to her mother that she had fallen in love with the Emperor at first sight. Even though she hadn't officially confessed, she had accidentally let it slip twice. The Marchioness, with a gossipy expression, asked what His Majesty's reaction was. Jean-Gier sighed. What else could he do? He pretended not to hear. The Marchioness patted her daughter's face sympathetically. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I'll help things up between you two. Do you want to try it? Today was the day Emperor Isana and Jean-Gier were to visit the Holy Temple Tower. While waiting for Jean-Gier, Isana carefully examined the necklace. The initials kept making him think of Jaset's disciple, Hamaru. Could it be just a coincidence? Isana was puzzled. Was the necklace a fake? After thinking for a long time without reaching a conclusion, he rubbed his temples in frustration. Jean-Gier approached, looking slightly surprised. She noticed a necklace around the Emperor's neck. Noticing her gaze, I smiled like Santa. Nice, isn't it? Doesn't it suit me? Miss Jean left this interesting little thing behind, so I tried it on. Jean-Gier, clearly captivated by the Emperor's stunning appearance, showered him with compliments. Your Majesty's face paired with this necklace is truly stunning. The Emperor rose, sighing in resignation. He decided to wear the necklace for the day. Jean-Gier, however, stopped him, slightly embarrassed. She asked the Emperor if she could wear it for the day. She, too, wanted to experience a day free from having her thoughts read. The Emperor dismissed the idea. It makes no difference whether I wear it or not. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Jean-Gier blushed crimson, clenching her fists and telling him to stop. Laughing, the Emperor took off the necklace and placed it in her hand. Jean-Gier, beaming, put on the necklace. I brought my secret weapons today. We should hurry to the tower, Your Majesty. Seeing her expression, the Emperor asked suspiciously, Are you up to something? Jean-Gier shielded her face, stammering innocently and denying it. The Emperor sighed. He extended his hand to Jean-Gier. Shall we go now? Jean-Gier, blushing slightly, took his hand, and they walked together toward the Holy Temple Tower. Before Jean-Gier left, the Marchioness had given her a bottle of wine, covering her face excitedly. The Marchioness had declared, since ancient times, wine has been the perfect weapon for heating things up. She warned Jean-Gier not to drink too much, as it was quite strong. Jean-Gier was instantly lost in a fantasy. Perhaps she could use this opportunity to see another side of the impenetrable Santa. Snapping back to the present, Jean-Gier pondered her strategy. She would wait for the right moment to bring out the wine, and then the Emperor suddenly spoke, startling her. Speaking of which, Jean-Gier jumped, stammering. Speaking of what? The Emperor looked at Jean-Gier with a puzzled expression. I never thought you would steal that necklace. Why did you do it? Jean-Gier's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Inwardly, she fumed. Of course, it's because I don't want you constantly meeting with Lagi because of that necklace. The Emperor's expression flickered with surprise. Jean-Gier gazed at him lovingly, her inner thoughts unrestrained. Just like you said yesterday, I don't want someone else taking what's mine. If you two started meeting frequently, I would feel the same way. The Emperor simply stared at Jean-Gier, silent. Jean-Gier thought, since I'm wearing the necklace, Santa can't hear my thoughts anyway. Might as well say something else. Faking a pitiful expression, she cupped her face and pouted slightly. Lilagi is so wicked. Who knows what outrageous demands she might make of Your Majesty? Using the necklace as an excuse to prevent that I stole it. Jean-Gier declared, I'm just the type of person who always considers Your Majesty's well-being. The Emperor gave Jean-Gier a knowing look. Oh, is that so? Emperor Isana heard Jean-Gier's thoughts. Jean-Gier, still believing she wore the thought-blocking necklace, continued her inner monologue, unchecked, completely unaware. The Emperor explained that he hadn't intentionally gone through her bag. When I picked it up, the contents spilled out and I saw the ruby necklace. Jean-Gier asked, surprised. Why were you picking up my bag? Were you curious about it? Inwardly, she grumbled. He probably thinks I have ginger in there too. Jean-Gier frowned, suspecting she might be right, afraid the Emperor would notice her displeasure. She forced a smile, continuing her internal rant. If that's what he thinks, I'll turn every single one of his fingers into ginger. The Emperor's hand twitched, suddenly visibly startled. The Emperor continued to be bombarded by Jean-Gier's inner thoughts. If he really thinks that, oh, the emperor's hand jerked again, sweating profusely. He looked down at his hand, stammering, I was just curious about what you carry in your bag. I absolutely wasn't thinking about ginger. Jean Gier, completely bewildered, stared at him questioningly. The emperor rubbed his forehead. He was being completely thrown off by Jean Gier's thoughts. However, the fact that he could still hear her thoughts meant the necklace was a fake. But judging by Jean Gier's demeanor, she seemed convinced it was real. It didn't seem like she was deliberately trying to deceive him with a fake. It was more likely that it had been switched at some point. The emperor, resolved to investigate the connection between Laji and Hamaru, Jean Gier asked curiously, Did you discover anything while wearing the necklace? Any clues? The emperor replied that he hadn't noticed anything. He stopped walking, but he made a discovery. With a serious expression, the emperor told Jean Gier, The Miss Ginger I know isn't an ordinary Miss Ginger. Jean Gier paused, asking him what he meant. The emperor stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously, seeing as you were even able to steal the necklace. You should be called Phantom Thief Ginger. Jean Gier, speechless. The emperor, smiling, asked what she'd figured out. Jean Gier's eyes widened suddenly. Next, her eyes shone as she looked at the emperor's heart. The emperor chuckled, amused by her. Stealing my heart, Jean Gier, isn't an easy task. Jean Gier puffed out her chest confidently, declaring phantom thieves only target men's belongings. That's what makes them charming. The emperor's eyes filled with a gentle smile. Oh, really? Then why don't you try stealing it? Jean Gier's mind was on the bottle of wine in her bag. She was confident that her relationship with the emperor would soon take a big step forward. The emperor extended his hand, inviting Jean Gier to enter with him. Jean Gier happily offered her hand. The emperor, however, stated flatly, I was reaching for your bag. Slightly disappointed, Jean Gier asked not to hold hands. The emperor took her bag with one hand, then took her hand with the other, a look of resignation on his face. There's just no helping you. If you want to hold hands, fine. Jean Gier looked up and noticed the emperor's ears were red. Could His Majesty be blushing right now, she wondered? She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the emperor's hand. She hadn't expected Aisana to have such a cute side. Jean Gier smiled foolishly the whole way, leaving the emperor puzzled. The emperor brought Jean Gier to the tower, where he had been confined as a child. Jean Gier found the surroundings desolate. Even in broad daylight, the place felt eerily gloomy, and she instinctively moved closer to the emperor. Black crows circled overhead. Jean Gier felt the place was even more desolate than she had imagined. They arrived at the tower. This was the tower that appeared in the novel. The imprisoned prince and the marquis's daughter. She hadn't expected that she, a villainous supporting character from a novel, would be the first to step inside. Perhaps even the author of the book, Hamaru, hadn't seen the inside. The door slowly opened. The emperor and Jean Gier entered side by side. Inside, it was pitch black. They couldn't see a thing. The emperor opened the curtains, and Jean Gier finally saw the interior. The inside looked much more normal than the outside. When she read the novel, she had imagined the inside to be especially dark as well. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with all kinds of books. Could His Majesty have read all of these, she wondered? It made sense. Being locked in a tower for so long must have been incredibly boring. For a moment, Jean Gier felt a sense of disbelief. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to maintain their sanity. Under such circumstances, His Majesty Santa had still managed to study and improve himself. He was truly resilient. The emperor patted the dust off the sofa and invited Jean Gier to sit. Cobwebs hung in every corner of the room. It was clear that no one had been here in a long time. The emperor said that if Jean Gier hadn't suggested coming here, he probably would never have returned to the tower. Too many painful memories resided within these walls. The emperor rubbed his neck awkwardly. However, perhaps because he had spent so much time here, he didn't feel uncomfortable being back. At this point, he suddenly turned to Jean Gier with a serious expression. Perhaps it's because I came here with Miss Ginger. Jean Gier replied with an equally serious expression. Is there even any doubt? Of course. It's because I'm here. The emperor laughed, teasing her. All right. Your overflowing confidence is truly your charm. The emperor then asked Jean Gier curiously, is that food in the basket? Jean Gier finally remembered the main event. She proudly told the emperor, these are sandwiches I made myself. Jean Gier eagerly and expectantly took out a sandwich and offered it to the emperor. Inwardly, she was screaming, eat it, and then shower me with praise with that beautiful mouth of yours. The emperor was startled and slightly wary. He looked at Jean Gier, cautiously and hesitantly put the sandwich in his mouth. He took a bite and froze in surprise. Jean Gier asked expectantly, is it good? The emperor, however, asked in confusion. Are you sure you didn't put ginger in this? Why does it taste like ginger? Jean Gier's eyes drooped. Whoa! She couldn't seem to escape the curse of ginger. The emperor took a few more bites, but it only got spicier, making him cough uncontrollably. Tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly asked Jean Gier if she had anything to drink. Jean Gier stared at the emperor intently. Her chance had finally come. She pointed to the bottle of wine disguised as juice in the basket, only to find it was gone. The emperor had already poured himself a large glass and downed it in one gulp. Seeing Jean Gier's surprised expression, he asked her what was wrong. This drink was quite strong. Jean Gier had intended for the emperor to have just a sip, but he had drunk so much. Thus, she could only force a smile and say nothing was wrong. Go ahead and drink. Jean Gier truly hadn't expected her first kiss with Emperor Santa to come about so unexpectedly. She had prepared a juice-flavored alcoholic drink, intending for him to have a few sips. Unexpectedly, he had poured himself a full glass and finished it all. This fruit wine was quite strong after all. Looking at Jean Gier's expression, the emperor asked suspiciously, "Did you put something in the juice?" Jean Gier panicked incoherently, explaining that she hadn't done anything. The emperor stood up, abruptly, but felt a wave of dizziness. His eyes glazed. He swayed and plopped back down on the sofa. Closing his eyes and holding his throbbing forehead, he sighed, "I really can't let my guard down." He felt inexplicably warm and covered in sweat. Perhaps it was the ginger from the sandwich kicking in. Jean Gier worriedly asked him how he felt. The emperor's eyes became hazy after drinking the juice. "I feel very hot. It's like I've drunk alcohol. I'm dizzy." It was alcohol. She hadn't realized Isanna's tolerance was so low. She recalled the novel mentioning he couldn't handle alcohol well. As she was lost in thought, the emperor got up and drank another large glass. Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. After finishing the drink, the emperor collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. She had intended for him to take a few sips and for them to have a heartwarming conversation. Now everything was ruined. However, the sleeping emperor seemed even more adorable to Jean Gier. He looked just like a child, showing a rare gentleness. Gazing at him, Jean Gier felt a pang of sadness. She wondered how lonely Isanna must have been in this tower as a child. From now on, she would always be by his side. She wouldn't let him be lonely anymore. She would make sure he was always happy. After watching him for a while, Jean Gier got up to explore the area. Suddenly, she stepped on the hem of her dress and lost her balance, falling forward. She landed squarely, her lips accidentally brushing against Emperor Isanna. The air stilled for a few seconds, and Jean flushed. A scream pierced the air. Later that evening, the emperor woke up with a splitting headache. His attendant standing beside him bowed respectfully. The emperor closed his eyes, holding his forehead, and asked, "Where's Jean Gier? She has already left, your majesty." "She asked me to tell you that she was very sorry to leave like this." The emperor sighed in exasperation. That audacious Jean had actually escaped while he was unconscious. Remembering something, he touched his lips. Was it his imagination, or could he still smell the scent of ginger? Back home, Jean Gier still hadn't recovered from the kiss. Her face flushed as she covered her mouth. Honestly, why did I have to fall and land right on his lips? However, she couldn't help but feel a thrill. Her mother was truly present. Jean Gier suddenly touched the necklace around her neck. She had accidentally taken it back and forgotten to return it to Isanna. Oh well, whatever. I'll get back to him if he needs it. Jean Gier, now the supporting character in the novel, was trying to figure out how to prevent the main characters from meeting. For the past 3 days, Jean Gier had been too embarrassed to see the emperor after their accidental kiss. But at this large banquet, the emperor was likely to meet the female lead, Lilaji. She had to prevent their encounter. Moreover, if Lilaji and the emperor spoke, he would eventually realize the necklace she wore was a fake. At that moment, the emperor was surrounded by a crowd of flatterers. He nodded absently, exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, he spotted Lilaji in the crowd wearing a vintage red gown. She lifted the hem of her dress with both hands and curtsied slightly. "I've been hoping for a chance to meet your majesty. I didn't expect my wish to come true here." The emperor immediately noticed Lilaji's necklace, his expression unreadable. He invited her to find a quieter place to talk. "I have some questions for you as well." Lilaji readily agreed with a beaming smile. Jean Gier asked a few friends about the emperor's whereabouts. One of them said he had exchanged a few words with everyone and then disappeared. Another guest recalled something just now. It seemed like the emperor went upstairs with a particularly beautiful young lady. Jean Gier looked anxiously towards the second floor, thinking that Lilaji had already struck up a conversation with his majesty so quickly. She went to the second floor balcony and searched all around but couldn't find him. Dejected, she hung her head, planning to search the other balconies, when suddenly a hand grasped her shoulder. It was Lala. Jean Gier asked him, puzzled, what he was doing there. Then remembering something, she asked, "Why did you suddenly take a vacation? You didn't even tell me beforehand." Lala looked silently. Jean Gier was still anxious to find Lilaji and the emperor. She waved her hand dismissively at Lala, indicating she had something urgent to attend to and would talk to him later. With that, she turned to leave, but Lala called out to her, "Don't go." Jean Gier stopped and looked up at him. Lala slowly began, "There's something that keeps coming to mind, something I can't help but think about." Jean Gier looked at Lala with annoyance. She assumed he mistook her for Lilaji and was practicing a confession on her. "If you want to confess, go find the person you're interested in." Suddenly, Jean Gier's eyes widened. Before she could react, Lala pulled her into a hug. Lala buried his head in Jean Gier's shoulder. "It was you," he said. "The moment you hugged me in the closet, I couldn't forget the warmth your fingertips left behind." Jean Gier stared at him stunned, knowing she was the female lead in the novel. Lilaji, wearing the necklace that could block the newcomer, successfully struck up a conversation with the Emperor. The Emperor first complimented Lilaji's necklace, saying it was beautiful and unlike ordinary gemstones. Lilaji looked smug, just like in the novel. The Emperor had taken an interest in her necklace. She smiled and told him that it was a keepsake from her grandfather. The Emperor feigned surprise and asked if her grandfather was the great mage Jess. "Now, I'm even more interested," he said. So far, the Emperor couldn't read Lilaji's thoughts. Her ruby necklace appeared to be genuine. He asked Lilaji if he could take a closer look. Lilaji immediately placed the ruby necklace in his hand. The necklace bore the two letters GA. The Emperor guessed that these were the initials of Jesset. It seemed that Jean Gier's necklace was indeed a fake, and the person who made it must have been Hammer. The Emperor asked Lilaji if she knew Jesset's disciple. "Hammer!" Lilaji's expression momentarily flickered with panic. She looked away, avoiding the Emperor's gaze, and innocently claimed that she couldn't quite remember. The Emperor clocked Laji's super weird vibe, but decided not to call her out on it. He just handed the necklace back to her. Laji gently took his hand, and in this super soft voice, asked if he'd help her put it on. He was a little thrown off, but he agreed. Laji totally beamed, then did this shy head tilt thing, while the Emperor, his face a total blank, was already thinking about the real problem. Laji was definitely connected to Hammer somehow. If Hammer made Jean Gier's knockoff necklace, then he had to know something about her curse. Looked like he needed to dig into both Laji and Hammer. Once the necklace was on, the Emperor was about to bounce, but Laji grabbed his hand and asked him to wait, saying she had something major to tell him. "This isn't the place to talk," she said. "Can you invite me back to the palace when this is all over?" Meanwhile, Lala still had Jean Gier in a death grip. She tried to squirm away, but Lala just held her tighter. "Please just stay with me," he begged. "I don't want you going out on that balcony." Jean Gier's mind was reeling. Wait, is Lala into her? Just a few days ago, they were literally scheming to get Laji's attention. What was this sudden 180? Lala's arms crushed her even more. Jean Gier could barely breathe and told him to let go, but he just held on tighter. All his longing, his regret, his helplessness, and like all his feelings for her just spilled out in that one hug. "Just run away with me," he begged. "Swear you will and I'll let you go." Feeling like her waist was going to snap in two, Jean Gier totally caved. Lala finally let her go. Jean Gier rubbed her aching waist and looked up at Lala only to totally freeze. His eyes were just filled with this deep soul-crushing sadness. Jean Gier was so lost. What had even happened? Jean Gier was about to ask what was up, but a voice cut her off. The Emperor and Laji were standing a few feet away, just watching them, and the Emperor looked seriously ticked off. So Emperor Isana saw the whole hug between Jean Gier and Lala. With a super annoyed look, he asked Jean Gier, "What is going on here? Didn't you tell me you liked me?" Before Jean Gier could even answer, the Emperor scoffed. "So what you're trying to show off by hugging some other guy right in front of me? How am I supposed to take this?" Just hearing him say hug made Jean Gier blush like crazy as she awkwardly touched her face. Not having a clue how to explain, Lala respectfully bowed to the Emperor and jumped in. "Your Majesty, this isn't Miss Jean Gier's fault at all. I just saw her about to fall, so I caught her." The Emperor clearly wasn't buying it, his eyes ice cold as he stared down Lala. He then asked Lala why he was even back from his vacation. Lala just said he got an invite to the banquet and showed up. Jean Gier looked down, her mind racing, trying to figure out why Lala would do that. Then a voice echoed in her head. Plan B. It was Lala's voice, a total psychic moment. Was this like magic? Lala told Jean Gier that everything he just did was a performance to get Laji's attention. He smiled and told her to figure out a way to get the Emperor out of there. Jean Gier frowned, a flash of heartache in her eyes. The look in Lala's eyes didn't scream, "Get out of here." He looked like he was about to break down and cry. Jean Gier wanted to comfort him, but the words that came out were, "Your Majesty, let's go somewhere we can talk." The Emperor was silent for a sec, looking super annoyed. He turned and just told Jean Gier to follow him. Jean Gier gave Lala one last hesitant look, and finally turned to follow the Emperor. Lala just watched her walk away, his heart aching. 7 years ago, when he first met the future Laji, he was filled with pity and this intense need to help. Seeing her awful fate, he just couldn't sit back and do nothing. After Jess's funeral, he wrote that novel based on the future he saw. He was just a confused kid trying to protect Laji. At the time, he just assumed that feeling had to be love. But in that moment with Jean Gier in his arms, it hit him what real love felt like. This feeling was impossible to run from, totally incurable. He thought taking a few days off would make the feeling go away, but he was so wrong. Since when did Jean Gier become this important to him? Just then, Laji walked up, snapping Lala out of his thoughts. "Hammer, I need to ask you something. Did you write that book, The Imprisoned Prince and the Marquis's Daughter?" There was no use lying now. Lala just nodded and admitted it. "Yeah, I wrote it. It was based on a future I happened to get a glimpse of." Laji said she wasn't buying his whole prophecy thing at all. She only trusted her own gut. Laji then warned Lala not to use saving Zhang Jie as an excuse to get close to her. She turned and walked away, throwing one last comment over her shoulder. "I'll save myself." Lala just stood there, totally defeated, rubbing his forehead. All he wanted was for Laji to have a happy ending. The cursed Isana Zhang Jie, who could never get what she wanted, and Laji, who was fated to die by her lover's hand. He didn't want any of them to get hurt. He just wanted everyone to be okay. He suddenly remembered what Zhang Jie had told him. "It sounds like you're missing someone. You Hammer. You the guy who's into Laji in the novel." Thinking about that just filled Lala's eyes with sadness. Maybe trying to force a happy ending for everyone was just a total fantasy. As Laji was leaving, she stopped like something just clicked. She told Lala that the Emperor had been asking about Hammer out of nowhere. He's definitely onto something. After dropping that bomb, she left. Lala just stood there in silence, his head hanging low. Emperor Isana turned his back on Zhang Jie and told her straight up that he was hurt. He looked right at her and asked, "Is just liking me really enough for you?" Zhang Jie frantically tried to explain that it was a huge misunderstanding and not what it looked like, but lying to the Emperor when he was already this suspicious, yeah, she'd be caught in a heartbeat. Zhang Jie decided to just spill the tea. "Honestly, I was heading to find His Majesty when I bumped into Lala. He was like, 'I have something super important to tell you,' and totally stopped me in my tracks. We were kind of wrestling over it, and that's how we ended up looking so weird." The Emperor finally turned to look at Zhang Jie, who quickly told him not to blame Lala, that he was probably just worried about her. Then, all of a sudden, Zhang Jie's eyes kind of glazed over. She couldn't help but wonder, like, why am I even explaining all this? It's not like she and Lala were a thing. The Emperor just snorted. But his expression totally softened a little. Then Zhang Jie just blurted out asking why he was hanging with Laji. The question completely threw him, and he turned away with a soft sigh. "It's because of Laji's necklace. She's rocking a necklace that was supposedly stolen. So yeah, it's super sketchy." Zhang Jie totally freaked and slapped a hand over her mouth. Oh my god, the Emperor was wasted that day. She couldn't even explain the whole necklace thing right. She super awkwardly tried to explain to the Emperor that she'd switched the necklaces that day, swapping the real one for a fake. So Laji should be wearing the fake one right now. The Emperor's eyes narrowed and he went completely still. So it was Zhang Jie herself who did the switch. That means the necklace with HB on it was her idea. And, wait, could the person who made it be... Oh, the Emperor's whole expression went dark in a split second. Zhang Jie asked what was wrong. Looking totally confused, the Emperor suddenly walked right up to her and rested his head on her shoulder. He said in this soft, wounded voice, "Zhang Jie, I think I'm even more hurt now." The Emperor opened his eyes, looking exhausted, and said his heart was literally aching. Zhang Jie's face turned bright red. Her eyes went huge and she opened her mouth, finally managing to stutter. "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty." The Emperor closed his eyes again, his forehead resting on her shoulder, just letting it all out. "When I see you with Lala, I get all anxious and ticked off and just bummed out." To Zhang Jie, those words were sweeter than any love confession. That's exactly how she felt seeing him alone with Laji on the balcony. She'd get super irritated and down too. So was that why Lala tried to stop her? Was he worried she'd get hurt seeing the Emperor with Laji? But then, why did Lala look so sad? The Emperor said super firmly that he trusted Lala. It felt like he was saying it to Zhang Jie and to himself at the same time. "I thought he was the one person I could tell everything, but I always get this vibe he's hiding something from me." Hearing that, Zhang Jie's eyes bugged out. Oh my god, could he have figured it out? The Emperor told her he'd just gotten a report. Jess's last apprentice Hammer went missing 5 years ago, and Lala showed up right in front of him exactly 5 years ago. Zhang Jie's mouth fell open a little, her eyes flicking over to the Emperor. She wondered if he'd read some game-changing secret in Laji's mind earlier. The Emperor's mood was like a million times better. He asked Zhang Jie to keep their whole conversation tonight a secret. He wanted to believe in Lala no matter what the actual truth was. He wanted to hear it straight from Lala. Zhang Jie just frowned and stayed quiet. After a minute, she put her hand on Issa's shoulder and asked nervously, "But what if it's a truth that's like impossible for you to accept?" The upset Emperor was immediately calmed down by Zhang Jie. He even started cracking jokes. "Seriously, if Lala is Hammer, I'm ready for it. Just like I'm ready for whatever happens every time I see Miss Zhang Jie." That made Zhang Jie ask, all annoyed, "What's that supposed to mean?" The Emperor just gave her this innocent little smile. Who knows what crazy thoughts are going to pop into your head today? It takes guts just to read your mind. Zhang Jie suddenly spun around to face away from Issa, her cheeks burning. She pouted, "Fine, I just won't think it all then." Seeing her act like that, the Emperor couldn't help but grin. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and looked at her dead serious. "No, I want you to keep thinking about me no matter what." In the end, though, even by the time they got in the carriage to go home, Zhang Jie still couldn't bring herself to tell the Emperor about Hammer. She was completely stressing over it. She'd promised Lala she'd keep his secret, but the Emperor was already suspicious. If the Emperor found out later that she'd been hiding this from him, just thinking about his icy stare made Zhang Jie shiver. It wasn't that she was scared of him being mad, she was worried. that he'd be super disappointed in her and stop liking her. Meanwhile, Laji was about to head home when Urgi suddenly rushed over. Laji hadn't hit him up lately, and Urgi had been searching for her all night. Laji gave Urgi a friendly, "Hey." Urgi nervously asked if he could walk her home. Even though she wasn't really feeling it, Laji said okay. The second Urgi brought up the novel, Laji cut him off. "You don't actually think any of that stuff in the novel is real, do you?" Urgi immediately acted all shocked. "The main character in the book isn't even me. There's no way it could be true." Laji plastered on a fake smile and gave Urgi a couple of blah responses. She asked him not to tell anyone about the book. Urgi, totally curious, asked her why not. Laji put on this super worried face and told Urgi the main guy in the novel is the Emperor. If His Majesty finds out, it could be a complete disaster. Urgi was instantly convinced, thinking Laji was just looking out for him. With this smug but shy look on his face, Urgi thought, Miss Laji is so thoughtful and sweet. He suddenly felt so lucky that he dumped that psycho. Jean Gier and wisely chose the kind Laji. Slightly embarrassed, Urgi turned his head to the side and promised he wouldn't tell anyone. This earned him another round of praise from Laji. When the carriage arrived at her home, Laji got off and was about to leave when Urgi called out to her. He seriously asked Laji if he could have another chance. Laji pretended to be distressed and heartbroken, saying she hadn't yet recovered from the incident where Urgi had stolen her necklace. As expected, Urgi dropped the subject and instead started comforting her. Laji managed to shake him off. Urgi and said her goodbyes with a smile. With her back to Urgi, Laji's expression turned totally impatient. She really hoped he wouldn't bother her again. However, seeing that nasty Jean Gier acting all close with His Majesty today, it looked like she wasn't lying. Thinking of this, Laji sneered. She confidently touched the necklace around her neck, thinking that kind of closeness you have with him is never going any further. The Emperor, having learned that the male lead hammer from the novel was actually Lala, straight up asked Lala if he was hiding something from him. Lala just pursed his lips, looked down, and stayed quiet. The Emperor then asked in a low voice if he had feelings for Jean Gier. Lala was silent for a moment. He took off his glasses and confessed to the Emperor. "Yeah, I like Miss Jean Gier." The two just stared at each other for a second. Lala asked the Emperor in his head, "Your Majesty, since you're asking, does that mean you like her too?" The Emperor was stunned for a second, his dark eyes darting to the side. "I'm not sure. I've never felt like this before. Jean Gier is definitely cute and easy to like. Being with her makes me happy. But is this feeling really love?" The Emperor couldn't figure it out. Lala told the Emperor seriously, "If your Majesty is still not sure if you like Jean Gier, then I'm going to go after Miss Jean Gier, even if Jean Gier likes your Majesty." Lala asked one last thing. "Are you cool with that?" The Emperor scowled, looking totally annoyed, and gritted his teeth. "No." Getting more and more pissed, he yelled at Lala, "I don't want you going after Jean Gier." After shouting, he suddenly realized what he'd said and froze. Lala smiled and answered for him in his head. "Your Majesty, that means you like her." The Emperor blushed and looked away, totally embarrassed. He felt like Lala had read his mind. Then, thinking of something, the Emperor's eyes suddenly got all sad. After all, he'd been with Lala for 5 years. Even if Lala couldn't read minds, he knew him really well. 5 years ago, that winter after the Emperor was locked up in the tower, his long-time attendant passed away. Since then, the Emperor's attendant position stayed empty. Everyone around him was scared of him. People who didn't know about his power just thought he was sick. Nobody but the attendant dared to go in or out of the tower. But one day, Lala showed up. After coming to the palace, Lala immediately volunteered to be the Emperor's attendant, even though the Emperor had a hard time trusting people since he could read their minds. But Lala was about his age and gave off a good vibe, so he was an exception. The two became friends super fast. The Emperor thought that if he had a brother, this is probably what it would feel like. Lala was someone he could tell anything to, and now he found out this close friend might have come to him with some other motive. Lala, from behind him, cut into the Emperor's thoughts. "But your Majesty, I like you too." Lala tilted his head and smiled at the Emperor. "I don't want to lose either of you. I just want to keep cherishing these feelings." Even though it was just a friendly confession, the Emperor shuddered, crossed his arms, and said with a totally speechless look, "I don't want to hear a confession from a guy." Lala just stood there looking all hurt. After a bit, the Emperor turned his head and said, "For real, I like you too, Lala. You're one of the only people who's been with me since I was stuck in the tower." A 5-year friendship was enough for the Emperor to keep trusting Lala, even if Lala wasn't telling him everything right now. No matter who Lala was, the Emperor chose to keep on believing in him. After Laji figured out she was the female lead in the novel, she was finally invited to the palace by the Emperor. She politely lifted her skirt and curtsied to him. The Emperor curiously asked what Laji wanted to tell him. Laji didn't beat around the bush. She came right out and said she knew about the Emperor's curse, that he could read people's minds just by looking at them. The person who put this curse on him was his grandfather Jess. The Emperor's face instantly darkened. He coldly asked Laji how she knew about this. Laji explained that she'd read the book about the imprisoned prince and the Marquis's daughter. The Emperor was stunned for a second. The book Jean Gier brought was with him. So why did Laji have that novel too? Could there be more than one copy? Laji said she found a clue in the novel. She smiled and asked the emperor if he wanted to hear it. The emperor, with a serious look on his face, told her to go on. Laji told the emperor that she'd found a portrait while going through her grandfather's stuff. The person in the portrait was the old king's brother, Lord Henry Asana's father's younger brother, but she heard he died super young. This guy, who was super talented with magic, was once her grandfather Jess's student. Lord Henry died less than half a year before her grandfather left the palace. There has to be some connection. The emperor furrowed his brow, thinking about what happened back then. He was still so young back then and couldn't remember it clearly. Only Uncle Henry's funeral. He couldn't figure out what connection there could possibly be between his uncle's death and his curse. Meanwhile, Jean-Gire was flopped on the sofa, totally bummed out. She was positive the emperor must know that Lala was Hammer. She couldn't help but worry about what would happen to Lala. Things had just started to get better, and now there was a new drama. A maid suddenly came to tell her she had a visitor. Jean-Gire went out and saw Lala holding a bouquet of flowers. His eyes were full of kindness, and he had a huge smile. Jean-Gire asked him curiously, "Aren't you on vacation?" Lala said that his visit today had nothing to do with the emperor. It was a personal visit. He handed the flowers to Jean-Gire. "I'd like to ask you out on a date, Miss Jean-Gire." Jean-Gire's face turned a little red, and she was speechless for a second. A date Lala asked with a smile if she was free right now. Jean-Gire took the flowers from Lala and asked him why he wanted to go on a date with her. Lala smiled and said, "I want to try and find my own happiness too." Lately, he'd been working so hard for everyone else's happiness and future, but he'd kind of lost himself in the process. He touched his head sheepishly. "But recently, I suddenly had this thought that I just want to be happy." Jean-Gire totally agreed that he should be. "First, make yourself happy before you worry about anyone else's happiness." Lala looked down at Jean-Gire and asked her to be his practice date. Then he added softly, "I've never been on a date with a girl before. Ms. Jean-Gire, please think of this as the first step in my future plans." After he said all that, Jean-Gire hesitated but finally agreed. Jean-Gire had a weird feeling that Lala was into her today. She got asked out on a date by Lala. They strolled down the street. Jean-Gire asked Lala curiously, "How come you're not wearing your glasses today?" Lala replied softly, "Because today is a happy day. I don't have to see the emperor, so I'm not wearing them." This made Jean-Gire totally overthink things. They were just hanging out together. How could it be a happy day? Jean-Gire lowered her head and looked at Lala with tired eyes. She was now super suspicious that Lala liked her. The whole practice date thing sounded like an excuse. She still clearly remembered what Lala had said to her at the last banquet. If he was acting, his eyes were way too sincere. But she liked Santa. Lala should know that better than anyone. Lala and John. He looked lost and asked her where they should go. John was speechless. He'd asked her out without even planning where to go. Lala touched his head helplessly, saying that he had never been on a date with a girl before. As he spoke, he hung his head, looking all sad, and asked Jean-Gire if he was hopeless. Jean-Gire quickly patted his shoulder, telling him it was okay and that he'd get the hang of it with practice. Since Lala was totally clueless, Jean-Gire decided to give him a crash course today. First, she took Lala to get some ice cream. Then they went to a wishing fountain, and after that, they got afternoon tea and just chatted. Jean-Gire did most of the talking. Lala sat across from her, resting his chin in his hand, quietly watching her. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Laji handed a letter to the emperor. She'd found it in a picture frame among her grandfather Jesuit's things. The letter read, "Jess, I'm all right. I was going to leave sooner or later anyway. I'm just leaving a little early. Please don't hold a grudge against my brother Lubby, who is Henry." If the letter was real, the brother it mentioned was the emperor's father, but the emperor couldn't figure out why Jess would hold a grudge against his father because of his Uncle Henry's death. He asked Laji if he could see the necklace again. Laji immediately took it off. The emperor carefully examined the ruby necklace in his hand. Why would Jess want the wearer to go unnoticed? Was it really just to protect his granddaughter? But according to the novel, this necklace was the reason Laji became so unlucky. There had to be another reason. The emperor tried on the necklace. The necklace flashed for a second, and a voice suddenly echoed, "Your Majesty Asana." The emperor looked around, trying to find where the voice was coming from. Laji asked him, confused, "What's wrong?" The emperor realized that only he could hear the voice. It spoke again. "Your Majesty, if you can hear me, please come to the basement of the Atlanta mansion. There's something I need to give you." The emperor was sure the voice belonged to Jess. He immediately ordered his attendants to get ready to visit the Atlanta mansion's basement. Lala was out with the girl he had a crush on. He wished time could just stop forever right in this moment. Lala's gentle focused gaze made Jean-Gire blush for no reason. Sensing how awkward it was getting, Jean-Gire quickly turned her face away and asked Lala when his vacation would be over. She was a little annoyed about him leaving without saying anything. Without Lala's magic bracelet, every visit to the emperor made her super nervous. Lala, afraid his identity would be exposed, answered sadly. The emperor probably already guessed. Jean-Gire couldn't help but worry. She believed Lala must have had a good reason for hiding his identity from Isana. but Isana, who had always trusted Lala and even told him his secrets. Would he really be okay with the truth? The vibe got super heavy. Trying to lighten the mood, Jean Gier told a totally deadpan joke. Lala burst out laughing. Jean Gier always surprised him with the random things she did. He looked at Jean Gier tenderly. I really like this side of you, Miss Jean Gier. Unpredictable, one of a kind. I can always feel that you care. Jean Gier blushed at his words. She playfully hit Lala. Such compliments could be mistaken for a confession. Lala's eyes were filled with uncontainable affection. Yes, this is a confession. Confession. No, don't think that. I have fallen for you. The unexpected confession made Jean Gier's face flush crimson. She tried to speak, but Lala suddenly shed a tear. Jean Gier, flustered, asked him what was wrong. Why are you crying? Lala lowered his head shyly, his eyes downcast. I seem to have become a crybaby in front of Miss Jean Gier. Jean Gier looked at Lala with a complicated expression. She could feel that Lala truly didn't like Laji but her. Lala, in his attempt to change the unfortunate future, had also changed his feelings. She patted Lala's head, gently comforting him. All right, stop crying. I don't like crybabies. Lala suddenly stood up, bent down, and kissed Jean Gier on the forehead. Just a little stunt. Lala smiled at her. Even if you don't like crybabies, I still like you. Jean blushed slightly, touching her forehead in surprise. Elsewhere, Emperor Isana arrived at Laji's house. The voice of Jess from the necklace directed him to the study to Henry's portrait. Jess said there was something behind the portrait he wanted to show him. After dismissing his attendants, the Emperor moved the portrait. Behind it was a hidden compartment. Laji was also surprised to discover this. The Emperor nervously opened the compartment. Inside was a book. Opening it, he realized it was a diary. Once he had the diary in hand, the necklace fell silent. The Emperor returned the necklace to Laji and told her about hearing her grandfather's voice from it. Before Laji could react, the Emperor, holding the diary, prepared to leave. Laji suddenly called out to him, blushing slightly. She looked at the Emperor expectantly. Your Majesty, don't you understand my feelings after all this effort I've made to help you? Your Majesty, I like you. Laji pitifully confessed her love to Emperor Isana. She declared her genuine affection for His Majesty, insisting that even after seeing their tragic ending in the novel, she still wanted to be with him. Your Majesty, won't you please look at me? The Emperor looked thoughtfully at the tearful Laji. She wasn't wearing the ruby necklace, so the Emperor could sense her true feelings. They were indeed genuine. The Emperor told Laji that his heart already belonged to someone else. Laji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it Jean Gier? She asked. The Emperor nodded. Jean Gier is special to me. I think that's all that needs to be said. Laji bit her lip in frustration. After a moment, she let out a cold laugh. But does Jean Gier feel the same way about your Majesty? The Emperor frowned slightly. What do you mean? He asked, puzzled. Laji calmly brought up the banquet, mentioning Jean Gier and Lala's interaction. The atmosphere between them didn't seem so simple. Perhaps Jean Gier's heart also belongs to someone else. The Emperor's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Lala was about to escort Jean Gier home. Jean Gier paused mid-step, a thought occurring to her. She looked apologetically at Lala. I was so startled earlier I couldn't say it. Thank you for your confession. I can feel your sincerity. Lala smiled shyly, pleased that Jean Gier understood his feelings. Actually, I've been quite scared, he admitted. Jean Gier asked what he was afraid of. Lala touched his slightly flushed cheek. Just a while ago, I said I liked Laji. Now I'm confessing to you. I was worried you'd think I was fickle and look down on my confession. He quickly added that he didn't mean to imply she looked down on people. Jean Gier patted Lala's shoulder, saying she understood that love is unpredictable. She looked up at him. So the conclusion is, you like me now, right? Lala beamed at Jean Gier and nodded repeatedly. Jean Gier then firmly told Lala, the person I like is Emperor Isana. Lowering her eyes, she said, I'm sorry, my answer might be a bit harsh, but I still need to say it. Jean Gier didn't want to be ambiguous with Lala. Being unclear now would only hurt him more. Even though Lala would be devastated, she had to tell him the truth. Although Lala had expected this outcome, a look of dejection still crossed his face when he heard the rejection. A moment later, he looked at Jean Gier tenderly. I know, he said, but my feelings for you won't change. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Don't pity me, even if it's unrequited. Liking you makes me happy. After they cleared the air, Lala escorted Jean Gier home. Jean Gier looked at Lala with a pang of sympathy, seeing the happiness of the person you love as your own happiness. That was the novel's description of Lala. The ending of love is certainly important, but protecting the one you love is also a choice. Meanwhile, the Emperor, riding back to the palace in his carriage, sat with his eyes closed, his face flushed. It dawned on him that he had actually said in front of someone else that Jean Gier was special. Suddenly, he saw something outside the carriage, and his pupils constricted, seeing Jean Gier and Lala walking together. The Emperor was suddenly filled with anger. Just moments ago in the carriage, he had resolved to prioritize being with Jean Gier as long as the curse that allowed him to read her mind wasn't lifted. He was terrified that one day he would read thoughts he didn't want to hear. What if Zhang Jie, like his father, locked him in a tower and abandoned him? What if she too feared him? The thought made the emperor's heart ache. He couldn't bear such a blow. Perhaps Zhang Jie being with Lala would be better for everyone. He nearly crushed his fist, forcing himself to accept this idea. The next moment he saw Zhang Jie and Lala standing together outside the window. The emperor couldn't stay calm. He stood before them, his face dark with anger. They both totally jumped when he just showed up out of nowhere. "What are you two doing out here so late?" the emperor asked, his voice super serious. Lala, matching his vibe, shot a thought right back at him. "I already told you, your majesty. I'm being for real." Their eyes locked, and you could practically feel the sparks of anger flying between them. Stuck in the middle of their stare-down, Zhang Jie frantically waved her hands, trying to get them to chill. "Guys, it's late," she said. "Let's just take this inside." Then, her cheeks turning a little pink, she added, "And it'd probably be best if Santa took me back to the palace." But the emperor just came back with total sarcasm. "Wouldn't want to get in the way of your little date now, would I?" Zhang Jie tried to explain, but Lala cut her off. "And what if we were on a date? It's none of your business." Asterisk, Lala, what are you even doing, asterisk? The emperor's lips tightened into a thin line before he looked away. "You're right. I have zero reason to get involved in your personal lives," he said. Zhang Jie wanted to argue, but the emperor shot her a look that was pure ice. "Sorry for interrupting." Then turning to Lala, he added, "But shouldn't you be at the palace working? I found a major clue about Jessid and the curse." Okay, that last part definitely got their attention. The emperor took Zhang Jie home first. Before he left, he just bluntly told her he'd be calling her to the palace tomorrow. They needed to talk about Jess's whole deal. Zhang Jie just sighed like, "I get it." She gave Lala a nervous look and a quiet goodbye. The second she was back in her room, Zhang Jie flopped onto her bed, totally drained. Asterisk, oh, why did we have to run into Santa right then? Asterisk, she had literally just turned Lala down. Zhang Jie was so scared of hurting Lala even more that she couldn't bring herself to deny it in front of the emperor. The vibe in the carriage was crazy awkward, like dead silent. Asterisk. But seriously, was it okay for Lala to not wear his glasses today? What if he finds out who he really is before Lala even gets a chance to tell him? Asterisk. Zhang Jie couldn't stop worrying. Meanwhile, the emperor was running a hand through his hair, totally annoyed. He'd been so worried that Zhang Jie would hurt him that he'd actually thought about ghosting her. But now, seeing her with Lala, this wave of jealousy just washed over him. He couldn't keep his cool. Then, out of nowhere, Lala spoke up in the carriage. "Things aren't going according to the book anymore. Because Zhang Jie showed up, your majesty hasn't fallen for Laji. And you probably won't go crazy either." The emperor wanted to be like, "What are you even talking about?" But Lala's next words completely shocked him. "But through all these changes, the one thing that hasn't changed is how I feel about Zhang Jie." And then Lala told the emperor he was Hammer. The emperor's expression went dark. "So it really was you, Lala." He clenched his fists mad. He demanded to know why Lala kept it a secret for this long. "Why now, after 5 years together, you're only telling me now?" Lala went on to explain, "That novel was based on a messed up future I saw. To stop it from happening, I had to stay with you. But I had no idea why Jessa cursed you. And back then, you wouldn't talk about your powers. I couldn't just come out and tell you who I was. So I just kept trying to earn your trust." The emperor gave this bitter little smile. "And you did. I trusted you. I told you everything." He propped his chin on his hand and gave Lala a major side-eye, asking coldly why he didn't fess up sooner. You could hear a little bit of guilt in Lala's voice. "You're probably going to think this is just an excuse, but the more you trusted me, the harder it got to tell you the truth." He looked up at the emperor, his face totally sincere. "And this whole time I've been with you, I've been 100% loyal. Sometimes like a friend, sometimes like a brother. For a guy like me who's been on his own since his parents died, you've become like family." Lala looked the emperor dead in the eye and apologized. "I was always so scared of letting you down. I'm so sorry, your majesty." The emperor's anger started to fade, replaced by this far-off look. He turned away and let out this tired sigh. "How did you even hide who you were for so long?" Lala explained it was all because of his glasses. They were like a magic item that could change his thoughts. Before they got to the emperor was immediately ticked off. Asterisk. So all those times I heard Lala thinking nice things about me. It was all fake. Asterisk. The emperor's anger came roaring back even worse than before. Lala, starting to sweat, tried to explain that even though the words were changed, they weren't that far off from what he really felt. Just then the carriage pulled up to the palace. Lala, with this super serious and determined look, said he'd take whatever punishment the emperor decided on, even if it meant he had to quit and just disappear forever. He'd do it. After all, the horrible future wasn't going to happen. The one thing he'd been working for was done. The emperor got out of the carriage without a word. Even though he kind of saw it coming, he still felt totally betrayed. If Lala's plan was to lie to him from the start, he probably would have just kept his identity a secret forever. Behind him, Lala bowed low, saying he'd go back and wait for his punishment. Hearing that made the emperor stop in his tracks. "Go back where?" he asked, turning around with a small frown. "Did you not just hear me say I found a major clue? Until this curse is gone, you're staying right here and helping me. Your magic ought to come in handy." Lala just froze. The emperor kept going. "You just told me who you are. It's not like the Lala I've known this whole time is just gone. And finding another, capable assistant is a total pain." As he said it, the emperor's ears went bright red. He quickly turned away and mumbled, "But don't think for a second that I'll trust you like I used to. You just keep working hard to earn my trust." Lala's slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed and a sparkling light returned to his eyes. Lala sincerely wished for the emperor and Jean Gier's happiness. Both of them were important to him. After the emperor's curse was lifted, he would choose to quietly leave. Watching the emperor's departing figure, Lala silently said in his heart, "I sincerely wish your majesty, who will find a brand new future, and Miss Jean Gier happiness." Thinking of this, Lala couldn't help but shed another tear. "Please both of you be happy." Returning to the palace, the emperor felt exhausted. A lot had happened that day. First Jess's diary, then Lala's confession about being Hammer, and also Jean Gier. Thinking of this, the emperor's face flushed slightly. Now all that was left was to confess his feelings to Jean Gier. The next second, the emperor felt it wasn't the right time yet. He still needed to lift the curse before confessing. He couldn't afford to delay now that he finally had a clue. He slowly opened Jess's diary. 20 years ago, Isana's uncle Henry was very talented in magic. He was also the first in line to the throne. Under Jess's tutelage, his magic improved day by day. Even Jess praised his great power. Kind Henry only hoped that his magic could help the empire develop further. While his brother, who had no magic, outwardly expressed happiness for Henry, he was secretly very jealous of his talent. 5 years later, Henry died. When he was found, he had collapsed alone in the temple tower. The cause of death was poisoning. Jessup completely refused to believe Henry would poison himself, as he hadn't shown any signs the day before. Afterward, Henry's brother decreed that the use of any magic was forbidden in the empire. He claimed this was Henry's dying wish. He said Henry had gradually developed hallucinations because of magic and had become mentally unstable. Therefore, the empire wouldn't allow anyone to use magic anymore. Jess accidentally found a note in Henry's room before he died. It read, "Jess said, I'm all right. I was going to leave sooner or later. I'm just going first. Please don't resent my brother." The moment he finished reading the note, Jessette suddenly saw what had happened in the past. He saw the scene of Henry with His Majesty before his death. His Majesty handed the poison wine to Henry, who drank it without any suspicion. After learning the truth, although Henry asked Jess not to resent the Emperor, Jessette still cast a magic spell at the cost of his own life. The next day, Jean, Gier, and Lala, who came to the palace, were informed by the Emperor about the contents of the diary. Both were surprised by the story. Jean Gier couldn't understand why Jess would curse Issa. Shouldn't he have cursed the king at the time the Emperor said the diary ended there? He didn't know the reason either. He turned to Lala and asked if he had ever heard Jessup mention anything like seeing the past or something. Lala dejectedly said that if he had known, he would have told His Majesty long ago. Jean Gier suddenly stood up and nervously asked them what their conversation meant. Lala awkwardly nodded. The Emperor suddenly brought his face close to Jean Gier's, staring at her angrily. "Jean Gier, you knew all along that Lala was Hammer." Jean Gier panicked and asked the Emperor when he had discovered Lala's secret. The Emperor shrugged and smiled, telling her that he had known since the day she brought the fake necklace. The necklace was engraved with HB, and he could still read the thoughts of whoever wore it. That day, the Emperor read Jean Gier's thoughts and learned that Lala had helped her switch the necklaces. He then suspected that Lala was likely Hammer. Jean Gier only then realized she had done something foolish by taking the wrong necklace. Most importantly, after wearing the fake necklace that day, she had recklessly complained about Isana in her mind. Recalling this, Jean Gier felt so embarrassed she wanted to die. Tearfully, Jean Gier opened the window. She just wanted to live on a different planet now. This action made the Emperor and Lala behind her nervous. Covering her face in despair, she cried, "This is so embarrassing." Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she was about to fall backward, but the Emperor caught her. Seeing the Emperor's beautiful face from this angle made Jean Gier dazed again. The Emperor, smirk playing on his lips, asked Jean Gier, "Why are you so shy?" His deep eyes were full of affection. "Didn't I tell you it doesn't matter what you think? I only wish you would keep thinking about me." A blush crept up Jean Gier's face. They gazed at each other lovingly, as if the world consisted solely of them. Lala coughed, reminding the two that there was someone else present. He dabbed at imaginary tears with a handkerchief. "It's too cruel for you two to do this to a single person." The Emperor and Jean Gier faces flushed, quickly separated, each offering incoherent explanations. "I was just helping someone who had twisted their ankle." They looked at each other in confusion. "Why are we explaining ourselves?" Lala gave an awkward laugh and suggested they go to the top floor of the tower to look for clues. Jessup found clues there. "Maybe we can find something too." The Emperor was hesitant, driven by curiosity. He had been to the top floor of the tower a few times, but hadn't examined it closely. Every time he looked out from up there, he felt a sense of isolating loneliness. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. Jean suddenly took his hand. A smile bloomed on her flushed face, as warm and gentle as sunlight. "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter where you go, I'll always be by your side." It was like Jean zapped him with a shot of pure energy. The fear in his eyes just vanished. He squeezed her hand tighter, and then a second later he leaned in super close, which totally made her heart do a backflip. But then the Emperor's whole vibe shifted, getting all dark and serious. He stared her down. "Are you having another one of your wild thoughts?" Busted. Jean face went bright red, and she tried to yank her hand back, but the Emperor wasn't letting go. He was totally ready for a rematch after that whole red wine incident. Jean mind flashed back to their accidental kiss, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire. When someone cleared their throat, the Emperor grabbed Jean chin, making her look right at him. He was dying to know what kind of trouble she was cooking up in her head, and just like that, they were back to their usual flirty teasing. Lala let out a huge sigh like he was so over it. He figured he'd just hit up Jess's research lab by himself to hunt for clues. Turning to them, Lala said, "Hey, why don't you two head over to the tower first and scope things out? I'll catch up after I'm done at the lab." But as he said it, he gave the Emperor this asterisk look, basically telling him, "Dude, use this time to figure out your feelings for each other." The Emperor totally turned away, letting out a super awkward cough and mumbling that he got it. He motioned for Jean to follow him. She just smiled and waved bye to Lala. Lala stood there quietly, just watching them go. He put a hand over his chest, his heart seriously aching. He knew that, like in books or in real life, not everyone gets a happy ending. But then he remembered what Jean had told him so seriously. "You're forgetting who you are, Lala. You can only make other people happy after you find your own happiness." Miss Jean Gier, he thought, if I get another real shot at happiness, I'm not letting it slip away this time. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Jean started walking to the temple tower. After thinking for a sec, Jean apologized to the Emperor for helping Lala keep his identity a secret. The Emperor was already over it, but he decided to fake being mad. You guys totally left me in the dark. The two people I trusted the most just lied to my face. The feeling of betrayal is like a lot." Jean apologized again for real, this time explaining how Lala had begged her to keep it on the down low. She was sure he must have had a solid reason for not being straight with the Emperor, and just like that, the Emperor's whole act dropped. He gently stroked her hair and smiled. "Hey, don't even worry about it. Lala told me everything, Jean." Wait, that meant the Emperor also knew about that cringy novel she wrote. Her heart started pounding like a drum. Ugh. Why did the most embarrassing stuff always happen to her? The Emperor had his back to her, so he didn't see her freaking out. A sad look crossed his face. This whole thing with Lala, it definitely hit me hard. I just kept thinking, why couldn't he have just told me sooner? Then it hit me. He was probably thinking the exact same thing I was. Jean trying to cool down her flaming cheeks, asked, "The same thing as what?" The Emperor explained that when he and Lala first met, he was stressing about whether Lala would think he was some kind of monster if he found out about his power. Lala must have been just as scared. Spilling a secret that huge? The worst part is worrying you'll let the other person down. We were basically like brothers, you know? We depended on each other, and we were both terrified of losing that. Jean looked at the Emperor, her expression full of worry. She had this bad feeling that the trust between the Emperor and Lala would never be the same again. I mean, trusting someone and forgiving them are two totally different things. "Oh, you poor thing, she thought, basically sending him a mental hug. "I'll give you all my courage and trust." Jean was seriously worried the Emperor would just stop trusting people after what happened with Lala. She flashed him this super sweet smile, trying to chase away all the dark clouds in his head. "Your Majesty, getting hurt by someone you trust sucks for real. But what if through all that you find someone you can actually trust? Isn't that like the most amazing thing ever?" Then she added, "And obviously, Your Majesty, that #1 most trusted person spot should totally be saved for me." The Emperor stopped walking and asked, "Aren't you scared of this terrifying power to read people's minds?" He turned his head a little, his vibe getting kinda heavy. "And while we're on the subject, my dad might have literally offed his own brother for the throne." It killed his own younger brother for power. Jean just blinked her big innocent eyes at him and was like, "So, who cares what your dad did? That has literally nothing to do with you." Then Jean brought up the mind-reading thing again, saying she honestly didn't care. "Whenever Your Majesty reads my mind, your eyes get this awesome sparkle." She squinted, totally copying the Emperor's look. "When I look into your eyes, it's like pure light." Waving her arms around dramatically, she added, "It's just crazy handsome." The Emperor was completely stunned by her little performance. Jean swore she was being 100% serious. "If you don't believe me, Your Majesty, go ahead and read my mind." The Emperor spun around, trying so hard not to smile. He seriously could not keep up with Jean train of thought. Thinking he was still bummed out, she kept trying to cheer him up. "You've got to believe in yourself. A small smile finally played on the emperor's lips. He looked down at Jean Gier, totally smitten. All right, fine. I promise. The #1 super trust spot is all yours. That made Jean Gier's heart do a little happy dance. Then the emperor suddenly blushed and looked away, muttering, "So, until this curse is broken, you have to stick with me." Jean Gier nodded firmly. "Duh, of course." The emperor glanced back at her, and she met his look with this super determined expression, basically telling him without words, asterisk, "It doesn't matter if the curse ever gets broken, I'm always going to be by your side." This made the emperor's face turn red all over again. He did another one of his awkward coughs and held out his hand, asking Jean Gier to hit up the top of the tower with him. Jean Gier was so down and totally grabbed his hand, but outside some sketchy figure in a black cloak just appeared. They reached out to open the door, but like their hand went straight through it. Lala, who was right there, got all suspicious like, who is that?" The guy turned around, and OMG, it was Gisette. Lala just stared completely shook at his old master. So Jean Gier and the emperor got to the top floor of the tower, and it was totally empty. Jean Gier couldn't help but complain, seriously, why couldn't Jess just spell out the curse in his diary? She whispered to the emperor, okay, just based on him being Logi's grandpa, Jess's personality has got to be the worst. Then out of nowhere, this super gloomy dude appeared in the room. "I'm so sorry, my personality is so terrible." Yup, it was the guy in the black cloak. He gave the emperor this super respectful bow. "Your Majesty, I'm Jess. It's been a minute." Jean Gier was so freaked out, she automatically jumped back 2 steps. Wait, wasn't Jess supposed to be dead? Jess just sighed, looking at the emperor. "You were only 5 years old when I last saw you. You've grown up so much." Jean Gier suddenly shot Jess a death glare. "Where have you even been all this time?" She felt so bad for Isana and was seriously mad for him. "It's all because of your messed up curse that His Majesty has been randomly trapped here for 15 years. Jess explained that his actual body died 7 years ago. Before that, my soul was basically stuck in the ruby necklace. You woke me up, Your Majesty, when you put it on." Jean Gier broke out in a cold sweat. So Jess is a ghost now. She got scared and hid behind the emperor, not so tough anymore. Gisette just bowed again, saying sorry to the emperor for taking so long to show up. The door suddenly burst open, and Lala rushed in, kinda out of breath. "I can't believe it, Master, you're actually back." Jess turned and said, "Hey." He already knew everything Lala did to change the future and gave him a nod like he was proud. "Thanks to you stepping in, we avoided a total disaster." Lala's eyes got a little misty, totally touched that his master saw what he'd done. But then he remembered the emperor's situation, and he frowned, asking his master, "Why would you do this to His Majesty?" Jess took off his hat, showing this really tired-looking face. He looked at his own shaking hands. "Honestly," he started, "I never regretted leaving that group, not even when I died. This is what I traded my life for." He kept going, his voice dripping with hate. "Henry was killed by his own brother, King Aster. That's why I cursed King Aster and His Majesty." Jean Gier was shocked, wait, the last king was cursed too, but as far as she knew, he never showed any signs of it. When she brought that up, the emperor also asked Jess what he meant. Jess looked confused and explained that the emperor was the last of the royal line with 0 family left. Something seemed to click for the emperor. "Was my father's curse to have no kids?" he asked. Gisette kinda smirked and nodded. "That's right, that was my revenge. Probably because King Aster was so cold and didn't trust a single soul. He wouldn't even raise his own kid and ended up spending the rest of his life totally alone." Jess said there were 2 things he totally didn't expect. The first, was that King Aster would actually lock His Majesty in the tower for so long. The second was that the curse's power on him is way stronger now than it was at first. When Gisette was dying, he kept dreaming about Henry. Probably out of guilt, he was desperate to break Isana's curse before he died. But the curse got so powerful, not even magic could touch it. To protect His Majesty from the curse later on, I put a piece of my soul into the necklace. Emperor Isana finally had an answer. He needed to find someone he could truly trust. Gisette told the emperor, "Right now you decide if you can trust someone by looking into their eyes. Getting past that is step 1. Then Jess's body started to get all transparent. He cheered the emperor on. "You can totally do it, Your Majesty. You're so much stronger than King Aster. I hope you can beat this thing with your friends and family." After saying that, he vanished. The 3 of them walked out of the temple tower, still talking about the curse, even though they knew the answer, true trust, was just such a fuzzy concept. Jean Gier couldn't help but mumble, I wish there was just a magic potion that could zap the curse away." Lala still didn't get why his master put the clue in the necklace. After all, if something went wrong, Logi's life would be in danger too. Jean Gier complained again. Couldn't he have just left a note? The emperor, though, had a totally different take. Having been stuck in that tower for years, he had major trust issues. How could someone like him really get what true trust even means? Maybe Gisette did all this, so he'd have to figure it out for himself. Just then, the emperor turned and actually smiled at them. "But because of all this, I got to meet you guys too." Gier and Lala were so surprised they just froze on the spot. His Majesty almost never showed his feelings. Realizing he just got all emotional, the Emperor blushed and looked away, telling them to hurry up. The two of them just shared a look. Jean Gier happily ran after the Emperor. "Your Majesty, let's go together." Lala started walking faster to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." Jean Gier caught up and linked her arm through the Emperor's. Yes, everything happens for a reason. The fates of the three were already intertwined. Jean Gier and the Emperor turned back smiling and waved for Lala to hurry up. Lala's lips curved into a slight smile, his eyes full of warmth. Protecting the two people he cared about most was also a kind of happiness. A few days later at the palace ball, Lilaji deliberately dressed up for the occasion. He had been truly heartbroken after being forced to back down last time, but it wasn't time to give up yet. Thinking of this, Lilaji bit his lip. That Jean Gier girl must have something to do with Hammer. I felt something was off when I saw them hugging last time, although it's possible they just hugged in the heat of the moment. But if anyone's going to hug him, it should be me. Logi! I'm much more charming than that little brat. Lilaji tossed his hair, eliciting another round of admiration from those around him. He smirked. Today he would definitely show His Majesty his charm. Soon the attendant announced the Emperor's arrival. His Majesty and Marquis Jean Gier have arrived. This announcement irritated Laji. Why were those two together? Emperor Izana appeared standing intimately beside Jean Gier. The Emperor had brought Jean Gier to the ball, both dressed in formal attire. Seeing the two standing close together, Laji's face immediately darkened. How did they develop so quickly? The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. His Majesty and Miss Jean Gier are such a perfect match. Laji's face darkened. One of the women said, "His Majesty and Miss Jean Gier seem to be dating already, even though it hasn't been officially announced, appearing together at an event like this." Hearing this, Laji felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Impossible. This is impossible. The Emperor extended his hand, inviting Jean Gier to dance. Jean Gier placed her hand in his, her face beaming with joy. The Emperor held Jean Gier's hand in one of his and placed his other hand around her waist. The two danced gracefully, gazing lovingly at each other. Jean Gier suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth with her hand, asking the Emperor in a low voice, "Why did you suddenly decide to hold the ball? Shouldn't we be focusing on resolving the curse?" The Emperor smiled and said that simply worrying wouldn't help. They needed to rest as well. As they danced, they chatted. The Emperor told Jean Gier that he was trying to avoid reading people's minds. After listening to Jessa, he thought a lot about it. He felt that trust was like crossing a bridge, crossing a single plank bridge blindfolded while holding someone's hand. If there wasn't enough trust, you'd twist your ankle and fall into the river. Conversely, if there was trust, the single plank bridge might become a wide, flat plain. Even if it wasn't related to this curse, he wanted to try it. Their dance ended, but they remained close. Both his words and his breathtakingly handsome appearance from this angle made Jean Gier's heart flutter. Not far away, Laji was so angry she was about to snap her fan. She couldn't understand why the Emperor hadn't chosen her. She felt this was the first time in her life she'd been so humiliated. Every man who laid eyes on her was captivated. Why was it Jean Gier who had won his heart? Laji's face was filled with resentment. Suddenly a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Isn't that Miss Lala?" A slightly tipsy Urji walked over. Laji forced a smile and replied, "It's been a while. This is the first time I've seen you since the last banquet." There was a hint of anger in Urji's eyes. Ever since their last encounter, this woman had found various excuses to avoid his request to meet. He had finally managed to see her here today. Urji walked briskly up to Laji and began to taunt her. "Miss, you're truly remarkable. You keep saying you'll consider meeting me. At this rate, are you planning to consider it until we're both old and gray?" Laji's face was full of impatience. She really wasn't in the mood to deal with him. Then she suddenly thought of something. Lilaji looked at him with a calculating expression. A tear rolled down her cheek. With tears in her eyes, she put on a show for Urji. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but I have my reasons. I've been thinking about returning to your side." Laji told him that His Majesty had been pursuing her. She covered her face and sobbed. "My heart has been somewhat moved by His Majesty, but while he's pursuing me, he's also dancing with Jean Gier in public like this. I didn't expect His Majesty to be two-faced." Laji apologized to Urji through her tears. "I am truly sorry. It's all my fault for being so naive and falling for His Majesty's sweet words." As expected, Urji gritted his teeth and glared furiously in the Emperor's direction. Laji smiled triumphantly. "It's your turn now, Urji." I held the banquet as an opportunity to confess his feelings to Jean Gier. However, Jean Gier was still unaware of this. She happily stretched, saying she hadn't enjoyed a banquet this much in a long time before meeting His Majesty. The matters between Urji and Laji had been bothering her, leaving her with no mood to enjoy banquets. The Emperor looked at her affectionately and said softly, "So it seems holding this banquet was quite worthwhile. I'm enjoying myself with you." Hearing these words, Jean Gier blushed. She shyly turned her head away. "Your Majesty, the way you say that it's as if you held this banquet specifically for me. That's pretty misleading." The Emperor's lips curled into a knowing smile. "It was for you." Jean Gier froze her mind, going completely blank. Was it what she thought it was? The Emperor's eyes were full of affection as he said gently, "You didn't misunderstand." Jean Gier's heart raced. She wanted to ask something else, but a voice interrupted her. "Your Majesty?" "Excuse me." Ergi, his face grim, strode towards them. Jean Gier was about to explode with anger at Ergi. He always showed up at the worst times to ruin the mood, totally clueless. The tenderness in the Emperor's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold sharpness. "What is it?" Intimidated by the Emperor's glare, Ergi stopped in his tracks. He just stood there, nervously stammering that he had something to say to His Majesty. Jean Gier rudely told him to get lost. However, Ergi looked at Jean Gier with pity. He felt sorry for her, still not realizing she was just being played by the Emperor. Thinking about this, Ergi's gaze hardened. He had to tear off I Santa's mask in front of everyone. The Emperor asked him what he wanted to say. Ergi clenched his fists and dropped to his knees. With his head bowed, he asked, "Your Majesty, do you really have to be like this? Do you have to steal both women to be satisfied?" He abruptly raised his head and roared at the sky. Jean Gier and the Emperor were both startled by the yell. All the guests at the banquet heard the sound. They started whispering to each other, wondering what on earth that noise was. Laji, fan in hand, looked smug. Ergi had fallen for her act again. In any case, she could still mess with their relationship for a while. Laji got ready to leave. She sincerely hoped Ergi would stop bothering her. Lala, however, blocked her path. At that moment, Jean Gier, standing on the terrace, asked, completely stunned, if he was drunk. The Emperor looked at Ergi expressionlessly. His eyes grew colder. "If you dare say something like that again, I don't care who you are. I won't stand for it." Ergi's back trembled, but he still stubbornly said, "The way your Majesty looks at me, it's like you can read my mind." Hearing this, the Emperor's expression changed dramatically. Ergi swayed on his feet, continuing to dig his own grave. "Reading minds, what a wonderful ability. Maybe that's exactly how you stole two people from me." Jean Gier quickly told Ergi to shut up. He kept challenging the Emperor's authority righteously, declaring he didn't trust His Majesty. Your Majesty is a player, a guy torn between two women. He couldn't trust him with Jean Gier. Jean Gier was left speechless by Ergi's shamelessness. He was clearly the one who was waffling between two women. Jean Gier warned him she'd slap him if he said another word, before she could finish. The Emperor stepped in front of her. He told her she didn't need to be angry. Then he strode towards Ergi and demanded to know what right he had to talk about trust. The Emperor stood before Ergi and asked, "Are you confused about something?" Ergi felt an invisible pressure, his face covered in nervous sweat. The Emperor poked Ergi's forehead and shoved him back. "It's not my fault both women left you. It's your own fault." Ergi, intimidated, didn't dare make a sound. Two guards suddenly entered respectfully, asking the Emperor if anything was wrong. They had received a report of a disturbance and rushed over. The Emperor waved them off, saying it was nothing. The Emperor then leaned in close to Ergi and warned him in a voice only they could hear. "I'm a tolerant and generous Emperor, but if you make any more of a scene, I'll rearrange that pretty little face of yours. Do you understand?" Ergi trembled uncontrollably with fear. He looked at Jean Gier with a pitiful expression. Jean Gier, however, just raised her hand and told him to get lost. With tears streaming down his face, Ergi turned and ran. Internally, he added a dramatic monologue. "I'm sorry, Jean Gier. I love you." After Ergi left, to prevent any more interruptions, the two guards respectfully offered to stand watch outside. Jean Gier rubbed her forehead in exasperation, burning with anger. It wasn't enough that stupid thief stole her book. He also had to spout all this nonsense. What kind of grudge did she have against him in a past life? Outside the banquet hall, Lala was confronting Laji. "Did you really have to go this far?" Laji put on an act feigning confusion. "What did I do?" Lala said he saw her talking to Ergi in secret. He was sure that Laji was behind this whole mess. Laji gave a cold laugh and dropped the act. She asked Lala why he was so obsessed with calling her out. "You like Jean Gier, don't you?" Lala was surprised she knew. Laji looked at him sharply. "Don't underestimate a woman's intuition. I saw it at the last Earl's banquet." She asked Lala, "Do you really not care that His Majesty stole Jean Gier?" Lala smiled faintly, maybe thinking of Jean Gier, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I only want the person I love to be happy. I don't have to be the one she's with." Lala's reaction surprised Laji. She turned away and scoffed. "That's just how you think in novels and in real life. You're foolishly naive and pathetic." "But I'm not like you." Laji's face darkened. "Anything I set my sights on, I'll make it mine, even if I have to snatch it away. I will not lose to Jean Gier. More importantly, my whole life depends on this victory." Laji's lips curled into a cold smile. "Bring it on, Jean Gier. Let's have our final showdown. I won't let you get what you want." Seeing Laji like this, Lala felt a faint sense of unease. The Emperor, after beating around the bush, finally confessed to Jean Gier. This story starts 5 minutes earlier after Ergi caused a scene. Jean Gier was a little worried, must have learned from the book about the Emperor's mind-reading powers. She was totally stressing that Ergi would spill the tea about the whole mind-reading thing. But the Emperor told her to chill, saying who would even believe a story from a novel besides Ergi wasn't an idiot and wouldn't dare diss the royal family. Then 2 seconds later, her anxiety spiked again. The emperor just randomly asked her where the fake book written by Miss Jiang Shan was. Zhang Jie felt like she'd been totally zapped by lightning. Why would he bring that up now? The emperor, with this super hopeful look, said he was dying to know what was inside. Zhang Jie just awkwardly looked away. I mean, she wrote the thing herself. It was basically a fanfic about her and Santa falling in love. How could she ever tell him that the emperor gave her a look she totally couldn't say no to and asked, "What's in it that made Lala risk blowing his cover just to stop me? I've got to read it too." The emperor's handsome face made Zhang Jie's heart totally flutter. Hiding her beet-red face, she begged him to just drop it. The stuff in there was way too cringe. The emperor frowned, clearly not happy, and told her to at least spoil the ending. Zhang Jie stuttered, waving her hands around. Well, it's about you and me. Living happily ever after, like a total fairy tale ending. A little smile played on the emperor's lips. Then he said, "Let's make that ending. You wrote a reality." Zhang Jie's eyes went wide with shock. The emperor took her hand, leaned down, and kissed it. "Jean Jie," he said, "I like you. Will you accept my feelings?" Zhang Jie's brain was still buffering, trying to process what was happening. She was wondering if she was totally hallucinating. "Your Majesty," she asked, "are you for real right now?" The emperor pointed to his own super sincere face and said he was 100% serious. Zhang Jie just burst into tears. The emperor got all flustered, trying to comfort her and asking why she was crying. Wiping away her tears, Zhang Jie said it was because she was just so unbelievably happy. Her wildest dream was actually coming true. She still couldn't tell if this was real life. The emperor looked at her with the softest expression. He pulled out a pink gemstone necklace he'd had ready. This is a first for me too," he said. "I'm sorry it took me so long to figure out my feelings. Even though the curse isn't broken yet, I want to give you the absolute best of everything." Tears started welling up in Jean Jenner's eyes again. Her heart felt like it was going to explode. The emperor asked if she would accept it. Zhang Jie launched herself into his arms. "I've had a crush on you for so long," she said. "Maybe even from the very first moment we met, Your Majesty." The emperor gently stroked her face, his eyes just full of love. He slowly leaned in. A blush crept up Zhang Jenner's face. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for it. A soft kiss landed right on her lips. The emperor and Zhang Jie had finally made it official, even after the kiss was over. They didn't really want to pull away, both of them blushing a little. The emperor asked Zhang Jie, "So, was that first kiss a little too rushed?" Zhang Jie gave him a dry look. In her head, she was thinking, "That wasn't my first." The emperor's eyes suddenly went sharp. Whoops! He'd totally heard that thought. Zhang Jie quickly turned away, covering her eyes with her hand. The emperor narrowed his eyes at her. "That wasn't your first kiss?" Zhang Jie asked, all annoyed. "Hey, didn't you promise you'd stop reading my mind?" The emperor said that what just happened was like a total reflex. He crossed his arms, staring her down. "What do you mean it wasn't your first kiss? Spill it." Zhang Jie pouted her face, bright red. "In the tower," she explained. "Back when Your Majesty was drunk, I sort of tripped. And then our lips kind of accidentally touched. Scared he'd get the wrong idea." She raised her hand and swore it was a complete accident. The emperor just looked at her with this super stern face. "You have some nerve, Zhang Shan." Zhang Jie apologized, tears in her eyes. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The emperor couldn't fight back a smile. "But that's cute," he said softly. Then he kissed her again. She instantly turned bright red. Even with her glasses on, she still felt like she was in a total fairy tale. A few days later, at the Marquis's mansion, Zhang Jie was happily fiddling with the pink diamond necklace. Even though a few days had gone by, it all still felt so surreal. She was actually Asana's girlfriend. Just then, her mom came into the room. Zhang Jie's mom immediately spotted the pink diamond necklace on her daughter's neck. She was gushing about how gorgeous it was, saying it was so obvious how much the emperor adored her. Zhang Jie gently touched the necklace and told her mom what was bugging her. "Honestly, I still can't really believe it. I keep worrying, what if this is all just a dream?" Her mother took Zhang Jie's hand and asked if maybe she was feeling insecure just because she was so happy. With a gentle smile, her mom soothed her. "Sweetie, don't worry. Just let yourself be happy right now. Relationships and destiny are so unpredictable. We miss out on so many amazing moments in the present because we're too busy hung up on the past or stressing about the future." Cupping Zhang Jenner's face, she said softly, "Right now you are loved and you love someone. That's what makes you the most beautiful and radiant." Zhang Jie felt so happy and incredibly moved. Her mom's words totally calmed the anxiety she'd been feeling. She could barely remember her dad, who passed away when she was little. Her mom, as a single woman, had to handle all the responsibilities of the Mars mansion. And yet, she never once complained to Zhang Jie about how tough things were, even though she was sometimes sad that her dad was gone too soon. Her mom always had a smile on, like she didn't regret a single thing. Zhang Jie gave her mother a huge hug. "Mom," she said, "you've always been the person I look up to and love the most in the whole world." Her mother stroked her hair affectionately. "I love you too, my daughter. You deserve all this love. You must be happy." A servant suddenly interrupted to announce Laji's arrival. Jean Jir was slightly surprised. Why would Laji suddenly come to visit? Hearing that Laji had come to visit, Jean Jir felt a headache coming on. She figured the girl was probably up to no good again. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, her mother suggested she not see Laji if it felt awkward. Her mother asked if Jean Jir was still bothered by what happened between Laji and Ergi. She reassured her that it was all in the past, and she shouldn't let it upset her. These words sparked an idea in Jean Jir's mind. A sly smile crept on her face. That's right. And she said, it's all in the past. Jean Jir confidently instructed the servant to inform Laji that she would be there shortly. Laji sat in the living room sipping her tea irritably. She recalled the rumors she'd overheard at the banquet about the emperor officially courting Jean Jir. The thought made her grind her teeth in frustration. But it seems the emperor's curse hasn't been broken yet, she thought. That means I still have a chance. Laji calmly took another sip of tea. That's right. I just need to find a way to break them up before their feelings deepen. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Oh my, what an esteemed guest arriving without even agreeing. Jean Jir sat down on the sofa with a displeased expression. We're not exactly on friendly terms, are we? She continued. Laji ignored Jean Jir's hostility and calmly stated, Of course. I'm here to congratulate you on the good news I heard from a friend. Everyone's talking. About you and the emperor. Jean Jir saw right through Laji's feigned innocence. She curtly suggested that Laji leave early if she had nothing else to say, as she had a date with the emperor that afternoon. Laji remained unfazed. Jean Jir wouldn't be able to provoke her that easily. A moment later, Laji's eyes widened in surprise. She noticed the pink diamond necklace on Jean Jir's neck. It was a priceless pink gemstone, incredibly rare and valuable. Noticing Laji's gaze, Jean Jir proudly held up the necklace. This is a gift the emperor gave me when he confessed his feelings. It was custom-made just for me. A one-of-a-kind necklace. Jean Jir delighted in Laji's envious expression. She was finally getting back at Laji, making her experience what it felt like to be the villain. She had been waiting 10 years for this. Now Laji was merely a spiteful supporting character in Jean Jir's life story. The thought of Laji having to watch her happy relationship with the emperor was incredibly satisfying. Laji let out a cold laugh and set down her teacup. My, aren't you smug, Jean Jir? But how long will this love last? Jean Jir was taken aback by her words. Laji looked at her confidently. Think about it. All the men we've met have been so devoted and eager to please, but they can change their minds in an instant with a fake smile. Laji asked, Are you sure the emperor will be any different? Yeah, she retorted with a cold snort, asking if she had struck a nerve. Laji feigned a hurt expression. I'm just worried about you. That's why I came to warn you. You seemed to think of something, then covered her mouth and said dramatically, What if by some chance His Majesty is stolen away? That would really be a huge problem. Laji was clearly provoking her, preparing to make her move. Without waiting for Jean Jir to respond, Laji stood up to leave, throwing over her shoulder. Consider this my friendly advice. I'll be going now, she said. Jean Jir glared angrily at Laji's retreating figure. She had lost this round. Jean Jir grew angrier the more she thought about it. She took large bites of cake, pondering how to subdue Laji. Suddenly, she stopped. His Majesty's birthday was coming up soon. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jean Jir's mind. Jean Jir had been happily on her way to see the emperor, but her good mood vanished the instant she ran into Laji at the Istan Palace. What an annoying little brat, she thought. Laji asked curiously what she was holding. Jean Jir shyly explained that it was a sweet stew made with her own hands and filled with love. Laji saw right through her. I don't even need to look to know it's ginger-flavored, she said, annoyed but unable to deny the truth. Jean Jir insisted that she had been diligently practicing her cooking lately. By the emperor's birthday, she would definitely create a dish that would impress everyone. And when His Majesty saw how hard she had worked, he might even shed tears of emotion. Laji watched Jean Jir with an exasperated look. Jean Jir suddenly realized she had been unconsciously talking to her rival as if they were friends. She quickly put some distance between herself and Laji. Laji gave her a thoughtful look. The emperor, looking at the dish Jean Jir had specially made for him, broke out in a cold sweat. Jean Jir cupped her cheeks in her hands, gazing expectantly at the emperor. Your Majesty's birthday is coming up soon. I plan to practice my cooking diligently so I can prepare a delicious birthday present for you, but you must participate in this process with me. The emperor was horrified. This meant that every day until his birthday, he would have to sample Jean Jir's cooking. Jean Jir covered her mouth. You can't refuse, she said. She whispered shyly, I'll bring you my dishes. Little by little. Every day you'll be living on my love. Maybe you'll get to the point where you can't live without my cooking, she added, her eyes filled with love. The emperor's heart totally melted. He gave in and agreed, kissing her on the forehead. All right, he said, I'll be waiting for the day you actually pull it off. Meanwhile, Laji was totally lost in her own world. A few minutes later, a servant knocked and came in, saying the package she'd been waiting for was here. Inside, a clear bottle was some kind of blue liquid. The servant explained to Laji that with every tiny drop, the bad stuff would slowly build up. You wouldn't see anything at first, but eventually they'd get seriously sick. Then at some point, the victim would just black out and go into a coma. Laji asked the servant if she'd made contact with their inside person in Jean Gier's house. The servant confirmed that the spy Tails had gotten super close with Jean Gier's personal maid. A smug smile crept onto Laji's face. She handed a ruby necklace to the servant. She told the servant to give it to Tails, who needed to hide the necklace in Jean Gier's dress on the night of the Emperor's birthday bash. The servant paused, looking nervous. Laji pushed her to hurry up. The servant asked, all worried what would happen if the Emperor accidentally took a deadly amount. Laji just waved it off, telling her not to stress. It's not going to be fatal. It's just a kind of paralyzing agent that'll give him a crazy high fever for like 3 days. Besides, Laji was totally sure the Emperor wouldn't even touch Jean Gier's cooking. Just thinking about Jean Gier made Laji smirk. Oh, Jean Gier, your future is going to be way more messed up than it was in the book. And I'm starting my plan right now. Jean Gier had been cooking all day for the Emperor's birthday until she was about to drop. Everything she made was a total gingerpocalypse. She was using the exact same stuff as everyone else. So what was the deal? Her maid Sarah stayed with Jean Gier in the kitchen taste testing until her tongue went numb. All she could taste was ginger. Jean Gier was starting to think her hands were cursed or something. She felt completely defeated. Sarah stepped out of the kitchen sighing with worry when Tails casually put a friendly arm around her shoulder and asked with fake concern what was up. Sarah spilled all her worries, explaining that Jean Gier really wanted to cook something incredible for the Emperor's birthday, but she was getting absolutely nowhere and was really bummed out. She's been pulling all-nighters for days. Her hands are covered in blisters from practicing, but every single thing she makes just tastes like ginger. Tails knew this was his opening. He pulled out a bottle of blue liquid and told Sarah he had this super rare legendary spice. He said just one drop would get rid of any weird smell from the ingredients. Just one. Drop and poof, no more ginger taste. Sarah hesitated, asking if Tails was really going to give her something so valuable. Tails just told Sarah not to be like that. Hey, what are besties for? Sarah took it so thankful. Then she suddenly noticed Tails was holding Jean Gier's gown. It looked like the one she was planning to wear for the Emperor's birthday party. Tails said with a sneaky grin that a piece of the decoration on the dress fell off and he was just going to fix it for her. Back with the Emperor, he took another bite of Jean Gier's food and just froze. Jean Gier, all nervous, asked him what was wrong. The Emperor, completely shocked, said it actually tasted way better. Jean Gier cheered, but the Emperor was kind of weirded out. He wondered if he'd just gotten so used to the ginger that his taste buds were completely fried. The Emperor sighed. So I guess this is what you meant by a healthy dose of ginger. Jean Gier shot back, it's not the ginger, it's a healthy dose of my love. She was just happy that the food was finally a little better. Her fingers were all blistered from practicing so much over the last few days. The Emperor's expression filled with concern. He gently took Jean Gier's blistered hand and told her not to push herself so hard. Then he leaned down and kissed the back of her hand. You know, even without all this, I'm already all yours. Jean Gier blushed, pouting playfully. Your Majesty, you're such a charmer. A few days later, it was finally Emperor Usana's birthday gala. At the party, everyone was formally giving the Emperor their birthday wishes. The Emperor politely chatted with everyone. After the crowd started to thin out, Jean Gier quietly tugged on his sleeve. She whispered for him to come with her, saying she had something to show him. With a little secret smile, Jean Gier led him to a room and swung open the door. Happy birthday! Sarah was standing next to a cake, clapping happily too. Happy birthday, Your Majesty! A huge grin lit up the Emperor's face as he stepped into the room. Jean Gier insisted he try the cake she baked herself. She scooped up a spoonful and held it out to him. The Emperor looked a little confused, but Jean Gier's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Usually he could hear her thoughts like they were on full blast, but right now he was getting nothing from Jean Gier. He was a little thrown off, but he opened his mouth, ready for Jean Gier to give him a bite. But suddenly a voice cut through the air. Don't eat that. Laji was standing in the doorway looking dead serious as she told the Emperor not to touch the cake Jean Gier made. Laji, knowing the Emperor could hear her thoughts, sent a message straight to his mind. Jean Gier, she put something in the food she made for you. It's the kind of stuff that only works after it builds up. The Emperor just chuckled, finding Laji's attempt to cause drama pretty pathetic. Laji kept going in his head. Jean Gier had her closest maid do it. The Emperor suddenly got a flash of a vision from Laji's mind of the maid adding something to the food. Isn't that the maid who's always with Jean Gier? Laji pushed him again. I know you don't want to believe the person you love would do something like this. But she and Sarah have always been thick as thieves. You remember seeing them, right? How they were hugging so tight before. Just then, Sarah quietly asked Jean Gier, have you gotten over the ginger curse? Jean Gier gives her a thumbs up and nods to reassure her. They The emperor, who isn't wearing his glasses, can hear everything Sarah is thinking. He trusts Jean Jir and Sarah completely. He warns Laji Lilagi, "You're taking this way too far." Jean Jir realizes that Lilaji has been trying to get a rise out of the emperor. She glares and tells Lilaji to get out. Right as the emperor is about to eat the cake, Laji screams. Don't she quickly sends him a telepathic message. If you eat that cake, all the poison that's built up will activate and spread through your whole body. Do you really trust her enough to risk your life? The emperor hesitates. He can tell from how intense her thoughts are that Laji is telling the truth. This unbelievable stuff is actually real. And right at this moment, he can't read Jean Jir's thoughts. Why is this different from usual? What is Jean Jir thinking? The emperor hesitates. Suddenly, he notices Jean Jir's hands are all blistered from practicing her cooking. He thinks about Jean Jir's overwhelming love for him. The emperor's expression hardens. Jean Jir had practiced cooking for him until her hands were covered in blisters. The idea that she would poison his food was just ridiculous. It had to be Lilaji trying to drive a wedge between them. He didn't know what her motive was, but this time, the emperor was going to show Lilaji the trust he and Jean Jir shared. Jean Jir looked at the emperor confused. He felt that even without looking into her eyes or reading her mind, he had complete and total trust in her. The emperor took a bite of the cake. Jean Jir nervously asked how it tasted. He lovingly told her the ginger flavor was better and that it was actually pretty good overall. Jean Jir was finally relieved. It looked like all her hard work had paid off. The emperor took Jean Jir's hand, gently telling her not to hurt herself like this again. He looked at her with so much love in his eyes. Just being by my side is enough, he said. Jean Jir looked back at him, totally moved. Laji, watching from a distance, was furious. For some reason, she felt like the vibe was off. Was she just imagining things? Suddenly, there was a thud. The emperor had passed out and collapsed. Jean Jir screamed in a panic. Your Majesty. After eating the cake Jean Jir made, the emperor had fainted. Jean Jir frantically screamed, Your Majesty. Laji checked on him and confirmed he'd been poisoned. Jean Jir covered her mouth, unable to believe it. How could he be poisoned? Who did this? Laji spoke with a twisted sense of glee. Jean Jir. It's been a while, but your acting has definitely gotten better. Jean Jir asked, confused. What are you talking about? Laji put on an act pretending to be scared and innocent. I heard everything. You kept adding poison to the food you were making. You poisoned His Majesty. How could you do something like that? Jean Jir knew something was off. She clenched her fists. This was obviously Laji's fault. Jean Jir asked through gritted teeth why Laji would do this. All the food was made at home. There's no way Laji could have messed with it. When did she do it? Laji covered her face, faking surprise and innocence. What are you talking about? I don't get it. Jean Jir was so mad. She wanted to rip Lilaji to shreds, but the emperor's health was what mattered most. Laji kept using magic to try and detoxify him. She told Jean Jir not to worry too much since she knew detoxification magic. Jean Jir felt totally overwhelmed with guilt. It was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted that the emperor eat her cake, this never would have happened. Tears started to well up in Jean Jir's eyes. She knew Laji hated her, but she never thought Laji would take it this far. At this rate, her ending with the emperor might be even worse than it was in the book. It was because she went after a role that wasn't meant for her. Jean Jir gripped the emperor's hand tightly. The emperor had just started to trust people again, only to get hurt like this. Jean Jir's heart ached for him. Your Majesty, please wake up. Then she suddenly remembered something. The look on the emperor's face. He obviously knew something was wrong with the cake, but he ate it anyway. He did it because he trusted her. Jean Jir asked Laji if she was satisfied now. Laji asked, confused, What do you mean? You're always trying to tear people apart, and you're so smug about it. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Her stare turned ice-cold tears streaming down her face. But this time, you're going to regret it. You'll see the trust between us. I'll make you regret this. A single tear fell onto the emperor's eye. Suddenly, his body started to glow. Jean Ji and Laji watched in total shock. The light, the emperor slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, rubbing his head, confused. Why am I on the floor? He asked. Jean Jir and Laji both asked excitedly. How do you feel? Jean Jir told the emperor he had passed out after eating the cake. The emperor's face showed alarm for a second. Then his expression relaxed and he teased Jean Jir. Did you put red wine in the cake again? Jean Jir was speechless. He was joking at a time like this, but he was okay. That was all that mattered. Tears streamed down Jean Jir's face. The emperor pulled her into a hug, patting her back and telling her that everything was okay. The emperor had woken up safe and sound. Jean Jir sobbed with relief in his arms as he gently comforted her. Laji watched them bitterly. She asked Lara if the light just now was some kind of magic he had cast. Lara said no. He was curious about the light too. Suddenly, Jean Jir's skirt started shining with a dazzling light. Jean Jir pulled the source out to look at it. Wasn't this Laji's ruby necklace? A dark shadow leapt out. Jarek and Laji were stunned. Why was Grandpa here? Jarek congratulated the emperor first. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The curse that's been plaguing you for so long has been lifted. The emperor couldn't believe it. Had the curse really been lifted that easily? He looked over at Jean Gier. Jean Gier nodded and quickly tossed the necklace aside. The emperor cupped her face in his hands and gazed at her for a long moment. He happily told Jean Gier that he couldn't read anyone's thoughts anymore. Jean Gier was genuinely happy for him. Lara finally realized that the flash of light just now was because the curse had been lifted. However, he was confused about how the curse was lifted. Jarek praised the emperor. "You're truly powerful, just like your Uncle Henry." The emperor, confused, asked Jarek why his uncle drank that poisoned wine, even though he knew it was poison. With his abilities, he could have easily detoxified himself. Jarek looked sad because Henry was born with a short life. The emperor and Jean Gier were shocked. This was something they never expected. Jarek told them Henry was frail and sickly from birth. Using magic drained his life force even more. He wasn't going to live long anyway. He knew that even with his condition, he would never give up practicing magic. He only wanted to help his brother and contribute to the empire. Henry was truly loyal to King Astor, who saw him as an enemy. Even though he knew his very existence was a threat to his majesty, he still accepted the poisoned wine offered by King Astor. King Astor was just indifferent to this loyalty and sacrifice. But your majesty and Miss Jean Gier's fate is different from Henry's. Even knowing the food was poisoned, your majesty still trusted Miss Jean Gier. Because for the first time, your majesty truly trusted someone, the curse was lifted. Jean Gier and the emperor turned and looked at each other in silence for a moment. Jean Gier suddenly thought of something. She quickly explained to the emperor that she really didn't poison him. The emperor said he already knew Laji had poisoned it. He turned to Laji. "Now's your chance to explain, Miss Laji." Laji's face was covered in nervous sweat. She stubbornly insisted she had no idea what His Majesty was talking about. The emperor's eyes grew colder. "Did you think you could fool everyone completely? At first, I almost believed your thoughts and expressions were genuine, but just as I was about to eat it, I noticed your eyes. Maybe because you were panicking, you unconsciously thought of the real mastermind behind this, the maid. You probably didn't expect that I'd still eat the cake after hearing your thoughts." Crack appeared in Laji's composure. She gritted her teeth in frustration. The emperor ate the cake, even though he knew it was poisoned. Jean Gier angrily asked him why he ate it. "You're lucky Lara could use magic to detoxify you, otherwise something terrible could have happened." Sensing Jean Gier's concern, the emperor's lips curved into a small smile. He told Jean Gier, "Ever since I heard Jarek talk about true trust, I've thought a lot about what it really means. Because I can read people's minds, I can't help but doubt them. Over time, it's just become a habit. Even though I know it's a side effect of my curse, I keep using it without even thinking. So this time, I decided not to use my ability. I just closed my eyes and trusted you." The emperor looked at Jean Gier tenderly. "My trust in you isn't at some flimsy plank bridge, but a solid, sturdy road." He leaned closer to Jean Gier, a playful glint in his eyes. "Didn't I tell you, my first trust would always be yours?" Jean Gier stared at him wide-eyed. The emperor's face moved even closer. "Thank you, Jean Gier." And then the emperor placed a kiss on her forehead. "I will always love you." Jean Gier. Jean Gier closed her eyes, blissfully content. Not far away, Lara watched them with a relieved smile. The ending was playing out just like in Jean Gier's novel. These two, so in love and trusting each other, he probably didn't stand a chance. In his heart, Lara sincerely wished them well. "Your Majesty and Miss Jean Gier, may you live happily ever after." Laji angrily clutched her skirt. What was happening? Just because the emperor trusted Jean Gier, the curse was lifted. Everything she'd worked for had just ended up helping Jean Gier. How could this be? Jarek suddenly called out to Laji. Laji, confused, turned to her grandfather and asked him, wasn't he supposed to have died 7 years ago? Jarek explained that he had left a sliver of his soul in Laji's ruby necklace. Laji remembered the emperor wearing the necklace and hearing her grandfather's voice. She angrily questioned Jarek about why he hadn't just told her directly how to lift the curse. That way, she could have won the emperor's heart. Jarek explained that he had placed a sliver of his soul in the necklace only to atone for the mistakes he made in his life. Therefore, only the cursed emperor could hear his voice. His goal was to help the emperor lift the curse, which is why he left the necklace. But he never expected his seemingly obedient granddaughter to do something so foolish. Laji trembled with rage. She had always thought of herself as the main character. Even when she saw the novel that predicted the future where she was the heroine, she wasn't surprised. Since childhood, she had believed she was superior and beautiful and took great pride in it. But now she was being told the main character was Jean Gier. Laji loudly questioned her grandfather, asking if Jean Gier was even worthy. Jean Gier was supposed to be the villainess. Hearing this, Jean Gier was furious. The emperor immediately shielded Jean Gier coldly, telling Laji, "I won't let you talk to Jean Gier like that." Wasn't poisoning and framing her enough tears started to fall from Laji's eyes. "I really do love you, Your Majesty," she said. Laji desperately wished she could go back to the novel's original ending. In the novel, she was the heroine. Now, Jean Gier had totally stolen her spotlight. She cried to the emperor, "I truly love Your Majesty. I just wanted to be by your side again." "That was supposed to be my spot." A hand patted her on the shoulder. It was Jerichet. He comforted Laji, telling her that if he had forced a marriage between her and the emperor, she might have actually died. Just like in the novel's ending, Jeriche didn't want to see Laji lose her life just for money and fame. You have to pay the price for the crimes you've committed. From now on, you need to let go of your greed and live an honest life. This is my last wish for you, my granddaughter. Laji hung her head without saying a word. Jeriche turned to the emperor. He sincerely apologized to the emperor again for cursing him. The emperor said that after hearing the whole story, he understood what Jeriche had been through, even though he couldn't forgive Jeriche right away. He was still grateful. Ginaz-Pazid was grateful for being cursed. The emperor told Jean Jie that if he had grown up with his paranoid father, he might have turned out the same way. Never understanding what it means to truly trust someone. Even though it put him through a lonely and tough time in the end, he had gained something really precious. He had also gained a very precious person. Jeriche looked at the emperor relieved. You're truly amazing. Even through such hard times, you were still able to open your heart, your majesty. You're definitely going to be a wise ruler. Jeriche turned to his former student Lara. Lara had carried a heavy burden because of his curse. Jeriche praised Lara, looking satisfied. You're an even more talented and gifted mage than I ever imagined. I'm proud of you, my student. After praising him, Jeriche gave Lara his final blessing. I hope you can let go of all your burdens now. Stop worrying about everyone else and live for yourself. I hope you'll be happy. I'll be praying for you from heaven. Tears welled up in Lara's eyes. His voice was choked with emotion. Thank you, master. May you rest in peace. Jeriche said it was time for him to go. Goodbye, everyone. The red light around Jeriche grew stronger as his dark figure became fainter. With a crack, the ruby necklace shattered, and Jeriche disappeared completely. The emperor ordered the knights to take Laji to prison. Laji didn't cry or make a scene. She just hung her head and went with the knights. Jean Jie had a lot of mixed feelings about it. Laji had been her rival for so long. Now the ambitious Laji was finally out of the picture. She thought she'd feel relieved, but why did she feel like this? Jean Jie suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. The emperor rushed to help her up and asked what was wrong. Jean Jie's face was pale, and she couldn't stop shaking. I guess now that it's all over, I suddenly feel so weak. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. Seeing Laji get taken away, Jean Jie couldn't help but sigh. She had stumbled upon a book that was remarkably similar to her reality. At first, driven by her competitive side, she just wanted to change the story's ending. She who was originally the story's villainess had ended up accidentally saving Laji's life and ultimately breaking the emperor's curse. Jean Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Wasn't she the first villainess ever to get a happy ending? The emperor? Nai lifted Jean Jie's chin. What are you talking about? He leaned in closer, looking deep into her eyes. Our story is just getting started. Jean Jie blushed, a dreamy look on her face. Your Majesty. Your beautiful lips say such enchanting things. Jean Jie murmured, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I want to kiss them right now. The emperor froze, taken aback by the look on her face. Jean Jie. What are you thinking? Such embarrassing thoughts. Hearing this, a startled Jean Jie asked the emperor with a deadpan expression if he could hear her thoughts. The emperor just chuckled. He said he could pretty much guess her thoughts just by the look on her face now. Leaning closer, he whispered, I'm thinking the same thing. Her face went bright red. The emperor, his eyes full of affection, slowly leaned in. Finally, their lips met. Lara, who was standing nearby, coughed awkwardly. They had completely forgotten he was there again. Seeing how into each other they were, he decided to quietly slip out. Smiling, Lara turned and shut the door. Stepping outside, he thought about his master's words telling him to live his own life. His parents had died when he was young, and his master had taken him in. Because of everything that had happened, he'd always been busy and never really lived for himself. He might have realized it late, but he finally found something he wanted. But that happiness wasn't his to have. While he still had time, Lara wanted to follow his master's advice and search for the life he truly wanted. He looked up at the sky and smiled a little. Master? Aye, it looks like I have to go on a journey to find my happiness. Maybe along the way, I'll find the life I'm meant to live. 1 week later, Laji faced the consequences for what she'd done, poisoning the royal food and framing. Someone else was a serious crime punishable by the execution of Laji's entire family. Her father knelt beside her, begging the emperor for mercy. After further investigation, it was revealed that the poison wasn't actually fatal. It was all because his daughter had made a mistake out of a moment of greed. Laji looked totally dejected. Jean Jie, watching from the crowd, felt a mix of emotions. Laji must have been thinking about what she did. She couldn't get why Laji had gone so far just because she lost. I guess this was the price of endless greed. Finally, their whole beef was finally over. When Jean Jie first met Laji, she legit thought they were going to be besties. She had no idea how things went so south. Then all of a sudden, Laji whipped around and gave Jean Jie this total death stare, and Jean Jie legit flinched. That's when the emperor dropped the hammer on Laji's punishment. She was banished from the kingdom forever, like never allowed to step foot there again. Laji's dad, being extra grateful, was basically on the floor, bowing and thanking the emperor over and over for going easy on them. Laji, though, she was still giving major attitude. The very next morning, she was kicked out in total disgrace. The whole situation was actually bad enough that her entire fam could have been punished, but like the Marquis said, the poison wasn't the kind that, ends things for good. Plus, plot twist, the whole mess accidentally broke the emperor's curse. So because of all that, the emperor decided to cut them some slack. Fast forward a month since Laji got bounced, Jean Gier was just vibing, happily humming while sipping her tea. The emperor sitting right next to her asked what she was thinking about that had her looking so happy. Jean Gier was all smiles and said that with no one around to start drama, life was amazing. She just kept on humming and took another sip of tea. For real, there was no reason to feel bad for Laji. Thinking about all the crap she'd been through, Jean Gier finally felt like it was all over. The emperor gazed out the window, saying that it had already been a month since Lara left. Jean Gier looked out the window too, like she was hoping the sky could send her thoughts to him. "Yeah," she said. "I wonder where he is and what he's up to." A month ago, right after they wrapped up the whole Laji case, Lara told them he was dipping. He probably figured the emperor was about to fire him anyway, but they did not expect them to react so strongly, especially the emperor. He was all worked up asking Lara why he wanted to bounce. "Dude, did you not hear what I said in front of Jess? Both you and Jean Gier are like super important to me." The emperor wasn't a guy who shared his feelings much, so for him to get to this point, he got a little shy telling Lara what was really on his mind. "If you're down, I hope you'll stick by my side and help me out always." Lara was seriously touched by what the emperor said. He compromised, saying he just wanted to take a really long vacation. Then Lara pulled out a handkerchief, putting on this super dramatic heartbroken face. "I must go travel the world to heal my broken heart." Seeing their totally speechless faces, Lara couldn't hold it in and started laughing. All right, I'm just messing with you." Lara explained that his last trip got cut short, which was a total bummer. This time he wanted to really enjoy it. He just hoped His Majesty would be cool with it. The emperor turned to Jean Gier to get her take. Jean Gier, of course, was totally for it. She told Lara to go do whatever he wanted and live his best life. Lara smiled and thanked her. "See? Jean Gier gets me the most." But low-key, Jean Gier had her own reasons. She was really hoping that Lara would find his own happiness while he was out there. The emperor cleared his throat and agreed to let Lara go on his trip. After he said that, he got all serious and put a hand on Lara's shoulder. "Come back soon, man. It's really not the same around here without you." Lara couldn't help but agree. Jean Gier, full of energy, told them both to hold out their hands. The emperor and Lara were kinda confused, but they played along and stuck their hands out. Their three fists bumped together. Jean Gier was beaming and said loud and clear, "To our friendship forever." Thinking back to that moment, Jean Gier couldn't help but smile. It really seemed like Lara had zero plans to come back anytime soon. He was obviously having the time of his life. The emperor, though, had this grumpy look on his face and said, "What's with that smile? I'm not a fan." He took an angry sip of his tea and asked Jean Gier, trying to play it cool, "You're not feeling all empty without Lara, are you?" Jean Gier just blinked at him, looking all innocent. Then her eyes went wide and she stared at him, super excited. "OMG, Your Majesty, you're not still jealous, are you?" The emperor shyly turned his face away. "Well, I can't read your mind anymore? How am I supposed to know if you're thinking about me all day?" Jean Gier felt like she was going to faint from how cute he was being. He's so jealous. Jean Gier just buried her face in his chest, telling him again and again how much she loved him. The emperor was blushing hard but still tried to act all pouty. Then Jean Gier suddenly nuzzled him with her nose. The emperor's face went bright red, and he asked all flustered, "What are you doing? Is there something on me?" Jean Gier just smiled and hugged him tighter. "I'm marking my territory. Only I get to do this." A total softness spread across the emperor's eyes. "Then you should probably mark your territory again. I really like this feeling." Jean Gier's heart did a complete backflip. Her eyes were sparkling like crazy. Hearing those gorgeous words from his drop-dead gorgeous face, she was just completely obsessed with him. Jean Gier leaned in and kissed the emperor right on the lips. He gazed back at her, his eyes full of love. "Jean Gier, I love you. Stay with me forever." Jean Gier's eyes were just as soft and loving. She couldn't stop smiling. "Of course, I'll always be with you." Jean Gier reached out and gently took the emperor's hand, saying to him in her head, "I love you too. This is the only real feeling I wish you could read again." A few days later, Jean Gier was wearing this adorable light pink dress that was covered in bows. Today she was looking extra amazing. She lifted the bottom of her dress a little and gave a small smile, asking Sarah, "So how do I look?" Sarah dramatically put a hand to her forehead, totally fawning over her. "My lady, you look absolutely beautiful." That compliment made Jean Gier totally beam. She did a little twirl in front of the mirror, completely feeling herself. "Okay, let's get ready to roll." Today, Jean's family was throwing a huge party and the emperor was going to be there. Even though their relationship was pretty much known all over the kingdom, this was the first time she and the emperor would be seen together in public. All the noble ladies and wives downstairs greeted Jeanne warmly, and she politely said hello back to each of them. One of the ladies excitedly asked her, "Is His Majesty coming today too?" Just mentioning the emperor got everyone buzzing, asking her when they started dating, how things were going, when they'd get engaged, and how many kids they were planning on having. This made Jeanne feel a little awkward, and she said she hadn't really thought about that yet. When they didn't get the answers, they wanted the ladies' expressions totally changed. I bet His Majesty hasn't even thought about a long-term thing with her at all. The ladies totally threw shade right in front of Jeanne, laughing, as they said, "I thought they were going to get married soon." We got all excited for nothing. Watching the ladies walk away, Jean couldn't help but make a face. What a bunch of busybodies. But honestly, those were things she cared about too. It had been 2 months since she started seeing the emperor. During that time, their relationship had gotten way closer, and they understood each other a lot better. Even though she was happy now, what if the emperor never planned a future with her? What if he was just playing around? Jeanne sometimes felt a little insecure thinking about this. She turned to her mother and asked, "Has His Majesty arrived yet?" Her mother's eyes darted around, and she stammered, saying he might be a little late. Jeanne sighed. He must be too busy to make it. After all, this was the first time they were supposed to show up in public as a couple. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Jeanne looked up confused. A single spotlight shone down on her. Jeanne blinked, completely bewildered. What was going on? All of a sudden, a band started playing, and the lights came back on. The emperor, dressed in a sharp black suit and holding a bouquet of red roses, appeared right in front of her. He held the roses out to Jeanne. Jeanne froze, a mix of excitement and total disbelief swirling inside her. The emperor walked confidently toward her. When he reached her side, he whispered, "Actually, I started planning this a long time ago, but I just haven't had the time lately." Jeanne's cheeks flushed. "Your Majesty, could it be?" The emperor took a small step back and announced to everyone, "I have something I want to tell you in front of everybody." He got down on one knee and held his hand out to Jeanne. "Jeanne, you're the protagonist of my world." The emperor's handsome face was full of tender love. "Will you marry me?" Jeanne looked at the emperor, her eyes shining. Protagonist, that was her favorite word. No one knew how hard she had worked to become the protagonist of the world all this time. Jeanne placed her hand in the emperor's without a second thought. Now she was the protagonist of the emperor's world. "I do," she said, her voice thick with emotion. The crowd around them burst into thunderous applause, and everyone offered their blessings. The emperor hugged Jeanne and teased her. "So now the rumors are going to spread that I love you more, won't they?" He winked at her and whispered, "But that's not a rumor, it's the truth." Jeanne shyly glanced at the emperor. The emperor pulled her into his arms and kissed her. After the kiss, Jeanne said she had something to say too. Leaning close to the emperor's ear, she whispered, "Your Majesty, you've been the most important person in my world for a long, long time." The emperor paused, then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "Thank you." He gently hugged Jeanne. Her face lit up with a smile, her eyes curving with pure happiness. She felt like she'd never been happier than she was in this very moment. She silently wished this happiness would last forever. After the party, the two of them stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Jeanne glanced sideways, a little sheepish, her face slightly flushed as she fidgeted with her hands. "Your Majesty, could you stay tonight?" In her heart, Jeanne was desperately hoping he would stay. She still hadn't had enough of that kiss. Seeing Jeanne like this, the emperor suddenly chuckled. He poked her forehead playfully and asked, "Are you thinking about something naughty again? I don't even need to read your mind anymore. I can tell just by looking at your face." "Well, we're engaged now, so I'm not going to say no." The emperor looked at her amused. "So you admit you're always having these kinds of thoughts about kissing and stuff?" Jeanne froze for a second, totally caught red-handed. Then, with a serious look on her face, she declared, "I only think about those things with you, Your Majesty." The emperor just snorted. Then, as if he remembered something, he gritted his teeth. "If you ever acted like that in front of anyone else, I wouldn't let you get away with it." The emperor turned his head away, probably already picturing Jeanne being all sweet with someone else. Jeanne almost fainted from how cute he was when he got jealous. It was their engagement day, after all. The emperor suggested they have a drink to celebrate. Jeanne just stared at him dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, you get drunk after like one sip of alcohol." Even on the day they celebrated lifting the curse, the emperor had only had juice. Embarrassed and annoyed, the emperor insisted that he could handle one drink right now. Jeanne looked at him skeptically. The emperor extended his hand to her, inviting her for a couple of drinks. "I'll show you today." However, so after getting a glass of wine, the emperor just had a total staring contest with it, with like zero intention of actually drinking. Jeanne, completely over it, propped her chin on her hand. Are you going to stare at that glass all night?" The emperor's face was dead serious. He was frowning, still laser-focused on the wine. Asterisk. "Okay, brace yourself, asterisk," Jeanne thought, throwing her hands up like whatever. She basically gave him the just drink it already look. Even if he got wasted, it's not like she'd do anything. "Don't even worry, asterisk," she added in her head. Asterisk, "but if you get all adorable like last time when you're tipsy, then I can't promise I won't kiss you." Jean Gier pressed her lips together. It wasn't his fault, okay? He was just way too cute when he was drunk. Just then, the Emperor put his glass down, looking super serious. He said, "Nope, not happening." Jean Gier casually took a sip of her own wine and asked what his deal was. The Emperor just frowned at her. "I feel it. You're giving me a major crisis vibe right now." Jean Gier, totally caught, did a literal spit take with her wine. The Emperor kept the act going. He puffed out his cheeks and started fake crying, pretending he could totally read her mind, which made Jean yell, "Your Majesty," because she was so embarrassed. The Emperor dropped his hands and just grinned at her. "Whoa, so defensive. You're not denying you were thinking about something wild, are you?" Jean Gier grumbled at him. "For real is the curse gone? How else can you literally read my mind all the time?" The Emperor stroked his chin, doing this whole fake thinking thing about how he guessed. Jean Gier was so not amused. She mumbled, "And here I was thinking we could actually have a toast today, Your Majesty." The Emperor thought for a sec then. He picked up his glass with this super tragic look on his face, like he was ready for the worst. The two of them finally raised their glasses of red wine and clinked them. "To our future," they said. The Emperor took a super careful sip and then paused. He had to admit to Jean Gier the wine was way better than he thought. He then downed the entire glass in one go. The taste made him feel like he could have a few more. Him chugging it like that had Jean Gier a little worried. A blush was already creeping up the Emperor's face. He was obviously a little buzzed, but he kept insisting it was nothing. By the end, the Emperor was completely dazed. He was drunkenly tugging at his collar, saying he was a little hot. Jean Gier was silently counting down in her head, and yup, just as she expected, the Emperor totally collapsed. Jean Gier crouched down and sighed, looking at him on the floor. She so knew this was going to happen. She gently stroked his hair. "You're such a lightweight, and you still tried to challenge me." Suddenly, the Emperor grabbed Jean Gier's hand and stared at her with these hazy, drunk eyes. "I'm not drunk." It was like it only just clicked that the person next to him was Jean Gier. He mumbled, "Ginger, Jean Gier." She was speechless. Even totally wasted, he remembered her. "So, Your Majesty doesn't forget Ginger," she replied with a sigh. "Ginger's right here." The Emperor pressed her hand to his face. Murmuring, "Ginger." Jean Gier was literally melting from the cuteness. She had this insane urge to just pinch his cheeks. She could feel herself starting to lose it. Jean Gier grabbed his collar, trying to shake him awake before she lost all self-control. But no matter how hard she shook, he was completely out. Finally, she lost her balance and fell right on top of him. Waking up to the sight of the handsome Emperor put Jean Gier in an amazing mood. The Emperor, though, got this weird feeling from her staring. He asked with a totally straight face, What are you thinking about?" Jean Gier just hummed happily before answering, "Oh, just thinking. Is this what it's going to be like after we get married?" The Emperor raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Jean Gier, asking when she thought would be a good time for the wedding. Being asked about the wedding out of nowhere totally threw her. The Emperor kept going, "What date do you like?" "We'll have it then." Jean Gier, with a serious face, joked back, "Then tomorrow." The Emperor, totally playing along, nodded seriously. "Okay, then tomorrow. We'll do it immediately." The next second, they both just burst out laughing. The Emperor gently pulled Jean Gier into his arms and kissed her. Jean Gier's face was literally glowing with happiness. Having the ceremony tomorrow was obviously impossible. But just knowing that the Emperor felt the same way was enough to make her happy. The very next day, the Emperor called in a designer for their wedding clothes, and Jean Gier couldn't help but sigh. It was seriously the royal treatment. Even nobles had to make appointments and wait in line for this studio, but they dropped everything for the royals. The designer brought a whole lookbook for Jean Gier to choose from. Jean Gier and the Emperor were carefully flipping through the designs together. The Emperor suddenly pointed to a yellow dress and asked Jean Gier what she thought of it. She shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if he really thought the dress would suit her. The Emperor replied, "Yeah, yellow is totally Ginger's color." Jean Gier shot him a look. Like, "Can you please be serious?" The designer on the side, though, totally freaked out, clapping her hands. "Oh my gosh, is Ginger your pet name for Miss Jean Gier? You two are so adorable." "It's so sweet, it's blinding." The Emperor just nodded with a smile. Jean Gier, however, was dying of embarrassment. It looked like the nickname Ginger was here to stay. She poked the Emperor's arm, telling him to hurry up and call her Xiao Shan, the pet name they had actually agreed on. This was something she had bugged him about all morning, until he finally said yes. When they woke up, the Emperor had asked her kinda nervously. Jean Gier pouted and whined. "Of course, you have to say that in front of people?" The Emperor coughed uncomfortably a couple of times. He said helplessly, "Actually, I have another pet name for her," covering his blushing face. He forced himself to say, "I call her my adorable little lamb." Unexpectedly, the designer looked utterly astonished. "I never imagined your majesty was so good at sweet-talking girls." The Emperor crossed his arms, leaning to the side, and quietly asked Jean Gier, "Are you satisfied?" Jean Gier's eyes crinkled with a wide smile. She replied. "So satisfied, I'm about to faint." The Emperor gave Jean Gier a meaningful look. "Just that is enough to make you faint," he murmured, resting his chin on his hand. He continued his sweet talk without changing his expression. In this world, there's nothing more adorable than you. Your flowing, ginger-colored hair and beautiful amber eyes. Jean stood there flustered. The emperor's sweet nothings continued just like a little sprite from the depths of the forest. The kind of sprite you can't forget, after just one glance so captivating that it's impossible to look away. The surrounding maids and the designer were all dumbfounded upon hearing this. Jean lowered her head shyly, asking His Majesty to stop. She had only meant to tease him, but now she was the one flustered. However, she was truly happy. Jean turned her face, trying to suppress her upturned lips. The emperor looked at her endearingly. The wedding dress had been chosen. Jean flopped onto the sofa, declaring she was exhausted. The emperor teased, "You say that, but you were quite energetic when you were picking it out." Jean pouted. "Of course, this is a once-in-a-lifetime wedding dress." Jean suddenly asked the emperor, "Where did you learn those sweet words just now?" The emperor proudly declared that he came up with them himself, with a mischievous smile. Jean said, "Oh, really? I want to hear more." The emperor's face flushed. He really couldn't come up with anything more. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression softened. He told Jean "My world was once a ruin, a place without sunlight, without water, without anything. There was only endless loneliness and desolation. I thought I'd be trapped there forever. Then one day, a beam of light shone in. It grew brighter and brighter, breaking through the walls that imprisoned me." He turned his head, gazing tenderly at Jean with a smile. "From then on, that beam of light led me out of my world. Following that light, I discovered that it was you, Jinia." Knowing. She bit her lip, holding back the tears that threatened to spill. The emperor continued, "Jinir, thank you for leading me out and letting me see the world outside." Jean couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face. She threw herself into the emperor's arms. She had only wanted to hear some sweet nothings, but His Majesty had said so many touching things. Sniffling in the emperor's embrace, Jean said, "You wouldn't have guessed." She lifted her head, tears still flowing, and continued that the dawn would turn out to be such a beautiful young lady. "Your Majesty is truly blessed." The emperor chuckled, slightly embarrassed. He took out a handkerchief and wiped Jean Jenner's tears. He said, "Riley, I never would have dreamed that someone crying so hard could say such a thing." They leaned against each other. The emperor asked Jean "How was my literary talent this time?" Jean praised him contentedly. "It's reached the level where you could write a novel." The emperor put on a serious face, saying he was actually considering writing a novel. Jean asked, dumbfounded, what he would write about. He turned his head and said, "Seriously, the title would be 30,000 Miles in Search of Jinjie, the Ginger. Or maybe is she Ginger or Jean Jean complained, "Your Majesty, can we please move past the ginger thing?" The emperor laughed even harder at her reaction. Jean pretended to be angry and pouted, but in her heart she hoped His Majesty would always be this happy as long as he didn't have to think about that desolate place again. A few days later, Sarah was combing her mistress's hair and asked, "Should we get rid of the old clothes in the closet to make some space?" Jean asked, puzzled why. Sarah teased, "Don't pretend. I know everything." Jean still looked confused. "I'm not pretending." Seeing that her mistress genuinely seemed unaware, Sarah was taken aback. "His Majesty has been going to the clothing store every day recently." Don't you know, Jean face was full of confusion. She genuinely didn't know. Sarah explained that a friend who worked at the clothing store had told her. Suddenly, she realized something. She quickly apologized to Jean. What if this was a surprise His Majesty was planning? She might have ruined it. Jean calmly told Sarah not to worry, but inside she was ecstatic. She thought His Majesty was so adorable now, resorting to little secrets. Jean immediately changed clothes, intending to go to the palace and see what the emperor had bought. Leaving the house, she saw Lara by the carriage. Lara was there to take Jean to the palace. Jean asked him, puzzled, when he had returned. Lara smiled and said he had returned yesterday afternoon. Jean looked him over, wondering aloud if he had gotten a tan. Lara rubbed his head sheepishly. "The desert journey did this to me." Jean asked if he enjoyed his travels. Lara nodded. It was hard work, but a totally new experience. Jean scoffed. "No wonder I didn't hear from you. You were having too much fun." "So much fun to even think about anyone else. I was actually worried something happened to you," Lara shot back. "Or were you too busy getting all lovey-dovey with His Majesty to even remember me?" Jean eyes went wide. Oh my god, did Lara use his psychic thing to see what happened between her and the emperor? Lara totally read her expression. "You're thinking I saw something, aren't you?" Jean pointed at him, so over it. "Did you inherit His Majesty's curse of having zero filter?" Lara just burst out laughing. He said he could totally guess just from the look on her face. His voice got a little sad at the end, though. "I guess that's just your charm, Miss Jean." The look on his face made Jean stomach drop. Soon they were at the palace. Walking behind him, Jean kept sneaking anxious looks at Lara. Could he possibly still have feelings for her? Her brain was totally scrambled. She had to force herself to just breathe. She needed to see His Majesty first. The three of them sat down, just chilling and drinking tea. The emperor pointed out that it had been a super long time since they'd all hung out like this. Not since Lara left for his trip anyway. Seriously, it felt like a whole lifetime ago that they were all huddled up trying to figure out how to break the emperor's curse. The three of them went down memory lane for a bit. Lara set his teacup down and mentioned he'd heard about the emperor and Jean Gier's wedding. He gave them a totally sincere smile and his congratulations. Your big day is coming up soon. My most heartfelt congrats to you both. Jean Gier was kind of shocked that Lara found out so fast, and she felt a little knot in her stomach. Scared he might be hurting over her and the emperor. The emperor, though, just took a chill sip of tea and started teasing Lara. You almost missed our wedding, dude. If you hadn't come back, we might have just eloped. Lara shot a playful glare at the emperor. That's kind of harsh, your majesty. The emperor's eyes were sparkling with fun. And whose fault is it that you basically ghosted us for 2 months? Watching them bicker like old times, Jean Gier felt so relieved. It finally felt like Lara was really truly back. Seeing them joke about the wedding, she realized she'd been way overthinking things. The emperor glanced at the clock and reluctantly got up, getting ready to go back to work. Lara also stood about to walk Jean Gier home. Jean Gier hesitated, glancing shyly over at the emperor. I actually have to talk to His Majesty about something. Could you give us a second alone? Lara respectfully ducked out, saying he'd wait by the carriage. The emperor asked Jean Gier what was on her mind. Jean Gier, looking totally hyped, started hunting for the dress he'd given her. After looking everywhere, she found zilch. It hit her then that the emperor must have given a dress to another woman. 10 minutes earlier, Jean Gier, with a huge excited smile, had been searching the palace for the dress His Majesty had secretly bought her. She hadn't found a thing. The emperor asked her suspiciously. So what was that sneaky little smile about earlier? Jean Gier covered her face shyly and said, Oh, your majesty, how could my smile be sneaky? The emperor just thought her smile looked even sneakier now. Suddenly, he looked like he remembered something and hugged himself shyly. I have so much work to do today. No, you can't. Jean Gier was completely baffled by his reaction. When she finally got it, her face turned beet red. She started stammering, trying to explain he had it all wrong. Even though it was an asterisk, that asterisk dream the emperor got lost in his own thoughts. Jean Gier just blinked, trying to give him a hint. Don't you have something you want to give me? The emperor just placed a kiss on Jean Gier's forehead. Confused, she asked, Is this it? Jean Gier glared at the emperor, totally unsatisfied. She felt like His Majesty was just messing with her. Jean Gier tried to drop another hint. I threw away all my old dresses. The emperor didn't even react, just said, That must have kept you busy. Like, what the heck? That's it, she hinted again. So I barely have any dresses left in my closet. The emperor just nodded, completely zoned out. Then we'll find some time to go buy some new ones together. Jean Gier's hopeful expression just crumbled. Why couldn't His Majesty just get her hints? It was infuriating. Her eyes suddenly shot wide open. No way. Could that dress be for another woman? Is it for Isa? Jean Gier felt like a bucket of ice water had just been dumped on her. The emperor asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Jean Gier turned away, completely dejected. I think I'll leave now. Her sudden 180 in mood totally worried the emperor. He anxiously asked what was the matter. Forcing a smile, she told him not to worry. I'll go back now. The emperor felt helpless, but he was drowning in work. He could only bottle up his worry, planning to check on her after he was done. Jean Gier walked out of the palace, her heart feeling heavy. She wondered if she should just ask him straight up. She tried to reassure herself that His Majesty wasn't that kind of guy. She shouldn't be so paranoid. But the image of her trash ex that day, the scene of his betrayal, was basically burned into her memory. She couldn't erase it. Jean Gier got to the carriage feeling like a total mess. Lara noticed she was upset immediately. What's wrong? Have you been crying? Jean Gier then realized she had, without knowing, started to cry. She frantically wiped her tears away, insisting, It's just some dust in my eyes. Lara's expression went dark. You could see the anger and surprise flash in his eyes. Did His Majesty make you cry? Jean Gier fought back more tears, her voice totally choked up. No, it's not like that. Lara strode towards the palace, looking ready to confront the emperor. Jean Gier grabbed his arm. Tears were just streaming down her face. I'll tell you, but you have to promise. Promise you won't call me a fool. Lara placed his hand over his mouth, his expression dead serious. I swear I absolutely will not call you a fool. Sobbing, Jean Gier told Lara that the emperor might be giving a dress to another woman. Lara finally got what was going on. Jean Gier beat herself up for being such a fool. She couldn't even ask him straight up, and could only cry behind his back. Lara comforted her, telling her not to talk about herself like that. It's hard for anyone to forget the pain of the past. He hadn't realized how deeply he had scarred Jean Gier. Lara suddenly felt a surge of resentment toward Erky. Watching Lara comfort her, Jean Gier felt a pang of guilt. She had unknowingly hurt Lara too. He was also tormented by past pain, yet she wished for him to find his true love quickly. Jean Gier felt selfish. Lara voiced his doubts. Having been by the emperor's side for so long, he didn't think His Majesty was that kind of person. It was more likely the emperor just didn't think it was a big deal, so he hadn't told her. Jean Gier sadly revealed the evidence she had. I heard His Majesty has been visiting the dressmakers a lot lately, and not just one time. It felt weird. Suddenly, Jean Gier got an idea. Lara, she asked, what's His Majesty's schedule for tomorrow? Lara thought for a moment. He has a meeting with the nobles in the morning. After lunch, he'll be out for about 2 hours. Jean-Gier immediately latched onto the key words. Out for 2 hours, His Majesty must be going to a dress shop. Jean-Gier looked at Lara, her eyes gleaming with determination. It's time for us to team up again. The next afternoon, a disguised Jean-Gier and Lara staked out the dress shop. Lara was worried about being spotted by His Majesty. Jean-Gier outwardly told Lara to relax. But on the inside, she was also kind of panicking. She told herself she was just there to confirm her suspicions. No matter what happened, she'd just slip away unnoticed once she knew the truth. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Majesty, it's an honor to have you with us again. The Emperor walked into the dress shop. Jean-Gier stared intently at him. Good. Not a woman in sight. Relieved, Jean-Gier let out a sigh of relief. She'd been overthinking things. The next second, a woman in a hat suddenly showed up. The Emperor intimately held her hand. Jean-Gier and Lara were both stunned. How could this be? Jean-Gier's hand holding the magazine trembled a little. His Majesty was really hiding this from her, giving a dress to another woman. Overwhelmed with sadness, Jean-Gier burst into tears. Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it was real. Jean-Gier ripped off her wig and furiously stormed over to confront them. Lara couldn't stop her. A loud and angry voice rang out. The Emperor turned around, confused, only then realizing Jean-Gier was there too, with tears in her eyes. Jean-Gier asked in a choked voice, how could you do this to me? You've been sneaking in and out of the dress shop all this time, and it was really for another woman. The Emperor quickly tried to explain, but Jean-Gier cut him off. I never would have believed it, but then the woman behind His Majesty suddenly lifted her hat. It was Jean-Gier's mother. Her mother asked, heartbroken and confused, what's wrong, dear? Jean-Gier froze, completely tongue-tied. Mother, the Emperor scratched his head in frustration. Jean-Gier. Let's find a quiet place so I can explain this to you. Then Issa helplessly explained the situation to Jean-Gier. As your future son-in-law, I wanted to give your mother a dress as a gift. I didn't expect it to cause such a huge misunderstanding. He had planned to do it discreetly, which is why he hadn't told Jean-Gier beforehand. That was definitely his fault. But the Emperor looked at Jean-Gier, clearly displeased. Do you have so little faith in me? Do you really think I would abandon the woman I love and do something like that? Jean-Gier fought back tears, looking at His Majesty speechless. Now there was nothing she could say to defend herself. If she were the one being suspected like this, she'd definitely be mad too. What if His Majesty was disappointed in her because of this? The more Jean-Gier thought about it, the more upset she got, and tears streamed down her face. What would she do if she couldn't fix this? The Emperor scratched his head in frustration. Steeling himself not to comfort Jean-Gier, he had to resolve their trust issues today. I trust you completely so much that I lifted the curse, but it seems you don't feel the same way. Jean-Gier. Crying, she apologized to the Emperor. She explained that she'd been betrayed so many times that she gets scared the moment something feels off. Jean-Gier nervously fiddled with her fingers. I know this sounds like an excuse, but I jumped to conclusions. She hung her head sadly and apologized to the Emperor again. No matter what happens. I should have trusted your Majesty. The Emperor's stern expression softened a lot. Jean-Gier sobbed, asking the Emperor what she could do to make it up to him. The Emperor stared at her intently. First, promise me you'll never doubt me again. Jean-Gier quickly raised her hand and declared loudly, I swear I never will. The Emperor suddenly leaned in with a serious look as if he was going to teach her a lesson. Jean-Gier looked at him with teary eyes. The next second, the Emperor kissed her on the lips. After the kiss, Jean-Gier's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding like crazy. The Emperor whispered in her ear, I swear here and now, Jean-Gier, that I will only love you for the rest of my life. Then the Emperor's expression turned serious again, making Jean-Gier was literally shaking. He clenched his jaw and was like, just forget all that painful stuff. Next time, the punishment won't be this easy. Got it. Jean-Gier totally pulled the puppy dog eyes and nodded like an angel. But on the inside, she was totally smirking, thinking, a punishment like this, I'll take it any time. She had to snap out of it, though. Couldn't risk making His Majesty mad again for real. She put on her best serious face and said, all dramatic, I get it. I'll never ever doubt your love for me again. A small smile played on the Emperor's lips and his dark eyes looked at her so tenderly. All right, now that we've sorted that out, the Emperor said, taking Jean-Gier's hand and leading her out. We've been gone for a while. Your mom's probably freaking out. And just like that, the Emperor walked Jean-Gier and her mom back home and was super polite saying goodbye. Jean-Gier hid behind her mom, secretly throwing him a bunch of finger hearts, which made him feel all warm inside but also kinda embarrassed. Issa was low-key upset that Lara and Jean-Gier didn't trust him. Back in the carriage, Lara immediately started apologizing to the Emperor like he had no other choice. Miss Jean-Gier was literally bawling her eyes out in front of him. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. The Emperor was totally shocked to hear Jean-Gier had actually cried over this. Lara had to remind the Emperor that he shouldn't be making Miss Jean-Gier feel so insecure. Even though His Majesty meant well, Miss Jean-Gier is actually super sensitive. The Emperor's gaze turned serious as he glanced over at Lara. I get that you're trying to help, but I can't have you talking about my girl so casually. Lara rushed to explain he didn't mean anything by it. He just wanted Jean Gier to be happy no matter who she was with. The Emperor glanced at Lara, then looked away, telling him not to sweat it. Jean Gier will definitely be happy with me. And Lara knew it was true more than anyone. The Emperor would make sure of it. Just last night, using the Sage's Eye, he'd seen a vision of the Emperor and Jean Gier's future. In those flashes, he saw them together, looking so ridiculously happy, glowing more than anything he'd ever seen in a vision before. Maybe he was even in love back then, too. Lara looked at him with a totally genuine expression. For real, congratulations. I hope you guys have an amazing marriage. He told the Emperor. The Emperor could tell he was for real and gave him a small, genuine smile. Meanwhile, Jean Gier was spilling all the tea to her mom about the clothing store. Her mom was just cracking up. It just went to show how whipped her daughter was for the Emperor. Her mom took her hand and gave her some advice, saying that trust is literally everything in a relationship. Any doubts she had, she needed to tell the Emperor about them like ASAP. Jean Gier could tell her mom was just looking out for her and gave her a grateful smile, saying she got it. Then her mom led her over to the closet to show her all the dresses the Emperor had bought her. Jean Gier was totally shook. He bought way too many, she gasped. She was seriously wondering if the Emperor bought out the entire store. Her mom was just beaming. Even without all the dresses, she was already a huge fan of the Emperor as a son-in-law, but like this many dresses, it totally sealed the deal. Watching her mom so happily putting away the new dresses, Jean Gier felt this sharp pang of guilt. Ever since her dad died, she couldn't remember the last time her mom bought anything for herself. The Emperor was taking better care of her mom than she was. Jean Gier decided right then she had to apologize to the Emperor tomorrow. Thank you so much. I really love you. A few days later, the Emperor managed to crush all his work for the next week super early. Now he could finally focus on prepping for their weekend wedding. Jean Gier got worried he was totally burning himself out. Maybe we shouldn't have set the date so soon, she suggested. When he heard that, the Emperor just gave her this look. I'd marry you tomorrow if I could. Guess you don't feel the same way. Then, like a second later, he put on this super sad pouty face. Well, I guess it makes sense. You were just doubting my love for you a little while ago. His words totally freaked Jean Gier out. The Emperor just laughed and pulled her into a hug. He kissed her forehead, smiling, as he admitted he was just messing with her. Jean Gier, with tears in her eyes, complained, "Don't even joke like that." My heart literally almost stopped. Jean Gier suddenly pushed him away, stammering, "A baby, whoa, not so fast." The Emperor just looked at her all innocent and asked, "You don't want one?" Her heart started pounding like crazy. Sometimes she wondered if this whole marriage thing was just a dream. Like, how did they suddenly go from 0 to 100 and start talking about kids? Jean Gier and the Emperor were finally getting their happy ending. A few days before the wedding, the Emperor was already brainstorming names for their future kids. Jean Gier asked, all excited, "Oh yeah, like what? Carrot, onion, cabbage?" Jean Gier was speechless. She knew she shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. The Emperor was always messing with her. She had to get some payback. Jean Gier put on a super serious face and said, "Your Majesty, you need to be taught a lesson." The Emperor totally pretended to be scared of her. Jean Gier felt a little smug, thinking her bossy vibe had actually intimidated him. But then, the next second, the Emperor gave her this look she couldn't say no to, asking all innocently, "Oh yeah, how are you going to teach me a lesson?" Even though she knew it was a total trap, Jean Gier started blushing, and her heart did a little flip. The Emperor closed his eyes, basically daring her to hurry up and teach him that lesson. He's such a player, she thought. She leaned in slowly. Finally, the day of Jean Gier and the Emperor's wedding arrived, and she was in her wedding dress, feeling like a total nervous wreck. She'd always thought the ceremony was just like a formality. So why were her nerves so shot today? And then it hit her she was about to be the empress of this entire country. She was like, "Can I actually pull this off?" and had to give herself a silent pep talk. The Emperor walked in and literally froze when he saw Jean Gier in her wedding dress. He couldn't help but gush, "Annie, you're unreal. So beautiful." Jean Gier spilled all her anxieties to him, like now that she was about to be empress, did she have to be all prim and proper? The Emperor just kissed her forehead and was like, "Just, try not to cuss in public. There's no rule that says an empress has to be some perfect angel." Jean Gier was speechless. Like, was that supposed to be helpful? The Emperor, totally beaming, then told her, "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like if the curse was gone. Maybe this is it right now. You'd love me just as much as I love you, right?" His words totally hit her in the feels, and she leaned into him. He added, "I honestly miss your wild and kinda embarrassing ideas." And cue the waterworks again for Jean Gier. It wasn't her fault she had those thoughts. It was just that he was way too handsome. Then he suddenly pulled her closer, confessing again, "I'll love you for eternity. Even if all the ginger in the world turned into ginger tea, I'd still love you, Jean Gier." She was so moved, until the word ginger snapped her back to reality. The Emperor explained, "That's a limited edition confession custom made for my ginger. He held out his hand with a huge smile ready to go in, but Jean Jie, just staring at him with hard eyes, stayed put. "I love you too," she said. "Even if the holy temple crumbles into dust, I'll always love you, Isana." The emperor's smile got even wider, his eyes crinkling up at the corners. "I'm remembering that confession forever. Thank you, Jean Jie. That was literally the most perfect thing I've ever heard." They slowly walked into the hall, and the crowd just went wild with applause. All their friends and family were there, totally cheering for them. She and Isana had defied fate and were finally together. No matter what drama or curses came their way, their love and trust could beat anything. I hope the hands we're holding stay this warm forever. Meanwhile, Lara had been exiled for a whole year. 6 months ago, he got the news that His Majesty married Jean Jie. Lara gritted his teeth, his heart just filled with pure hate. That was supposed to be his spot. Jean Jie and the Emperor were probably living their best life while he was here, banished by that witch to this remote, God-forsaken place, living like a total nobody. Why? Suddenly a knock echoed. A dark-haired guy holding flowers came in. "Miss hiding out in your room again today." Lara's face twisted with annoyance. How many times had he shot this guy down? Benham was still bugging him. So persistent. Benham asked, all annoyed, "What's your deal? Why do you keep rejecting me?" Lara was about to brush him off with some lame excuse when his eyes suddenly went wide. Why hadn't he thought of this? This guy said he was his grandpa's student, so like Hammer, he had to know magic. An idea started forming in Lara's mind. He gave Benham a super flirty look. "Do you really truly love me?" Benham nodded like his life depended on it. Lara then asked if he'd do anything for him, and Benham immediately said yes. He promised he'd go through fire and water if Lara would just give him a chance. Lara looked at Benham, acting all shy. "If you can do this one thing for me, I'll say yes." Benham's face totally lit up. "What do you want me to do?" Back at the palace, Jean Jie was helping the Emperor, who was totally swamped with work. They hadn't even gotten to go on their honeymoon. She gave the Emperor a majorly annoyed glare. "You're even busier now than before we were married. I barely ever see you." Her death stare freaked out both the Emperor and Lara. He looked at Jean Jie, apologetically explaining he had to get through this pile of work. Jean Jie forced a smile and told him not to worry. He was so busy and she was so bored. Jean Jie wondered if maybe she should learn something new. But after a second, she was like, "Nah, better not cause any trouble." She'd just stay out of the way. But then her eyes lit up as she stared at the Emperor's side profile. The glasses just made him look even more attractive. The whole vibe was breathtaking. Jean Jie couldn't help but blurt out, "A leader respected by everyone, a totally successful man." The Emperor blushed at her compliments. She kept going, "And a seriously handsome man, even in glasses." The Emperor covered his face, all shy, saying he couldn't take it anymore. Lara, who was standing right there, just shook his head, totally amused. A mischievous grin spread across Jean Jie's face. "This sinfully handsome man is Lara." Lara's heart literally skipped a beat. He whipped his head around, asking, "Wait me!" He peeked at the Emperor, who was still covering his face, and saw that he was now absolutely fuming. Jean Jie, still clueless about how much trouble she was in, was feeling pretty smug about her little prank. The next second, a shadow loomed over her. The Emperor, with a dark look on his face, was leaning over the sofa. "Let's have a little talk." Jean Jie panicked. A loud clatter echoed as Jean Jie bolted for the door with the Emperor right on her tail. Lara just sighed, watching their chase, thinking they hadn't changed a bit. As she ran, Jean Jie glared back at the Emperor, trying to get him to act with some dignity. He, however, was completely ignoring her and kept on chasing her. Just as Jean Jie was about to yank open a door, the Emperor caught up and pinned her against it. Now that he had her, the jealous Emperor with the super serious face told Jean Jie she was forbidden from complimenting other guys. His little jealousy trip just made her feel all warm and happy inside. The Emperor got like right up in her space, totally pressing her for an answer. Jean Jie's face turned bright red as she promised it would never happen again, no more hyping up other dudes. He was finally satisfied and planted a kiss right on her lips. "That's more like it. That's my good little ginger." But the second the kiss was over, his jealous streak came roaring back. He looked down and asked Jean Jie who taught her how to kiss. She just looked super confused. "Your Majesty." "Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?" The Emperor literally turned his head away, looking extra jealous. He just kept on complaining. Jean Jie was kind of taken aback. Before she could even answer, the Emperor yanked her into a hug, kissing her forehead. "But you're completely mine now. That's all that matters to me." He was perfectly happy just being with her. Jean Jie felt this little pang of what if, wondering what might have happened if they'd met sooner. Late that night, Lara dreamed he was in some super hot, hazy place. It was so foggy he couldn't see a thing. Then out of nowhere, he heard someone crying. He saw the back of Jean Jie. She was desperately clinging to the Emperor, just sobbing her eyes out. Lara woke up with a jolt. He realized it was just a dream. But why such a messed up dream? A few days later, the day of the huge palace party finally rolled around. Jean Jie was rocking a gorgeous gown. The Emperor had been so swamped lately she hadn't seen him, but he promised that once the banquet was done, he would totally clear his schedule for her. She had been counting down the seconds to this day. A playful little smile crept across Jean Gier's face, and right then, the Emperor walked into the room and caught her expression. There was this awkward moment of silence. The Emperor started to turn and leave, but Jean Gier quickly explained she wasn't thinking anything, then corrected herself to say she was thinking something but nothing specific. The Emperor just chuckled, teasing her that she was probably thinking about something scandalous. Jean Gier stared at his smile for a sec, then suddenly started coughing. The Emperor immediately asked if she was okay, and with her face all red, Jean Gier stammered, "You're just so ridiculously handsome. My heart seriously can't handle it." The Emperor's face and ears went pink at her words. He asked, all flustered, "Haven't you gotten sick of looking at this face yet?" Jean Gier's eyes were practically sparkling. "I could look at it for billions of years and never get tired." He laughed and kissed the back of her hand. "Thank you so much, my dear Jean Gier." Jean Gier's heart started racing all over again. This guy was definitely a hazard to her heart. Meanwhile, Lara, still totally bugging out from his dream, put all the guards on high alert, ordering them to report anything that looked even a little bit shady, immediately. He tried to tell himself it was just a nightmare. He'd never had future-predicting dreams before, but he just couldn't shake this super bad feeling. Soon, the Emperor and Jean Gier came out. Lara smiled at the picture-perfect couple, silently hoping everything would go off without a hitch. Suddenly, Lara spotted some dude in the crowd. His eyes were so cold, almost like a snake's. Lara felt this weird flash of recognition, like he'd seen the guy somewhere before. The man then vanished back into the crowd. Lara just brushed it off, thinking he was seeing things. Then, in a corner, he saw someone chanting a spell. Lara immediately threw up his own spell and screamed, "Your Majesty!" The Emperor, still smiling, asked what was wrong. Two streams of magic just slammed into each other around them. All of a sudden, the purple magic swerved off course. Lara's face went totally pale. Without a second thought, the Emperor shielded Jean Gier. The magic hit him square on. He started to slowly collapse. After taking the hit meant for Jean Gier, the Emperor was completely knocked out. Jean Gier was a nervous wreck, staying by his side and praying every single second for him to wake up. There was a knock on the door, and Lara came in. Jean Gier rushed over to him, asking if he'd found anything out. Lara nodded. The guy who cast the spell on His Majesty is named Benham, one of Jess's students. His magic basically puts people in a forever sleep. They call him the Manipulator of Hope. Lara and Benham trained at different times. He only saw Benham for a hot second at their master's funeral. But he found out that Benham seems to have a weird connection to Lara. Turns out Benham lives in the same place where Lara was exiled. They run into each other sometimes. It looks like Benham has caught feelings for Lara. Jean Gier cut right to the chase. "So you're saying it's Lara who wants to hurt His Majesty?" Lara shook his head. "He probably wasn't trying to hurt the Emperor, but you, Jean Gier. But His Majesty jumped in front of you and took the magic instead." Jean Gier wanted to literally rip Lara to shreds. She tried her best to keep it together. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to wake His Majesty up. Lara told her there might be a way. Jean Gier immediately asked what it was. She said she'd do anything, even give up her own life. Lara looked super serious as he explained that someone had to go into His Majesty's dream and wake him up. There was a huge catch, though. It had to be done within 3 days of him falling asleep. He'd read about it in some book and couldn't think of any other way to fix this. Jean Gier just sat there frozen in her chair like her soul had just left her body. Lara, full of guilt, apologized to her. He confessed he'd had a bad dream before the party, but didn't think it was a big deal. As he talked, tears of sadness and regret started streaming down Lara's face. He felt awful for not being more careful. Jean Gier patted Lara's shoulder, telling him not to beat himself up over it. It wasn't his fault. With a totally determined look, Jean Gier told Lara to leave it all to her. They started making a plan. First, someone had to enter the Emperor's dream. Lara could use his magic to send someone in, but he couldn't send himself. Jean Gier gave Lara a reassuring wink. "Don't worry, I'll go in. We're gonna get our happy ending this time too." Lara wiped away his tears. When things got serious, they could always count on Jean Gier. He warned Jean Gier not to take too long. They agreed that within the time limit, regardless of the outcome, she had to wake up from the dream. Otherwise, she might also become trapped. Jean Gier reassured Lara, "I'll definitely come back successfully." She lay down beside the Emperor. Lara cast a spell on Jean Gier's wrist. A golden bracelet appeared. He told her that if she needed anything in the dream, she should call his name while holding the bracelet, and he would appear. Jean Gier curiously asked him what the code word was this time. Lara thought for a moment and said, "Death to ants," leaving Jean Gier speechless. It seemed Lara would never let go of his grudge against ants. Jean Gier turned to look at the Emperor with concern, determined to wake him from the dream. She tightly held his hand and told Lara to begin. Lara placed his hand on her forehead and cast the spell. Soon, Jean Gier opened her eyes. A giant pair of lips appeared before her. She hadn't expected to return to her husband's younger days, more accurately, a time before they had even met. Having just returned to the past, Jean Gier was startled by the giant lips. She punched without hesitation. The man, clutching his face, asked what she was doing. Jean Gier then remembered this man was her first kiss. Back then, at the naive age of 14, out of curiosity, she had confessed to the Earl's son. That is to say, he's 14 years old now. The young count behind her glared at Ginga. Ginga turned around smiling and told him to move out of the way. My first kiss is for someone important. There's no time to waste now. She needs to find her relative, her emperor husband. No, her relative, her prince husband now, and get on the carriage home. Ginga sighed. Santa should still be locked in the tower at this time. This period was so painful. Why would she dream of it? And it seemed difficult to get into the tower. Ginga suddenly remembered the bracelet. It seemed Lara had helped her think of a way. Ginga spoke the code word to the bracelet. Ants must die. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Ginga couldn't help but complain. Is the bracelet broken? She repeated the code word to the bracelet. Still no response. Forget it. I'll deal with it when I get home. Suddenly a voice called out from behind the carriage. Please wait. Ginga recognized Lara's voice immediately. She excitedly poked her head out and saw a younger version of Lara. Ginga immediately stopped the carriage. She happily walked towards Lara. Lara asked uncertainly, Are you calling me? Ginga nodded. Yes, I'm calling you Hamor. Hearing Ginga call out his real name, Lara froze. Ginga said it was a long story. She took Lara back to her house and told him everything. Lara looked incredulous. This world is just His Majesty, Santa's dream. Ginga nodded. I entered this dream to wake His Majesty. Lara suddenly thought of something. He abruptly stood up and asked the question he cared about most. If what you're saying is true, then has His Majesty's curse been lifted? Although he found it unbelievable, he couldn't help but be convinced. Ginga knew his name wore the bracelet he made, and even knew the code word. Learning that the Emperor's curse had been lifted, Lara breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had always cared deeply for Santa. Lara pondered Ginga's request to enter the sanctuary tower. Ginga urged him, saying the situation was urgent and she needed to see His Majesty tomorrow. Lara's expression turned serious. The Emperor doesn't allow anyone other than servants to enter the tower. Ginga's eyes pleaded. I absolutely won't do anything bad. Please let me see him just once. Lara could only agree. However, Ginga would have to dress as a maid. Ginga confidently reassured Lara, disguising myself as a maid is my specialty. To go back in time and have another romance with the younger emperor. How exciting dressed as a maid. Ginga followed Lara to the sanctuary tower to meet the future emperor. Lara suddenly asked Ginga, Is everyone happy in the future? A flicker of sadness crossed Ginga's face. Lara hadn't changed at all. He always put others' happiness first. Ginga put on a cheerful smile and reassured Lara. Everyone is very happy. Lara suddenly asked again, Does everyone include me? Ginga fell silent. She opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. Lara saw through her. Seeing your reaction, I guess I didn't make it. Ginga was annoyed. She couldn't bring herself to lie to Lara. Lara told Ginga not to worry. He was happy that the future had been changed. For Miss Ginga, this is just a dream. But for me, this is a reality and a future that I need to change. Ginga felt another pang of sadness. Lara always strived to ensure everyone had a happy future. But he always left himself out. She couldn't help but grab Lara's sleeve and sincerely say, Lara, you can have a better future. You must be happy. Lara accepted her blessing with a smile. They arrived at the tower. Since Lara had to return to the palace, Ginga had to enter the tower alone. Before leaving, Lara didn't forget to cheer Ginga on. I hope you can wake up the Ice Santa of the other world. Ginga waved her hand, reassuring him. Inside the tower, while climbing the stairs, Ginga suddenly heard Ice Santa's voice. She quickly opened the door. Ice Santa was startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar maid. He demanded to know who she was and why she entered without knocking. He approached Ginga coldly, asking what she was doing. Ginger's heart is pounding. It's been a while since she's seen Isana's cold side. This version of His Majesty is almost too cute to be real. Ginger's eyes sparkle her inner thoughts, screaming, Let me totally melt your icy heart with my burning love. This completely freaks out the reborn Ice Santa, who literally jumps back 2 steps. Shaking, he points to the door and tells Ginger to get out. Ginger, with tears filling her eyes, is basically begging Ice Santa to just hear her out. Blushing like crazy, she explains that she's his personal wardrobe manager starting today. Ice Santa is giving her major side-eye. With a totally blank face, he asks Ginger for her name. Ginger, absolutely thrilled, blurts out, My name is Ginger. Ice Santa can't help but mess with her. Ginger, Ginger. Ginger just freezes. Tears start streaming down her face. Ice Santa, totally flustered, is like, Whoa, what's wrong? Ginger is trying so hard to stop crying. Normally, she'd have a sassy comeback when His Majesty called her Ginger, but right now, she misses it more than anything. Whether he calls her Ginger or Cinnamon, she couldn't care less as long as he wakes up. She misses him like crazy. The young Ice Santa is frantically trying to comfort a sobbing Ginger, awkwardly patting her back. He tells her not to cry, which just makes her tears fall even faster. Ice Santa hadn't changed one bit, so cold on the outside but so warm when he's trying to comfort someone. The older emperor, the one cursed with mind reading, stares deep into Ginger's eyes. Ginger panics, her thoughts accidentally spilling out. I can't keep looking at him like this, or I'm gonna get totally hooked on him all over again. The emperor's expression goes dark. He asks Ginger who she is and how she knows about his mind-reading curse. Ginger quickly shuts her eyes, her mind racing before opening them again. Looking right at the emperor, figuring it'd be easier to just tell him everything in her head, she mentally info dumps their entire past to him. Ice Santa, you're trapped in a dream. You got hit by dark magic when you were saving me. We finally broke the curse, and then this happened. I'm here to get you out. I have to wake you up." The Emperor is shook. Could this whole world he's living in be a dream? And his mind-reading curse is just gone. It's unbelievable. Ginger promises him it's all true, that he knows it deep down. The thoughts he's reading from her are 100% real. Ginger explains how the Emperor got cursed and shares all their memories. As they lock eyes, you can totally see the love and honesty shining through. The Emperor is still finding it all hard to swallow. He asks Ginger, completely baffled why she isn't freaked out by his ability now that she knows. He's even more confused that they actually got married. Ginger just chuckles. The future Emperor had asked her the exact same thing. She beams. "My answer is still the same. Why would I be scared? You've always been so kind and amazing. With or without your power, you're the most handsome guy in the world to me. I love Isana. The real you." Her super honest confession makes the Emperor blush and his heart pound. He gives a little awkward cough, trying to play it cool. Okay, so this is all a dream, and Ginger's mission is to wake up the other him. It sounds completely insane, but also kind of interesting. Ginger, seeing her opening, claps her hands and asks hopefully if he'll let her stay. The Emperor nods, but on one condition. He leans in closer with a playful look in his eyes. "You have to make me fall in love with you, not the I Santa from your memories, but the me standing right in front of you. If we were really that in love, making me fall for you again should be easy, right?" And just like that, Ginger was officially allowed to stay. That night, the Emperor is chilling on the sofa reading. Ginger just can't take her eyes off him. So handsome. Seriously handsome. The Emperor, feeling a little awkward, asks her to please stop staring. Ginger apologizes, telling him it's not exactly something she can control. "It's your fault for being so charming." The young Emperor then asks Ginger what her plan is to make him fall for her. Ginger shyly suggests, stuff like holding hands, hugging, getting dinner, and then sleeping together. The Emperor totally panics at that last part. Sleeping together? There's only one bed. Ginger, completely unfazed, said, "We're basically an old married couple and your bed is huge. There's plenty of room for two." Isanda's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. However, since he'd already agreed to let Ginger stay, he couldn't exactly kick her out. But he warned her, "Don't even think about laying a finger on me." Totally bummed out, Ginger flopped onto the sofa and agreed. Her reaction made Isana laugh. Seeing him smile made Ginger miss the real Isana even more. The younger Isana heard her thoughts. He reached out and patted Ginger on the head. For a second, Ginger called out, "Isana!" His expression got all awkward, and he said, "I'm not that Isana." With a totally annoyed look, he added, "Didn't I already tell you? The one you're supposed to be chasing is me, the guy, right in front of you. And stop pouting. You look way better when you smile." Ginger instantly brightened up. She shot up from the sofa and excitedly asked Isanta if he was basically confessing his feelings for her. Isanta, looking embarrassed, said he wasn't that easy to win over. He turned away awkwardly, saying he was going to bed. "If you want to come, then follow me." Of course, Ginger followed right behind him. As they lay in bed, Ginger was a little speechless. Isanta kept his back turned to her. She puffed out her cheeks, glaring at his back. "It's not like I'm a monster or something. Why are you so guarded?" "Fine, I'll just be nice and cover him with a blanket." But the second her hand touched Isana, he called out, "Ginger!" She totally blanked and blurted out, "I'm not Ginger, I'm Ginger." This made Isana completely crack up. Ginger then realized her epic fail. Isana just kept laughing his head off. "You're the weirdest redhead I've ever met." Ginger thinks helplessly that Isana in my dreams is still the same. She suddenly spots the ring on the nightstand. Isana told Ginger that the ring was the only thing his father had given him when he was a kid. Now that he was all grown up, the ring didn't fit anymore. There was a hint of sadness in Isana's expression. "Maybe father has already forgotten the ring he gave me." Ginger's eyes filled with sympathy. His Majesty must miss his father so much. Yet his father had locked him away in here. They were quiet for a moment. Then a smile came back to Isana's face. He said he had never told anyone this stuff before. "Is it because you're my wife that I can be so open with you?" Ginger let out a smug little hum. "Are you just now realizing I'm your wife?" Isana's smile got even more affectionate, making Ginger's heart flutter. "His Majesty is so freaking handsome!" she screamed internally. "I like you, I love you. I love you so much I want to run over and kiss him until he can't think straight. But if I did that, I'd totally get kicked out. Isana is right here in front of me, but I can't even touch him. What a waste. It's such a shame." Her inner monologue made Isana blush like crazy and back away. He quickly told Ginger to stop. He turned around, but he couldn't hide his bright red ears. Awkwardly, he told Ginger to go to sleep. Ginger asked pitifully, "Can we hold hands while we sleep?" Isana stayed silent, ignoring her. Ginger felt even more bummed out. "I'm so used to cuddling with His Majesty. It feels so lonely like this." Isana slowly held out his hand. He warned Ginger again, "Don't touch me anywhere else." Ginger nodded enthusiastically, like hugging you from behind, kissing your face, or snuggling in your arms. "I totally won't do any of that stuff." For a second, the air was still. He turned around and said, "Forget it." Ginger, on the verge of tears, promised him again that she absolutely wouldn't touch him. Only then did Isana offer his hand to Ginger, but Ginger couldn't fall asleep. She couldn't help but sneak glances at Isana as he pretended to sleep. She unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. Isana, pretending to sleep, blushed and cracked his eyes open. When Ginger woke up the next morning, Isana was gone. She frantically searched for him and found him sitting in the living room with Lara drinking tea. Ginger asked curiously, "Hammer, why are you here so early?" Then she realized she'd accidentally called him Hammer in front of Isana. "I messed up." Lara told Ginger to chill out. He had already planned on telling Isana everything. Isana calmly sipped his tea and said that he had already seen that Lara was Hammer in Ginger's memories. Since the Emperor already knew everything, Lara said they had to figure out a way to wake him up fast. Otherwise, as time went on, the magic would get harder to break, and eventually, his soul would be trapped in the dream forever. Ginger's fighting spirit was fired up. She knew this was no time to relax. They had to find a solution and fast. Suddenly, Ginger had an idea. She immediately went to the kitchen and made his favorite a sandwich. She suggested that since the weather was so nice, the three of them should eat outside. The Emperor coldly refused. "I don't know what the outside world is like. I can't leave this tower." Ginger pleaded pitifully, and with Lara's support promised they would just eat breakfast right outside the door, and they wouldn't go far. Lara reluctantly agreed. "Well, this is His Majesty's dream, so it should be fine, right? Maybe we'll even find some clues." The Emperor, his face flushed with excitement, hid behind a book and said haughtily, "I don't care. If anything happens, it's on you two." Once they were outside the tower, the Emperor was the happiest one of all. The view from the window had been depressing, but the world outside was fresh and beautiful. Ginger and Lara spread a blanket on the grass. After setting out the food, they cheerfully called the Emperor over. Ginger was genuinely happy to see His Majesty outside. Seeing Ginger's bright smile, the Emperor's face flushed. The three of them sat down and tried the sandwiches. With just one bite, the Emperor and Lara started coughing like crazy from the spice. Ginger quickly offered the red wine she had brought. After drinking it, the Emperor got dizzy and passed out. Ginger had intentionally given the Dream Emperor alcohol to make him fall asleep. She explained to Lara that she was trying to see if waking the Emperor in the dream would also wake him up in reality. Lara thought Ginger's logic made sense. Just then, Isana's father, the king, suddenly stormed over with an angry look on his face. He demanded to know why Isana was out of the tower. Ginger immediately noticed the nervous maid next to the king and realized she must have been the one who snitched on them. Lara tried to wake up the sleeping Emperor, but a drunk person isn't easy to wake up. The king was disappointed in Lara for letting Isana leave the tower, especially since he was his advisor. Seeing the king like this, Ginger's anger flared up. "He's just outside the door having breakfast. Do you really need to be this mad? You're so scared of Isana's powers, but it's all your fault they exist." Seeing Ginger's resentful look, the king coldly asked what she meant by that look. Ginger, totally unafraid, shot back, "Princess Isana just came out for a little while to have breakfast. Don't you think that's pitiful? He just wanted some fresh air. Is that such a big deal?" The king was furious. "How dare you talk back to me?" Jean Gere continued relentlessly. "You don't know how much Prince Santa cares about you. You're being unreasonable." Seeing the king's attitude, Jean Gere felt even worse for Santa. With such a cold father, Isana must miss you so much. That's why he insists on keeping that ring. Even if you're afraid of his powers, you shouldn't treat your own son like this. The king angrily ordered the guards to take Jean Gere away for interrogation. Ginya panicked. Although she was in a dream, she wasn't sure if dying in the dream meant she wouldn't wake up. A deep voice suddenly rang out. "No." The sleeping Isana sat up and loudly refused the king's order. "Your Majesty, you can't take her away." The king wanted to scold Isana, but was somewhat afraid of his mind-reading abilities. Isana declared that Jean Gere was his personal maid, and that not even the king could take her away. Finally, Isana relented. "I won't leave the tower again, so please go back." The king, unable to meet Santa's gaze, turned and left. Although he left, it looked more like he was running away. Seeing his father like this must have hurt Santa deeply. Suddenly, with a thud, the still drunk Isana fainted again. Lara and Jean Gere struggled to carry him back inside. The two were puzzled. How could His Majesty Isana, who had been in a day's sleep, suddenly wake up? Lara felt that His Highness must have exerted superhuman strength in that emergency. His Highness didn't want Jean Gere to be taken away. Jean Gere felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have insisted on the picnic. She asked Lara why he served the Emperor. Was it just to lift the curse? Lara was silent for a moment. At first, it was to atone, he began. "My master did such a thing to His Highness. I wanted to try and make it up to him, but after spending time with His Highness, I started to like Santa as a person." Jin. Clearly, she misunderstood. Her face flushed with anger. I suspected it before she exclaimed. "The way you look at Isana, it's definitely not simple. Even if you're my rival, I won't lose." Lara's face turned red as he insisted Jean Gere had misunderstood. He covered his face awkwardly. "The like I'm talking about is just not the like between people." He looked at Loros suspiciously. Lara tearfully swore that he was telling the truth. He was captivated by Isana's personality. An abandoned prince, a father who ignores him even in such harsh circumstances. Seeing His Highness grow up to be so upright, I'm truly happy. Lara rubbed his head sheepishly. If I had to define this feeling, it would be brotherly love. I also grew up alone. My parents died early. Yar looked at Lara sympathetically. Both you and His Majesty are truly gentlemen, you poor things. She asked Lara, how long do you plan to stay by His Majesty's side? After some thought, Lara replied uncertainly, probably until I dislike His Highness, I suppose. Gin Yachiko sounds like a lifetime contract. Lara looked at her shocked. What do you mean? Jean-Gier explained with a smile. Lara, you'll never dislike His Highness. In my world, Lara also really liked Isana. Seeing Jean-Gier like this, Lara's heart skipped a beat. Jean-Gier didn't notice anything unusual about Lara. She was lost in thought. How can I wake the Emperor? Lara suddenly said, Miss Jean-Gier, you really love His Highness. Jean-Gier smiled, her eyes full of affection as she looked at the Emperor on the bed. She nodded. I love him very much. I think I may never meet someone I can love this much again in my lifetime. Lara silently looked away. In the evening, Lara was about to return to the palace. Jean-Gier came out to see him off, warning him to be careful of the king. Lara just stood there silent. Jean-Gier looked up at him quizzically. Lara was looking at her with a complicated expression. Jin confused it. Lara rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. You mean, do I in the real world like you? Jean-Gier's face fell. She looked away uncomfortably. Seeing this expression, Lara understood. So, it's true. He explained that when he first met Jean-Gier, he felt inexplicably drawn to her. He had been very flustered at the time. Jean-Gier wanted to comfort Lara, but couldn't find the words. Lara gently kissed the back of Jean-Gier's hand. He told her not to worry about him. Perhaps this feeling would fade with time. After they parted, Lara was about to leave. Jean-Gier suddenly called out to him with utmost sincerity. She said, you will definitely meet the right person. You will find happiness. Lara smiled and accepted her blessing. Thank you, Miss Jean-Gier. He touched his racing heart. He had a feeling that this emotion wouldn't disappear easily. Emperor Isana seemed to have had a nightmare. After he woke up with a start, Jean-Gier asked him with concern what he had dreamt. At the mention of the dream, the Emperor's face darkened. Clearly, he remembered it vividly. I keep dreaming of the day I was locked in the tower. I thought I'd gotten used to being locked up. Jean-Gier's expression turned displeased. She cupped the Emperor's face angrily and looked him in the eyes. Even if you get used to it, she said earnestly, the pain doesn't disappear. That's why you keep having that nightmare, but I can tell you one thing for sure. Isana, you did nothing wrong. The Emperor froze, his ears ringing. Then he smiled and touched Jean-Gier's hand. Unconsciously, I've started to feel that living here is actually quite comfortable. Father hates him. Others are also afraid of his unique ideas. Being locked away in this tower makes me feel a little better. But when he saw Jean-Gier confronting his father for his sake, he suddenly found courage. Isana moved closer to Jean-Gier. Their eyes met like reflections in a mirror, each eyelash distinct. He lowered his voice. As long as I'm with you, I have the courage to overcome anything. Finishing his words, he suddenly placed a kiss on Jean-Gier's lips. Jean-Gier was still stunned. Then shyly, she closed her eyes. She felt so happy, even in a dream. But just a second later, I pulled away confused and embarrassed. Jean-Gier asked, Your Majesty. Blushing, hugged the blanket and asked in a daze, what else should I do? Jinia in Amuang. Your Majesty, you're so innocent, it's almost embarrassing. You're so pure at 14. After calming down, the two lay in bed and chatted. Isana pleaded with Jean-Gier to stay with him. Just stay here as long as you're by my side. I don't care about anything. Jin Beast on hunt. She told him, I want to stay with you too, but this is your dream. We have to go back to reality. Isana lowered his eyes sadly. In the end, Jean-Gier still had to return to the other him. Jean-Gier quickly explained that both the Isana here and the Isana in reality were the people she loved. She kissed Isana's forehead and pleaded, Isana, please come back with me. Forget all the fear and resentment in your heart. Jean-Gier's eyes shone brightly as she smiled happily. She told Santa that she would stay with him from now on. Isa couldn't help but touch Jean-Gier's face. She was the one who gave him a future. Jean-Gier was right. He should forget the past. Isana returned a bright smile, gazing back at Jean-Gier. I'm starting to imagine our future life together. Jean-Gier conveyed her inner thoughts with sparkling eyes. That's right. We'll be very happy in the future. Wake up from this miserable dream quickly. Isana's eyes suddenly darkened. He saw Jean-Gier's translucent hand. Jean-Gier's body gradually became transparent, about to disappear. Isana panicked and told her not to leave, but his hand passed right through her transparent body. Jean-Gier knew she was waking up. It was time to part with the Isana of the dream. Isana, I'll be waiting for you to wake up. Tears welled up in Santa's eyes. He anxiously asked if he would see her again. Jean-Gier reassured him, we will definitely meet again. I'll be waiting for you in reality. With that, she disappeared. In reality, Jean-Gier slowly opened her eyes. Although she saw Santa's sad and heartbroken expression as she left, she wasn't worried about him. She was certain he would return. Lara rushed to help Jean-Gier up, asking, How are you? Jean-Gier felt a little weak, but otherwise okay. Lara worriedly said that if it went on any longer, Jean-Gier would be trapped in the dream. He had used magic. Lara curiously asked Jean Jier what the dream was like. Jean Jier's mood was low. She still hadn't found a way to wake Isana. Lara sighed softly. Isana had been unconscious for 2 days now. They only had half a day left. Jean's generous expression, however, didn't show much worry. She gently held Isa's hand. Isana had been so reluctant for her to leave in the dream. He would definitely wake up. But she still couldn't help but cry. Although she was confident in Isana, she was still afraid of that one in 10,000 possibility. Please, Isana, you must wake up. You should be by my side, not stuck in a desolate past. Isana's eyelashes fluttered and he opened his eyes with a smile. He said, Jean Jier, I told you not to leave. Why did you leave me again? Jean Jier and Lara looked excitedly at the awakened Ayana. Isana rubbed his aching head and asked how long he had been asleep. Jean Jier, fearing the scene before her was just an illusion, hugged Santa, which gave her a sense of reality. Isana cupped her face and kissed her, comforting her, don't cry. Lara was relieved. It was wonderful that he had woken up. He curiously asked Santa how he had awakened. While gently comforting Jean Jier, I replied, Jean Jier left me a clue. Jin was confused. When had she mentioned a clue? The Emperor told her that he realized who he was the moment she disappeared. After that, he thought long and hard about how to escape. He suddenly remembered Jean Jenner's words. Forget all the fear and resentment in your heart. Perhaps his resentment towards his father was the reason he couldn't leave the dream. Only by letting go could he escape. The Emperor threw away the ring, forgiving his father in his heart. At that moment, he woke up. He had thought he'd let go long ago, but now he realized some resentment lingered, cupping Jean Jian's face. The Emperor said tenderly, I owe it all to you, Jean Jier. You saved me. He turned to Lara. And Lara, thank you too. Lara's eyes were moist. As long as your majesty and Jean Jier are safe, that's all that matters. After that, Lei was executed for attempting to assassinate the Emperor. Jean Jier felt a pang of emotion. Her longtime nemesis, striving to change his own fate, met such an end. With everything resolved, she and the Emperor returned to their sweet daily life. One day, sitting under the willow tree in the courtyard, Jean Jier seriously told the Emperor that the kiss in the dream was her first. Although there was a sudden incident where it was almost stolen, she yelled no at the giant lips that were approaching, stopping them. The Emperor chuckled. Being trapped in the dream wasn't so bad after all. I even got your first kiss. Hearing this, Jean Jier huffily told him not to say that. By the end, her voice was choked with tears. I thought I would never see you again. You don't know how scared I was. The Emperor quickly apologized, kissing her forehead. I'm sorry I worried you, but after that the resentment in my heart has lessened a lot. Hearing this, Jean Jier asked with concern, do you feel better now? The Emperor nodded. Letting go of the past has made me realize how precious everything I have now is. He hugged Jean Jier tightly. Now I will always cherish you by my side. I love you, Jean Jier. Thank you for saving me. Jean Jier was stunned by this confession. Then a sweet smile curved her lips. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I should be the one thanking you. You let me help the one I love. No matter what challenges we face in the future, I will never let you go again. The Emperor gazed at her longingly, smiling as he asked, shall we continue what we didn't finish in the dream? Jean Jier's heart melted. Her eyes seemed to sparkle. She held him close, adding silently, I will always love you, I Santa. Their lips met gently.